with me and break his heart.
He could never recover from that.
No, that'd be the one thing he kills me.
He'd gather up all the Dragon Balls just to wish you back to loving him.
And the dragon's like, you can't do that, man. It's against the rules.
Right. If Goku got an erection and you slapped it, would you break your hand or would it?
Absolutely.
But would it like?
Your hammer
destroy you.
Yeah.
No, but it's still a cock. So would it like flop or would it just literally?
It would just.
Only Goku can slap his cock.
What is the general consensus about Goku, Superman, or any other superpowered character that comes? Does that shit blow a hole out the other side of somebody?
No, it's cute little cum.
Goku's cum.
I'd like to think Goku. We never see him training his like Kegels or anything.
Yeah.
He might just have normal genital abilities.
Wouldn't it suck?
That's what I've always
Yeah,
assumed.
what if he had just this tiny little
That'd be
fucking
horrible.
nub pecker?
He's like a god.
Why would it be tiny?
No, what if? That would really suck.
If Goku shoved the butt plug up his ass and clenched his ass, would it just come out as powder?
No,
or what?
yeah, it would shatter.
Yeah, no, he would destroy it.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, he would absolutely destroy
He
it.
wouldn't have to try. He could smash that in dust if he wanted to.
With his brain. He could just use his brain and smash it into dust.
See, we're asking the hard-hitting questions while you users are talking about Iran and the Middle East. We want to know what happens when Goku shoves a butt plug up his ass. These are the real questions, America. Wise up. Wake up, sheeple. All right. So this is an interesting one. This one isn't quite as funny, but I am curious. There are some answers here. Is it thought-provoking?
It is thought-provoking, and I'm curious what your answers are. John Toomey asks, as technology progresses in the near future, what improvements do you hope come to the process of animation? In other words, what do you hope becomes more simple in the future of animation?
I'll tell you what. Look, I think in the future, if there could be a program for essentially a program where you could do like backgrounds, like Photoshop, basically Photoshop or Toon Boom, Photoshop / Mega Studio, like a background program, like the line work of Toon Boom, the simple layout of Flash. Like if you could basically combine every great feature into one program. So basically, if I could switch to a different layer and paint the background and then do a different layer and do animation, that'd be great. I'd love that. And the line work would be good and consistent.
If Manga Studio...
Because with Flash, I had to zoom in really far to get good flash lines.
If Manga Studio had a timeline, it would be the best one.
Yeah. But I think a good... The biggest issue with Toon Boom, besides like that it's convoluted, is that it's kind of unappealing to look at. The interface is kind of wonky to me.
Yeah.
It's not that fun to use.
Toon Boom
Flash has a really good interface and like layout and stuff, but it has a lot of issues.
Yeah.
On the other hand, Toon Boom has very few issues with the bugs and stuff, but it has a disgusting layout.
Yeah.
So if you could combine all the great features into one program, it'd be great. I would love that.
Well, there was that program that came out. What's it called, Chris?
TV
The
Paint?
one that does the in-betweens?
I don't know what that's called.
Oh, I don't know.
All right.
I don't trust it.
I don't know.
Well, I've seen some of the results, and I think Harry was testing it out.
I saw that. Harry was posting it, yeah.
Yeah, he was posting some of the tests of it, and it seemed fairly accurate for simple things. Like if you're gonna do a very subtle like
a hand
head turn, or
that'd be good. But like, it would.
I mean, nothing's gonna replace like, oh, my hand turns in from a hand to a shark.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Have you guys seen that stuff Pixar was putting out with the 3D, 2D?
Oh, the paper. What's it called? There was a specific short film they did it with, right? It was called
Paperboy.
Paperman.
The Paperman?
Yeah,
Yeah.
paper.
Well, they
paper
did like a demo where, it was showing all the different styles you can do. I feel like that's the future.
So it's basically you create a 3D rig, but it prints out.
But then it makes
2D.
everything 2D.
I just want to see 2D come back in general, because what was the last 2D Disney?
Well, Disney Online actually continued. Well, I don't know if they continue, but they've been posting shortly after they made the announcement that they weren't going to make any more 2D features. They started posting these kind of Mickey Mouse.
I saw those. Those are very well done.
They're very well done.
Yeah. We have a friend that works on those.
I love those, and like the style is like a really nice mix of modern and old.
Yeah, I like it a lot.
Yeah, no, it's very well done.
I mean, like in the sense where like a theatrical.
Yeah.
I thought they pretty much said they were never gonna.
They did well.
It might come back.
I hope, man, because.
What's the future of 2D then?
3D TV shows,
3D.
movie,
3D, 2D.
Yeah, that too eventually.
It.
Because with 3D you can make it like mechanical. You can have a robot do it like in the future. Not a robot, you know what I mean, like a program. Mm-hmm. It's a lot easier to do with that. But with 2D, there's pretty much nothing you can do besides drawing it by hand.
Well, I think the auto in-betweeners are going to be a real popular thing in the future.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The reason I prefer 2D though is because if you're a kid, there's nothing better. Like a kid really can't draw a 3D character like on paper. There's something really nice to me, at least, about a kid watching a movie or a TV show and drawing it on paper, like replicating fucking SpongeBob or whatever he wants to draw.
Yeah.
SpongeBob is a hard motherfucker to draw.
Yeah. I don't know, he was one of the first characters I learned how to draw. Him and like Goku, yeah. There's like weird two characters to pick, but...
Does anybody mind the fact that in the Dragon Ball universe, all the characters have like two faces?
What do you mean?
Oh, just the Toriyama just kind of has...
Yeah. He has the same face as the guy from Time.
Oh, you're saying they all have the exact same...
Chrono Trigger.
Yeah, Chrono Trigger.
Yeah.
He's also the Dragon Warrior.
Time Gun.
I'm
Or
okay
Dragon
with
Quest.
that. I'm alright with that.
I mean, Western shit has a kind of a similar thing. Like, everyone looks like The Simpsons now, or Family Guy. Brickleberry looks like Family Guy.
Oh.
Yeah, I feel like
That new
that's
Scooby-Doo
all the
show.
people who
Yeah.
have these
Very
distinctive
gross.
styles that become famous all kind of exhibit that pattern where
Yeah.
they really have a specific way they draw each gender and they don't deviate far from it.
Every show in the 60s from Hanna-Barbera looked the exact same, too. They all have the exact same character designs. I mean, it's just a
Yeah.
trend. It's like every 10 years a new... Ren and Stimpy changed a lot of the way cartoons looked in the 90s. And it's like... You know, and Adventure Time did it, too. There's every 10 years or so, a show comes along that really fucks with how people draw, which is fine, but...
Ren and Stimpy was awesome back in the day, though. I liked that. What? No? No?
No.
I love
Okay.
it.
No, it's iconic.
Yeah.
I think the one thing they did that I really miss about TV shows, at least that are cartoons, is painted backgrounds.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody's really done it in a
Yeah.
while. I mean, we have like nice kind of vectory, even hand like drawn, but I haven't really seen like a.
Shad was doing those for
Have
everybody.
you seen Steven Universe's backgrounds? I love
I haven't.
those.
Are they like painted, or are they kind of? Is it like SpongeBob where they're kind of just
No, it's
watercolor?
like, they've got these big lines in the
Yeah.
background for sunlight, but they look really great.
Cool.
I noticed in Venture Bros, because
That's a great show.
I was watching one
That's a
like the
good
first
show.
season, but I noticed with the backgrounds, I don't want to say they're lazy, but they're clearly stylistically.
They're very simple.
They're very simple, but I noticed in
That
one
show's evolved a lot
it has.
artistically.
No,
but
it absolutely has. But in that first season, what I noticed, they were in the desert or something, and because of the sand, I could see the brush that they used, and they were just like clicking it around. And then as the scenes
wow.
progressed, like even when they're inside the ship, even when they're in a house, even when they were using the same fucking brush, like every single time.
that weird like splotch.
Yeah, it's like a
yeah,
splotchy- it looks like a
what you're
sponge
talking about.
almost.
You
Yeah,
showed
yeah.
me that before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I was just like, all of a sudden, that's all I could see. But I didn't mind. I mean, clearly it still works, as far as the show is concerned. But yeah.
This question comes from German McSperman.
German McSperman.
How big is your dink? How
German, stop asking this.
How stink is your
Every episode you ask this, we're never gonna answer it. Stop, leave us alone.
The
I hate
elephant
that
in the
guy.
room, though.
Stop coming to our house.
You just answer it and he'll stop.
I stink.
He'll go away.
What's the question?
yeah, how much stinks on your ding?
How much stink is your dink?
Well, how
In my country, I have much
Yes,
stink
sir.
on my
How many
dick.
stings can a dink dink shank of a dink shank cook shink dink?
How
All right.
much stink?
Here, let's skip that question again.
Yeah,
we'll
I'm
never
sick of
answer
him.
that. Sorry. All right, so here's an actual question from Helgi Mar
Ta-ta today, Junior. That's a little reference for you.
Helgi Mar Bjornensen.
Yeah.
What is it?
I'm not kidding. He says, "Hey guys, how many jobs have you guys had through the years, and where they?"
How have we never been asked that before?
How
I
weird.
don't know. I mean, there was
What is word?
there was the one with the Power Rangers. What was
Oh.
Mighty Morphin
it? The shitty jobs. Yeah. I don't think we need to talk about all of our jobs, but I mean,
like real life jobs
yeah,
or
real life
freelance
jobs.
jobs?
No.
I've got a
Outside
good
of
one.
animation, before you
All right.
you were doing your voice acting, Tomar. Before you were doing your animation, Jaxie. Before Zach became a child prostitute, and before Chris.
I was that
Chris was
since birth.
sexy.
I want to hear what voice acting jobs Tomar has done.
Really? No.
Yeah.
I'd rather talk about when I was 14. The first job I ever did, like that wasn't just for like a family friend or whatever. It was for my friend's dad, but he invented this thing. I guess, is it cool if we mention brands? He created. I don't want to get anyone in trouble for
describe
child.
it. Just describe
I don't want to get anyone in trouble for child labor laws.
Just describe
So,
it.
but he
fuck.
more or less he had like a sex toy factory. This is the best. This is the most generic I can make it.
Not
So
really.
He invented a product that was made exclusively for people to have sex on top of.
Okay.
I mean,
There are
Sibean?
there are these shapes, and they changed the angle of penetration and whatever.
No, it's a
and
pillow.
It's a thing he invented.
He invented the pillow, and then Tomar fucked it.
But it's like interesting.
So no, one of my first
Like
actual like jobs, which I only did this like 1 or 2 days,
Were you a tester?
but I worked full days. No, I was working. I was actually in the factory on the assembly line putting these things together.
Yeah.
Which, in itself is pretty innocent, so it doesn't really matter. I was 14.
Yeah.
But I know exactly what these were for. But yeah, they were just these big foam shapes, and we had to like put the like sleeve around them, the machine washable sleeve,
Oh, gross!
and then put it in a little like carry tote bag, and put it in the box for shipping.
Sweet dude.
It's fine.
That was my. I think that's the most interesting like early job I had.
But you knew what it was for even then?
Oh, totally. I mean, I was 14.
Yeah.
I was a horny 12-year-old. I
Yeah.
definitely knew what it was by the time I was 14.
Yeah. Does it have like grooves for like the butt?
No.
No, it was
It's
an
just like-
angle. It was just like there were little pillows where you could just like raise someone's like butt up a little more,
Okay.
or like big ones where you could like lay back on
It
it.
was like Tetris pieces, but
You
you
know?
fuck on them.
This
Yeah.
actually sounds like one of those like workout things, like that pull-up bar.
This
that
was
also
actually
doubles
it's a
as
successful
push-up
product.
bar.
His business is still going.
Cool.
That's why
And
it's like I
children
don't.
still work there. They're trapped there today. Please call 911 immediately. Please call for help.
But yeah,
Nice. What about you, Jax?
My most interesting job? I
Sure.
don't know. My first job, I worked with my parents, and I'd like go into people's houses and tear up carpets. And I remember one place, it smelled like asshole.
Mm-hmm.
And
Because
when
we
we,
tore carpets up.
yeah, well, when we tore the carpet up, we saw all the stains from all the cat piss.
Oh yeah.
And this was like a real cat lady's
Yeah.
house.
Like
yeah.
a real cat, you know.
A real cat, like 100 cats in
Holy
this
shit.
place. And we tore up the carpet, and I just remember, like, when we tore that carpet up,
Yeah.
the stink will never leave my nose.
just burn your
ever.
eyes.
It burned my
Oh, yeah.
eyes, my nose.
The chemicals or the
Ooh.
yeah. It's almost
was
like
bad.
you know what's it called? Like the water that rests under where you get your well water. Like it goes through the dirt and then it rests on that rock,
Right.
like that layer, and it just kind of seeps into the
Septic tank.
No, Zach.
No.
There's a name for it. Anyways, it's kind of like that where it seeps to the
Anything
rock,
could be a septic
and then
tank
it
if
just
you're
stays
smart
down
enough.
Just
there.
stays there
Yeah.
and just kind of like,
Marinates.
Yeah, which
Yeah,
it kind of it
marinate.
should remind you that if you move into someone's house and they have pets and that those pets have been pissing on the floor and you're like sitting on that carpet or rolling around on that carpet, you're just rolling around in fucking animal piss.
yeah.
Just
and
a
no
reminder.
matter, I mean, you can clean it when it happens, but if
If
you
you
don't
leave it.
clean it
Yeah.
and you leave it,
Yeah.
as
That lady was probably so used to the smell of cat piss she didn't even realize.
she was so old, yeah. I'm sure her nose was just broken after all these years.
the cat's
like-
fucking batting your face around.
Because I remember this house, because I drive by it all the time, because it was like on the way to whatever, my school or whatever.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just remember like, oh, I'm going into this place and it smells this bad.
Yeah.
Did the lady
weirdest
die?
thing.
Is that why you guys were cleaning the place up? Did she pass away?
No, she was just wanted new carpet, and thank
Her
God she
parents had a
had
flooring business.
Oh,
she had
okay.
Cement under the carpet, but even worse for the carpet
Right.
because it
It
absorbed.
just sits there.
Oh yeah,
all
it
that
sits. It
shit.
can't sink
Yeah.
into the ground.
Yeah, it was the worst. That was the weirdest job I had.
What about you, Zach?
I've talked about my job at fucking Arby's.
That was the weirdest job you had?
Not the weirdest, but it was horrible. I hated it.
What was the weirdest one you had?
I mean, I got the animation pretty much right out of high school.
Okay.
That was I worked that job most through high school, but that was the job. If you always work fast food, that's the job where you literally think
Yeah.
about suicide for real. That's not
Really?
even. Yeah, you're just like, oh.
That's how
my
I felt
That
when
bad?
I worked in warehouses after that. Like I worked in the Target warehouse for a summer,
Yeah.
and it's just there were 19 of us, but we were processing like 2,500 boxes a night,
Yeah.
The worst
and it
thing,
was
yeah.
it was soul crushing.
Yeah.
The worst thing about a job like that is they have you, since if it's not busy, they have you do other jobs, which would be fine. But so I would go from like handling people's French fries to like cleaning out a fucking toilet or like a gutter. Like not even a gutter, but those little, those drains like in the middle of
Yeah.
the restaurant. Those things. Oh my god, it's like the one thing I was like, please never put me on that. Yeah, go fucking do it. You're not getting paid.
Oh, you mean where all the like grease and
All the
shit
grease
goes?
and mold and fucking filth, and I was like, okay, back to fries. And I was like,
How much
I
would they
had to
have
work-
to
grab someone's fucking turns to the toilet, polish them for them.
Yeah.
Disgusting job.
Put a
Working at
Polish
Burger
the
King
turd.
was probably like that.
Look, one time this guy didn't polish the guy's turd enough. The guy came back with a gun and killed that guy.
Yeah.
So we had a policy of specifically having good polished turds or the customers would leave. The boss had a very strict turd policy. It was ridiculous with his turd policy. He would actually carry it in his coat pocket when he worked.
That's honestly like a Twilight Zone episode.
Seriously, when a new like employee would be there, he'd walk over with a suit with a cigar, and the boss would pull out a turd out of his pocket. He's like, "This was the first turd I ever polished. This is the standard of this restaurant." And he put it back into his jacket.
Such a
pocket.
horrible nightmare world you just created.
That's real. That's real.
These fucking rich businessmen walk into an Arby's and they find polished turds and suck them up their ass and leave and pay.
I was totally. You had that last part. I was totally PC about it.
What else are they gonna do with the polished turds?
Kiss them. Good luck. Break them in half.
They could go to Ireland
Like a
for
wish
the Blarney Stone.
Put them back up their butt.
Yeah. All right.
For storage.
Sorry. What, Chris? You go.
The only job I've ever had. Well, okay, so when I was small, I worked for my dad in his warehouse up until I
Why'd you
got.
use that
When you're
word?
small, it's like
Yeah,
you're
why'd
like
you
3
use that
years
word,
old.
you weirdo? You
Like,
small.
How small were
Because he
you?
used to get me helping him whenever he could. I just remember. He wasn't bad or anything. He's just like, Chris, come help me. I'm like, all right.
You said he put you in
he
chains.
used you as like a doorstop.
No.
Kiddo.
He's like, carry this box up the stair. I'm like, okay. I've got a really weird memory where when I was a baby, my dad picked me up by the head and put me on the couch.
Like one-handed?
That's a lie.
One-handed palming?
His dad picked up by the head. His Chris's fucking mushy head started caving in. His dad freaked out and threw him on the
My
ground.
body fell off my head, stayed in place, and
Yeah.
he sewed it back on.
What's
This
your
is before
dad
Mom got
like?
home.
Because I remember hearing your mom on Skype and she sounds just like female you.
Yeah?
His
So
dad
what's your
looks
dad
just
like?
like him.
No, he
Really?
doesn't.
They were
He walks
very
around-
pleasant. They visited. They were very nice.
My dad looks like a vampire.
His dad looks like him with a Guitar Hero shirt and everything.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and this is from GameStop.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Can I say, Chris, you know the only person I know? I don't know any like brand shirts. You have a Guitar Hero. You have like what were you wearing yesterday?
I forget. I've
Tell you
got
you-
a million. I've got a million shirts I bought when I was 16 in Hot Topic when I visited America, and I still wear
I
them.
don't think I have one shirt that has like a thing on it, like one of those.
That's
You
'cause
and
you're-
I have a Breaking Bad Los Pollos Hermanos shirt.
I don't know if it
That's the only one I
exists,
have.
but if it does, I will pay someone who's listening right now to send Zach a pair of Sonic the Hedgehog
Jimmy Neutron.
tighties where the little logo of Sonic, you know, he's in that ring
Yeah.
at the beginning of the game. It's like right over his wiener.
Or asshole, or asshole.
Or asshole. Yeah.
Probably make that.
If
And then you can stick your wiener out, kind of like he does when he comes out of the
What's
thing.
the bounty on that?
Look,
Probably like
$10.
$1,000.
$10.
that'd
Yeah.
be great.
No way.
If it was over your asshole, you could cut a little slit and you could poop and it would come out of his little thing, like a little
way.
hole.
I never get served alcohol when I
never
wear
played
these
that game.
shirts.
Really?
Why?
Yeah.
It's because you wear shirts a 14-year-old wear.
Yeah, I know, but I like it though.
Whatever makes you comfortable, Chris.
I like wearing fucking
Probably see your bedroom.
shitty fucking Guitar Hero shirts and Halo 3 shirts.
You have a Halo 3 shirt?
Yeah, I was wearing that the
Oh
other
my
day.
God.
I've got a fucking PlayStation. These are all from GameStop and Hot Topic.
Chris,
when I
you're the
was
quarter
You like
cent.
my initials
clothes,
spell
dude.
MC? Something like that? Some fucking gay?
here.
Chris has a Stewie Griffin shirt where he has like bling on.
Yeah. I do have Family Guy underpants.
No, you don't.
I do, and I've got SpongeBob underpants.
Oh, cool.
SpongeBob
That I believe.
pajamas. I've got lots of different.
Now, do your
underpants.
SpongeBob underpants look like his pants? Like, is it just brown with some pockets on the sides?
They're brown, all right, but
Chris, oh yeah.
no, they're just
It's more like a yellowy swamp.
Yeah, there's yellow on there too. Yeah.
okay. So they were white, they're brown and yellow, and I just call it my SpongeBob underpants.
They were white. Yeah.
Gross.
And
They're also damp, like they've been in the
But that
ocean.
does let it. It never occurred to me until now that SpongeBob is just all like potty colored.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
things that you'll see in a
Swamp
trailer.
ass, he's
Yeah.
swamp ass
And then his
TV
eyes
character.
with his nose looks like a dick and balls. Fucking.
you were a
You're a
pervert.
pervert.
What are you
Listen to this man.
talking about?
hate
That's what
this
it fucking looks
pervert.
like. Don't ignore the truth.
Yeah,
Face it.
And Patrick
Open
looks
your
like
eyes.
a big butthole.
Yeah. Patrick's a big starfish.
He's a star.
He's the
Yeah.
pink
He's
He's 5
starfish.
dicks glued
Yeah.
together. Aren't you gonna say?
Yeah, see?
Whoa.
Oh my
5
god.
big dicks glued together.
That's
in the
right.
center.
Dick and
Like a
starfish.
mad scientist got together.
Dumb.
So there's a pink starfish and poopy colors.
Mm-hmm.
There's some.
So
there's
what's
some
Squidward?
obvious.
Squidward's a big butt plug. Yeah, I said it. A big blue butt plug.
And it could get more obvious.
Wait, no, Squidward. Have you ever seen that video where the Japanese girl pushes a squid out of her pussy?
Oh.
No.
That's what
That's
Squidward
been a
is.
fact.
That's
I
the tentacle
thought that
porn.
was
It's
an
Men in
eel.
Black, Chris.
Oh, you're right.
It's not real.
No.
That was an eel, though.
No, there was an octopus girl too.
Really? I
Yeah.
don't think I've seen the octopus.
Ew. Can you imagine that? Like, you pull down their pants and there's just like a fucking squid tentacles
Blue
coming
squid.
out?
No, I
What,
can't.
what would a blue squid be a sexual innuendo for?
I told you a butt plug.
A blue. It sounds like a sexual.
Dude, he has a big fucking head too.
Let me show you my blue square.
That's a busted ass blue pussy.
It just sounds like a rotten old pussy.
Yeah.
Ew.
I don't know if I said this already.
What was the question again? What prompted
It was the jobs.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if I said it already, but did I mention that I worked at a strip joint?
Really?
No.
Oh, I guess I haven't. All right. I
Were
worked
you
at
the stripper?
No. I worked as
damn.
I was a
Bouncer?
doorman.
Oh, I knew it.
Which is slash the initial bouncing. It's like phase. It's like the pre-bouncer.
Yeah.
Because they actually have the real bouncers inside. Those guys got like tasers and shit. In case people go like wild on the girls, they need to be like pull them off and shit. But it was in Washington, so it was a dry bar, so there was no alcohol. They had soda and stuff.
Wow.
But my job ended up being
That is some sad shit.
yeah, my job ended up being a whole bunch of weird shit. Where like I'd also have to be the lot guy. I'd have to go and make sure people weren't like fucking or doing drugs in the parking lot. And then also sometimes I'd work the bar, which basically meant I made the sodas, cleaned the glasses, and gave the girls candy when they got off the stage.
That's creepy. How old are these girls, dude?
Okay, so I ended up dating one of them, which is a really big no-no.
I think you told me about that.
Yeah. So one of the girls I ended up dating, I don't need to name her. She had two
Yes,
names,
Stephanie.
obviously. No. But so one of the big no-nos is that you don't ever date the girls. Like that is something. And even after you quit the job,
What's the
you
reason
can't
for
even
that?
go into the. It was a deja vu establishment, but you're not even allowed to be in one of those months after you've quit.
Why?
Deja vu.
Yeah,
I
well,
think that
Showgirls
was
Deja
the
Vu.
first strip club I ever went
Yeah,
to.
they're a chain. They're everywhere.
Why aren't you allowed to go back in if you quit?
Because I guess it's like they think you went to go meet girls or something. So then like you're not supposed to be able to.
Well, I thought they were afraid you were like a psycho who's going to come back and shoot
I don't know.
place.
I mean, that might be part of it too. I mean, the truth is after we started dating, I quit because the bounces there are fucking crazy. There were these two guys who they said every night after their shift, it was like 3:30 in the morning or something. They'd get in their car, go into downtown Seattle. This was in Kenmore, but they'd go to downtown Seattle and they'd find bums sleeping on the road and tase them in the balls until they pissed themselves.
Whoa.
That was what they did for fucking fun.
That's
and so
fucked
when we were
up.
outside and they're telling me
Wow.
what they do for fun, I was like, fuck, I fucked up. I need to go. I need to quit immediately and not be here because these are the guys who, if they found out, you know, it's not like the mafia or something like that, but clearly the rules are a little bit, they're still a little bit kind of shady. It's a strip joint.
Yeah.
Super fucked.
Yeah, but it was a really weird, I don't know, it was weird. Like, you'd do the lot and you'd see, like, you know, the baby, like, world's best dad sticker on the back of the minivan, and you're like, oh, okay. And then,
Oh, it's like I always assumed strip clubs were just full of like disgruntled like 50-year-old men who want to get divorced.
you know, it's a mix of, like, young guys. There's a mix of, like, young guys for, like, bachelor parties, and then there are some older guys, too. There was one guy who'd come in who wanted to be... He liked being embarrassed, so they'd like make him lick ashtrays and like do all this kind of
Oh,
stuff.
he's that kind of guy who's
And
like,
all the girls wanted him to fucking be around too because he tipped really, really fucking well.
Is he one of those guys who like who makes the videos where it's like girls like nice small dick loser?
Yeah, yeah,
What are you gonna
absolutely.
piss your diaper, baby?
It was absolutely that. It was absolutely that. And
Yeah,
then
Chris, look at that.
yeah, and then for yeah, I don't know. Just
I'm
in
not.
general, it was really weird. It was fun for about a half hour, and then it was like the most depressing thing I ever saw because it was like all these girls. You were asking how old they were, and there was a really wide range. There were girls who were like in their late teens, all the way up until probably 45 or something like that. And one of the girls who was really, really nice, she actually went because she was trying to pay for college. But then what ended up happening is that she got so much money that she got an apartment. But then she also got a car. And then she also got a dog. And then she also got... So then her lifestyle all of a sudden required a certain amount of money that she wasn't then also saving for college. And then it got to a point where she couldn't stop because she would lose her apartment, her dog, or her... Not her dog, but like her apartment or her car.
Well, eventually, when she gets through college and gets a job, she can stop.
But she didn't... She was saving up for college, but then she ended up using it to
Right.
create that lifestyle.
Oh, I see.
Well,
Yeah.
good for her for working so hard.
Yeah.
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 They make a lot of fucking money.
Yeah,
They make
I
a
know.
lot of
Yeah.
money. Even this Deja Vu wasn't even that fancy, and it wasn't in like downtown Las Vegas.
The one that I went to was like a solid C.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those girls are still making a killing.
I know.
The ones in like Vegas, I guarantee, are making so much money.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, in like those nice places.
Do you think you'd be a good stripper, Mick?
Mick would be an excellent stripper. Come
I
on
don't
now.
know. I don't know. Maybe.
You'd be a tease.
When I was in Mexico City, we ended up going to a strip joint. It was a ladies' club, so it was all these men who were
Why
dancing.
did you go there?
To meet the ladies.
It's a long story how it ended up happening, but anyways, I ended up going to this place with a group of people, and it was actually really entertaining. Like, there was a guy, like, I remember a screen came down. This is in Mexico City, by the way. A screen comes down, and they played a scene from Backdraft, and then all of a sudden, the screen started going up, and you could see, it was in the darkness, but there was, like, the firelight, the spinning red light, and you could hear, like, the siren, and then as the lights came up, you saw the light was on top of a ladder, and a guy came out in, like, a fireman's outfit. And then, like, he started stripping to that. And it was actually really, it was kind of funny, but it was also kind of classy. And it was, you know what I mean? Like, it wasn't just like some girl rubbing her fucking titties in your face.
Be honest.
Did it turn me on?
When you, no, listen. When you saw these guys stripping a little bit, right? You saw these guys take it down.
Yeah.
Did your penis at least move at all? Did it move a little bit? And you're like, oh no, I need to get out of here.
Did it wince?
Did it twitch?
Yeah, did it blink before? Yeah.
I think it made it may have twitched. It may have.
Thank you for being honest. Everyone give Nick a round of applause for being honest.
No. But the best part, I think the coolest thing is that they brought up these girls that were up there, and they'd bring up all sorts of girls. Like, it wasn't like they were singling out like some pretty girls or something. Like, they'd bring up all sorts of girls, and these guys gave them such a show.
Whoa.
And you could just tell, like, they were all so happy, and there was no even hinting at taking off like his banana sack. You know what I mean? Like that so it was,
Taking off
yeah,
his
but it was
cock.
still really
Did he,
classy in that way.
Shove her hand down there?
No.
No,
No.
really?
I would have done that. I would have grabbed.
Usually
I
they
would
do
have.
that.
No, but he got
I
his
would've
butt in her
grabbed that-
face, and she got to squeeze his butt a little bit.
I would have gotten
It was
that
kinda funny.
firefighter's pants and grabbed his hose and watered myself down because I was feeling hot. That's what I would have said.
Do you guys ever see those porns where it's like there's like a million girls in one room and they all look really like none of them have ever met each other before, and then a male stripper will come out and they'll all start sucking them up.
Yeah, I have seen that.
And it's like, whoa, dude! But
Is that like a thing in Brazil or something? Or
no,
Latin
it's not a
America?
thing at all.
I've
It's
seen
all fake.
Oh.
Because it's always like all the girls are like, yeah, this is a bachelorette party.
Yeah.
And they're all looking at each other really nervously, and none of them have ever met before, and then they all just start like sucking the guy's dick, and it's like, okay, cool. I want to be that porn actor, but this isn't real.
Aww.
Yeah.
It's kind of like the fake cab thing, right? The
Yeah,
guys.
fake taxi.
Bang bus or
No, the
whatever.
taxi one.
Fake
The taxi
taxi.
one too.
The
Yeah.
British dude.
Yeah. The British one. Yeah.
Wait, what?
It's funny,
What's
he's
the
like-
British dude?
Who's
This
that?
is a British guy called Fake Taxi, and he's always
Yeah.
like, "I want to suck your titties."
Yeah, he'll be driving them, and then they'll be like, "Oh, you shut up! You're scandalous."
He's like, how about you don't have to pay a fee if you suck my cock? and then he's like, there's a camera right there. She's like, oh my god.
And he's like, "Get out!" And drives off.
Yeah.
He speeds off, and like all the fucking rocks and shit spray in her face.
I love when you like watch enough of one certain porn actor or actress.
Yeah.
You start to notice their quirks.
Yeah.
Like that. What was that the casting couch guy?
Yeah.
You start to get to know him a little bit. It's really creepy. Oh, I know what that guy likes.
Some of them are funny though.
Yeah.
Like that fake taxi guy, whenever a girl sucks his dick, he's like, oh no, but when you suck the tip. so like that guy loves the tip of his penis sucked. I know that about that guy now. That stuff, it was weird because it was like when you go to a restaurant and the waitress starts to notice you, you're like, oh no, you get scared from like knowing it. I stopped watching Fake Taxi because it's like, I know this guy too well. I'm gonna give him a little time. I don't want to be too familiar with this guy.
I
I
get
don't know.
that.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get
I went to
that.
IHOP one time and she was like, you want the usual? I was like, oh fuck, I can never show my face here again. I can never come back here again, I know.
Do you ever see that? Do you know?
Predictable.
Do you know that porn star Jana Michaels?
Yes.
It sounds familiar.
She's got these huge titties.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay, well, yeah, I know every porn star does. But she's got,
No.
she's
Like
got these
ridiculous. Yeah.
No,
huge
she's very
titties.
well known.
But she is right. But did you ever see the video where she's on a motorbike or just she's in a car with a dude and there's a biker gang to her left side. They're like, guys, we're going to a porn shoot. Come watch. They're like, okay. And then they're doing a porn shoot and all these bikers like standing there going, like laughing while she fucks a dude. And then one of the guys is like making fun of her, like being like, ah, you stupid bitch,
I did
whatever.
see that.
And then she fucking sucks off the guy on the ground.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
like comes to her mouth. She walks over to the dude, just spits it in his face.
I did see that.
It was like, dude, you're the coolest. She's
I
so
did
cool.
see that.
Yeah.
And
That's
the guy
awesome.
and all of his friends are like, ah!
You ever see that compilation of like weird things porn actresses say? It's on eFuck
Oh, I
video.
love that.
Yes.
Oh, man.
My favorite one's
Is
like
that on
the girl
eFuck?
who's like, I want you to cut my head off like a fucking pirate. Oh, he's like
Is
fucking
that on
pissed
eFuck?
myself.
I swear I've seen
It's on
that.
eFuck. It's called like
Yeah.
the shit porn actresses say or something.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
I've
that'd be
seen
fucked.
that.
Yeah, it's good.
Cut my head off like a pirate.
She has some weird like European accent too. It's really even funnier.
Have you ever seen, like, anytime they do a scene, if they shoot it just for, like, a fraction of a second occasionally, if a girl says something really weird, you'll see the guy make a weird face like, huh? Like, if normally it's, like, in a group scene, but there are occasionally times when you'll say something weird and the guy's just, like, clearly some guy in the background just like, what? He's, like, stroking his dick and he's like, and he, like, stops.
Yeah, you ever seen the video of the dude jerking, like, the chick is in that room and the dude walks out of, like, a closet and he's beating up backwards and he comes over the girl's hair.
Oh, yeah.
And she starts, like, crying. She has, like, a mental breakdown. It's the weirdest video. Yeah, Jax, he's doing like this. He's jerking, like, backwards. It's really bizarre,
That is so odd.
It's weird. He's like laughing his ass when he walks like behind the couch and comes over her hair and she starts crying. It's a weird fucking video.
Oh man, speaking of porn, Tomer and I, can I talk about this?
What are you gonna talk about?
You made a big
That
old
weird,
porn.
the Anal Olympics.
Is that a video we watched?
We watched this amazing. I thought it was like the most like. These women should have been paid a lot of money for the shit that they were doing because it had one of my favorite porn actresses, Bonnie Rotten.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, she's hot.
I fucking love her.
I love her. She
is not only really good at porn, but like she just gets into it.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
she's
yeah.
got so much like emotion, you know. She cares.
Yeah. She's got dark hair, covered in tattoos.
She's got spider-webs on her titties.
She's fucking hot.
Anyways, so we watched this porn called the Anal Olympics. And it was some of the most fucking amazing, like, anal stunts I've ever seen ever.
Like doing backflips and landing with their wiener inside.
Well, like, they were doing some crazy, like...
Were there even men there? I don't
No, it was
remember.
just
It was
three
just
girls
chicks putting stuff in each other's butt.
putting gigantic things in their buttholes.
You walked into the Anal Olympics.
But, like, they were just, like, doing tricks and stuff with them. Like, flips and stuff. Like, I don't know.
My favorite,
shit.
Yeah, Zach. It's called the Anal Olympics. They do like these little stunts and stuff with their ass. Like sometimes they'll take a frying pan with an egg on it and they'll flip the egg.
Whoa.
Right.
Yeah, really cool stuff. While she's sucking a dick.
Do you think those guys?
There's no dicks in it, it's just buttholes.
Do you think those guys would kind of lie at parties? They're like, yeah, I was in the Olympics. You think they ever try to like have that? What do you? I was in the Olympics.
Yeah.
Why did you run really fast? And I flipped an egg inside my asshole. Oh, both good skills.
Yeah, wait, we
Both
were
applicable to the real world.
talking about porn, right?
Oh,
Yeah.
yes, we were.
I just wanted to say one thing about porn.
Yeah.
Have you ever watched a porn like
Yes.
and then forgotten about it like for years?
Is it refound it?
It's like finding treasure. When
Yeah.
like, oh, it's this lady. It's this
Oh,
one.
yeah,
Yeah.
you could, because there's so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The likelihood of it happening is actually pretty low.
But
It's
if
fucking
if it's a
crazy.
good one, what ends up,
Yeah.
it feels like you stumbled upon a childhood memory.
Yeah, it's
yeah.
nostalgia porn.
Yeah.
It's almost like you like, oh, my Nintendo works. Or so you find your Nintendo in the attic. And you're like,
It's
I
like
wanna play this
finding
for
a
while.
box of Pokemon cards, like a shoe
Yeah.
box. It's like, oh, look at these.
Takes you back.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Is it different for guys when you... Because, like, I remember... I think it was you that told me, like...
Clarify.
It doesn't matter, like, it's just, like, not, all porn is the same. Like, I don't know.
What?
But for me,
he's
like,
not
I have
wrong.
to find that
That.
special porn that,
Oh, yeah.
like, touches my heart.
Yes.
You gotta look for the stuff that appeals to you specifically.
I'll tell you what. I don't think I've ever once just clicked the video and then stuck with that one. I usually go through. I usually
no,
like,
I do the same
God
thing.
damn it.
You usually end on like the 15th video.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an
If
adventure.
I find a
It's a
good, if I
journey.
find one good
It's
one,
a
I'm okay
journey.
with it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of the
you're
time
still always scrubbing through though, because it's the internet and it's so easy. So why are you gonna wait around?
That's true.
It's frustrating when you're like. I was watching one like 2 days ago. I was watching one like 2 days ago, and it was started off alright, but then there was this Scottish guy. And he kept talking.
Yeah.
He wouldn't stop talking. He was
Yeah.
like, "You're looking at my fucking cup." How does this guy feel?
And they cut to him, they show
You're
like a
but
sweaty
fuck-
face, and he's
Yeah,
like,
his big fucking stupid
Yeah.
red fucking thumb head sweating like.
There's
get
always
out of here, dude.
like a buff pink bald man.
Yeah,
Always.
yeah, just a buff
Oh,
pink
he's just
fucking dude.
completely
Completely shaven, no eyebrows, just red almost.
He's just a big buff human thumb with
like
a
the
dick.
bosses on Super Punch Out.
yeah.
Thumb.
A big
There was
fucking
soda
red
pop
thumb guy
Bakinski or
plowing a
whatever
chick.
his name was.
Or no, from Super Punch Out, it was the two brothers.
Oh,
they're,
really?
they're just fucking, they're pink bald guys. They have no eyebrows or anything.
Yeah.
They're totally shaven all the time.
They're always sweating with their fucking mouth ajar, banging a chick while she screams.
Okay, now here's the thing.
Yeah.
I do like to watch hardcore gangbang porn. I do. But what's very important to me is that it is clear that the woman is enjoying it.
Yeah, that was
At
about to
any
say
point
that.
in time, if I feel like she clearly, if it feels awkward or bizarre, even if
Yeah.
it's acted,
I can only
I
jerk
don't
off-
want to
I-
see that.
I can only jerk off the porn where the girls are clearly enjoying
Absolutely
it.
having a good time.
I always have
with
trouble
that.
watching those. I always get like secondhand stage fright. I'm like, oh man, I can never fuck it for like a coliseum. You know what I mean?
I know guys who like put on porn specifically to see the girl like not have a good time.
Oh god, I can't even.
It's masochistic in a
No,
way.
I know it's weird. No, but some people are into it. But it's
think
like,
those are people that have like those shitty values. Honestly,
Yeah.
I think the porn you watch is very reflective of like
Who you are?
how you feel about the opposite sex
Yeah.
and your own sex even.
All I want is
I
a
don't
big throw.
And to be fair, it's not just
That's what I
gangbangs.
guess.
Orgies work too.
Yeah.
Like if there's like a whole bunch of people and everyone's fucking and everyone's having a good time, that works for me. If everyone's having a good time.
I like the videos with the soft candlelight and the Christian music.
No, you don't.
A couple laying down in slow motion of
No,
black
you
and white.
don't.
Because there's like the out of
No, you
focus
don't.
like
Yeah.
candle in the foreground as
a
it
huge
passes
statue
by.
of Jesus Christ staring
Staring
down.
at them, crying blood. I love, dude. Have you guys been noticing this terrifying trend of like voices coming at the end of porn videos now?
No.
It scared the
Voices?
fuck up out of me. I was watching a video and I finished and I heard a loud German guy go to this website. There was a guy. It was as I was finishing, so he's like, go to this website, but it was added post. It wasn't the guy in the video. So I thought somebody was like talking to a door or something.
I always feel weird.
you coming at the time?
Yeah, I thought it was like Chris talking to a door or something. I was like, oh.
Does your like ejaculation go backward? Do you like suck it back?
Yeah,
up
it was
to
like
your dick?
reverse or something.
Ew. I always feel really weird at the beginning of some porns. There's always a girl on a couch with a laptop. She looks at the camera. She's like,
Oh, yeah.
visit fucking sluts.com for sexy bitches. And
Yeah.
what the
You know,
fuck?
like,
What
no,
videos
thank
are
you.
you watching? I've
Normal
never had
porn.
that
Yeah.
shit happen.
I watch pretty normal
It's a
porn.
it's a pre-roll ad that they kind of add
But these
into the
I
suckers
video.
will
admit,
go in-
I pay for my porn now.
Yeah.
Really?
What?
Like I found a site that I
worth it.
really like, and it's got a ridiculous amount of high quality videos, and like,
Give it a
it's-
shout out
Yeah,
for
what-
fuck's sake.
Yeah.
What?
I like. It's called EvilAngel.com.
Oh, Evil Angel's great.
I really like it.
It's awesome.
But they put a
Yeah.
lot of the. I discovered them because of free porn, and I saw one of their ads.
Yeah.
I kept seeing their ads and videos I liked.
Did the Evil Angel crew, or was it Brazzers that did the pirate movie one?
I'm not sure.
That was Brazzers.
I think it might have been Brazzers. Oh, you know what it was? Because they had, what's her name? Aisha, the Japanese girl, Aisha
Asa Akira?
Yeah, Asa Akira, and she's definitely Brazzers.
She's so hot.
But they did
Brazzers was, the Pirates movie was like a big thing.
it was hot.
Yeah.
I saw some of the scenes. It was fucking
I
hot.
saw the Avatar one. You ever seen
Did you ever
that?
see
No,
the
that was
I
one?
wanted to see the Avatar.
The Avatar was
one.
really well made. Except
Yeah,
it's,
they had great costumes.
Dude, the
Except
production
it's boring.
quality, yeah.
Did you ever see the
boring?
SpongeBob one? No. It is the funniest thing ever. It's a guy in a SpongeBob suit. He has his face painted yellow, and he has like, and there's a girl, Sandy the squirrel, and she sucks him up, and he's like, ah! he's been killed the entire time.
you ever see the Homer Simpson one? He does
Yes.
it like a, he's like,
He does a super good Simpson. He's
Yeah.
like, man, suck my dick. It's like, whoa,
And
dude.
Flanders comes in, it's creepy as fuck.
Yeah.
No, but the fucking Avatar one's really funny because you know they're blue aliens.
Yeah.
They start like sucking their dicks and then the paint starts like slopping
Coming
off on
off,
their
yeah,
face.
yeah,
and
yeah.
they got like big pink wieners. But then the
Oh,
fucking
no.
the bad guy Colonel comes in and he's got the saggiest ball sack ever because he's like an old man. He's really buff and like good looking for an old man, but he's like his ball's like sagging into his knees.
No. Have you guys seen the Wonder Woman porn?
No.
Yeah, was it good?
Well, the thing is, like, I remember a friend of mine told me about this, but the Wonder Woman, there's like a Wonder Woman show and then the Wonder Woman porno, and the Wonder Woman porn has the worst fucking costume, while the porno has like the most amazing.
Who is the
costume.
actress in
So
it?
that's better
Was that
than
the
the-
one where the porn star looked
Yeah,
like
it's way
Katy
better.
Perry or something?
What?
The woman who plays her kind of looks a little bit like Katy Perry.
Oh, in the porno?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
a little bit.
You ever
I think I've seen the.
You ever see the Sarah Palin one that came out?
No. I heard about the Back to the Future one though with the Indian dude.
Dude, Chris told me about it. Yeah, there's a Back to the Future one, and Marty is like.
Oh, he's like a little Indian dude.
like from
Yeah.
India or Native
Yeah,
American?
no, he's like an Indian, like from
Yeah,
India.
it's like, Marty, we gotta go back. It's like, what you're talking about? Back to the future. It's like, I don't want to.
I have disappeared from the photograph.
He's like this. He's nothing like Marty. He's this tiny, skinny, like petite Indian dude.
They literally felt the exact opposite, man. They could not felt.
Doc Brown was all right. It was just a dude in a wig, but he was looked better than fucking this guy.
Oh god.
What's
man.
the funniest porno parody that you've ever seen?
That fucking the thing where they put the they drew the like when they're humping and it's a pinball machine, or like the girls jacking him off and it's maracas.
I think.
Oh, yeah, that was good.
Oh
You
yeah,
know,
the censored
yeah.
porn.
Yeah, the censored porn.
Censored
That's
porn.
good.
Yeah.
That
I
was
think it's
pretty
really corn the
hilarious.
cob.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
It's pretty awesome, man.
Yeah.
I saw that one.
That was great.
Funny.
That was a classic, internet classic.
You know, a classic for you folks out there.
All right, well now that I'm thoroughly fucking hard and
Yeah, I was about to say at the end of this podcast, everyone's gonna jerk
everyone's
off.
just gonna jerk off.
Listener, don't do it.
They're
To
not.
on each
Go to
other.
freefuckingporn.com.
Don't fucking jerk your cock.
All right, Zach, you gonna play us out?
This is the podcast. This is the podcast. Thank you for listening. Say goodbye. Tomo Jackson, give us last words.
Bye, everybody. We'll miss you.
See? Strokes. Someday. No, that was a better choice, wouldn't it, to start off with? Hello, ladies and gentlemen. XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais, obviously. Steve Mitchell.
No, come on, let's get my name right from now on. That novelty's worn off.
What is it? Is it...
Steve Merchant.
Oh, yeah, that's the wrong one, isn't it, Mitchell?
The Guardian got it wrong. It's Steve Merchant.
And the more I say Mitchell, the more people are thinking...
Exactly, it might be Mitchell.
Oh, God, sorry, Dave. But Carl wanted to start off with the Stereophonics.
Oh, loser.
Because it was a newer track. And Carl now, we've made him what he is. He was nothing when we found him.
He was like work experience.
And now he's going, oh, we should start off with the Stereophonics. I'm going...
Trying to tell you what to do, Ricky.
If I want anyone's opinion, I don't. Basically.
But he'd probably come to me, I imagine, wouldn't he? I'd be the first person.
Before Carl,
Yeah.
I'd consult you, Steve.
Thank
so
you.
just keep it... Just because he was in a... Was it
He had his
Pilkins
mobile
Making
disco
Music?
outfit. Pilkins
Making... I bet you never pleased a crowd once.
Did. Loads of times.
Go on then, what did you play? What's your biggest gig you ever played?
I did like a social club gig,
Yeah.
and it wasn't just about the music either. I used to.
What else could it be about?
I used to take prizes and cigars and stuff
In a youth club.
to give away.
I just love these, like, 14-year-old manx hanging out going, let's go down here, you might have some fags and cigars for us.
Well, it was whatever like was on my mum and dad's dressing table.
That could have been embarrassing, couldn't it?
That could have been deeply embarrassing.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
You've won.
And third prize, some handcuffs.
And a black mamba. I'm not saying that at any point in your upbringing, your parents left around any kind of marital aid on the dressing table. Don't think I'm saying that, Carl. I'm not suggesting... Like, he doesn't like this, does he?
Well, I can understand why.
Oh, yeah, because it's about
It's about his parents having sex.
Well, they must have.
Yeah,
At least 3 times.
I think I was an accident.
They still have had sex. Oh, Carl. I think it's been ongoing.
Just because my brother and sister are quite older than me.
Yeah, me too. I was an accident. I know that, yeah. How old's your brother and sister?
I think my sister's about 39,
Right.
and my brother's about 37.
Okay. And you're
I'm
29.
like 29.
Right, so, yeah, my next one's 11 years older than me.
Yeah.
That was definitely a...
Do you want to have a hug, you two, or...?
Yeah, yeah.
You're dealing with it now? You got over it?
Well, would you like to see us have a hug? Oh. You had a mobile
rubbish.
disco as well,
You're
didn't
having a laugh, aren't you? Every single gig I did, it's dynamite. The people loved it. It was storming.
What was it
I
called?
ran it from about the age of 14 to 18.
What was it called? Was it called in
The name of our mobile disco?
Yeah.
It had 2 names in its lifetime.
Yeah.
It started its life as... Bear with it.
Go on.
The rock and roll DJs.
Oh, my God. The rock and roll that's the worst. I mean, that's the worst.
Yeah. That's the most appalling. But then it became pretty bad after that, when it became the Fantasy Island Roadshow.
Why?
I don't know.
Because everyone up to you looked like Tattoo.
Partly that, and because I liked the programme Fantasy Island.
Why did you like the programme Fantasy Island?
Well, it was about love on an island.
It wasn't. It was about a midget on an island.
No, the midget was a minor character. It was about people going to find
It's
love
a
and
minor
romance.
character.
You obviously switched off once the midget had gone off and said, there's the plane. Oh, that's that then. Your parents went, that's over then. It's only 5 minutes long. Yeah, well, it's...
Let's watch that fantasy midget.
Yeah.
What happened then? Because didn't they acted out their fantasies on an
Well,
island?
people would pay to go to the island
Yeah.
to live out their own romantic fantasies, and invariably that's what would
Was it
happen
always
each week.
romantic? It was always about getting
Yeah,
off
it was
with
a kind
people?
of love island, yeah.
Was it?
Well, no, not always. Sometimes they might be...
Maybe I didn't watch the whole one. Maybe I did just see him, like,
I
smacking
think
a
you
little
probably
tattoo. Oh, really?
But,
so what does it sort of go? I've always wanted to have someone in...
Well, no, it might be something like, I've always wanted to sort of, live out, being a gunslinger in a Wild West frontier town, So you might kind of create that fantasy.
But what's that got to do with...
Well,
love?
he invariably would find love, or he'd sort out some emotional problem he had. It was much more a spiritual, emotional journey than
So,
it was
but
about little midgets running around.
But was it like, I'd like to be a cowboy and, like Remember the Shag?
Yeah, it was like
and
Jim
while
will
I'm
fix
there-
it. Like those letters you wrote to Jim will fix it. I'd like to meet 5-star, and if something happens, so be it.
Well,
But no, I have to just say once, though, this is my DJing credentials. I was once playing music at a Scout Jamboree. when I was about 17,
Big
16,
gig then,
17.
big
Big gig. It was 1,000 scouts there.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah.
and I tell you this, they were playing on stuff, they were loving it, they were dancing, it was in a big marquee, right? I slapped on Smells Like Teen Spirit,
Yeah.
right?
They went mad.
They went mad for it, they were moshing, they were climbing up the poles, the organisers were going, switch that off, right? They're going crazy, and I was there going, no, that's what they like, I'm going to do it.
It was like Footloose.
It was unbelievable, it was just like Footloose. Then I came in with Rage Against the Machine, Killing in the Name of, the place went wild, and they were trying to get me off the decks. It was like Bill Grundy interviewing the Sex Pistols.
And then when the head of everybody had you killed,
exactly,
like, there was some sort of mafia thing, and it was all hushed up. That the scouts went there one night with all candles, and they said by a grave, and that was the end of the film. It was a film, I assume.
No, this genuinely happened.
I assume this didn't really happen.
Yes, it did. I swear to God, I was playing Smells Like Teen Spirit, and it went wild, and the organisers were going, switch that off, they're going crazy, and I was going, no, it's what they want.
Can I say something?
It was brilliant.
That, to me, I've known you for about 4 years, and I've heard all those things. That must be the highlight of your life.
Unbelievably so, yeah.
You've never had anything that good or exciting since, have you?
One day I hope to sleep with a lady, and hopefully it'll slide into second place.
Rock the Casbah.
I love the fact you had at least 3 minutes to get that right.
I know.
Prepare and get that right.
I know, but my mouth was full of Maryland cookies. Yeah. You know, last week, this would blow your mind. He came in, do you know what he'd bought? For himself, about 10 penguins. Who buys penguins still?
I know. Or wagon wheels.
Oh, I've never liked wagon wheels.
You've not been a fan?
No, but I'm sorry about that. It's The Clash and Rock the Casbah. Talking about records, have I told you that time my brother-in-law, he was moving out of his place, and I think moving in with my sister, and I was about, like, I don't know, 13, and so he was about, 30, and I moved in, and he brought round all, his records when he was storage to leave them at our house. Right, and he had all these old sort of records, 50s and 60s records, no, I was right, and they put them upstairs, and I was looking through them, and it's just all like Elvis stuff and Beatles stuff, and there was a mate of mine who loved Elvis, okay, and he had loads of chemicals, yeah, he had loads of chemicals, and I was into chemistry, and he said, let's swap me some chemicals for them, so I sort of nicked about 5 Elvis singles, and I got all these chemicals, and then just guilt.
What sort of chemicals?
Just things like, you know, just things like from a chemistry set, just, you know, crystals and metals and manganese, all that sort of stuff that I just like to muck around with. And then the guilt just hit me. I just thought, well, he's going to notice that. And one night, I just came downstairs and I confessed to my mum. And she went, all right, well, I won't tell him, but you've got to be good. And it's sort of like I was just really, really good for a year. And then have I told you this? And
No, you haven't. You've just reminded me of something.
And then I remember, when I was about 18, my brother was talking about it, and he said, did you ever, play those records I left for you?
Brilliant.
He told my mum, he said, these are for Ricky. She just didn't tell me.
She was sharp, wasn't she?
She used opportunism there.
Oh, that's genius.
And, that was it. That's why I was good.
But you've never stolen anything since, have you?
No, I don't.
Except that spate of shoplifting after that to teach your mum a lesson.
yeah. Well, I went round and arson. No, I did. I just couldn't believe it. It was terrible.
I remember. I think all kids go through a phase of shoplifting. Well, and when I was going through it, I used to just little things, just like magic markers and magazines, Mars bars, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And
cigars and dildos.
And one day, right?
Same thing.
My mate Anthony, his mum called up my mum and said, I've got to meet up with you. I've got to have a word with you. And she said, what about? She said, I don't want to talk about it over the phone. So she goes, oh, right. Well, yeah, come round tonight then. So anyway, my mum sees me. She don't want to be in an awkward position and, like, be a bit embarrassed and what have you. So she sees me and she goes, right, Anthony's mum's coming round. What have you been doing?
Yeah.
So I go, oh, God. I said, I've been nicking stuff. So she goes, like, what? So, not big stuff. I've had a few calculators and Mars bars and stuff.
How many? I'll just work it out. Hold on. Works out at 7.2 per day.
So,
how many calculators do you need?
So it was when that phase...
You failed maths, didn't you?
Everyone wanted a calculator. It was like a trendy thing, wasn't it?
Right.
Oh, yeah. In Manchester a couple of years ago, yeah.
So anyway, I told her all this and I confessed to, like...
Computers will make it there one day.
I confessed to...
There's magic in the back of battery. Go on.
Confessed to nicking all this stuff. She comes round. She only wanted to borrow some money.
Brilliant.
She said, "Oh, I don't like asking. I was a bit embarrassed to ask you over the phone, but can I borrow 20 quid?"
Oh, that's fantastic.
And there's me. Bloody...
That's great.
And it's similar sort of thing to yours.
And did you...
And he went, hold on, Mum, let's just work out the interest on that. I bank 10%. She'll owe you £4.40. Yeah. Oh,
so your mum was a loan shark.
yeah.
And did she mention?
She went,
I just with that other, because what I'm saying is presumably you got your mate in trouble.
No.
Right, you didn't.
No.
She went, no worries, I'll just go and get my purse. It's on the dressing table.
Exactly. Yeah.
Carl,
do you want a cigar?
what other things you used to give away at your disco then that you'd find on the dressing table? You used to go into your parents' room and go, what can I give away tonight?
It was stuff like cigars. My dad liked cigars.
Yeah.
I had a pair of tights.
What do you mean?
Unopened. You know, you get them in like a long...
Who did you give that to?
Just whoever did the prize. It was stuff like, you know, we did like a little raffle.
Just imagine Carl going, this is for a pair
Who's
of
going joyriding this
Pretty
week?
Polly, sheer. Exactly.
Yeah, who's doing a bank job this week?
Exactly, that's what it was used for, yeah.
Just little bits, you know, unopened makeup, just stuff like that.
And did their parents not notice?
No, because it's stuff that you're not that bothered about. If a telly went missing, they'd notice it.
They would, wouldn't they? They'd be staring at a wall for 3 days.
But a pair of tights and a cigar and that, you got away with it.
Yeah.
But it's funny as well, because like you had 2 names. I just like remembered. I started off as Dazzling Darren's Disco, just because the first lights I could afford belonged to someone who had their name put in lights.
Right.
So I went along with that
You had
name
to
for a bit.
pretend you were called Darren.
That's lovely.
That's great.
Is it worth it?
Brilliant.
And then it went on to Pilkins Making Music.
Yeah.
Jeez.
That's great.
Anyway, should we have some more music? 'Cause,
Yeah,
we've
go
been
on.
waiting for
What
hours.
are you going to play, Carl?
We've got the Cooper Temple Claws
Oh,
lined up.
brilliant.
Yes, Steve Merchant here.
Merchant.
Steve Merchant.
Yeah. Okay, don't keep saying it.
And Carl, obviously, yeah.
Now,
Stop fiddling, Carl.
We've been digging around in Carl's office, haven't we?
As ever, Rick.
He's a little bit nervous about this,
well,
but he doesn't need to be.
I don't think he is.
You just need
because
to trust us, Carl. Just trust us. Trust us with the music. Trust us with the speech output. Trust us
Yeah.
with That's easy for me to say. Yeah.
But I'm conscious, Rick, that sometimes perhaps we're a little ill-prepared on the show, and I just wanted to make sure that we were sort of keeping ourselves abreast of developments, changes at the station, policy.
You said breast.
Thanks. You know, policies particularly, and I was lucky enough just to stumble across this, and I feel that actually a couple of weeks back we were a little ill-prepared because we hadn't read this.
Yeah.
This is the XFM information. It's the guidelines, if you will.
Sure.
On how to react to deaths, disasters, and other news emergencies.
Yeah, and there's very important ones, like
important
a royal
policies.
death. There's like, you know...
Well, there's
you
certain
have to- you
criteria.
have
I mean,
to-
obviously, the general guidelines state that occasionally something will happen in the world that prompts XFM to break away from the normal programming and react to our audience's feelings of shock or grief. As broadcasters, we have a duty to think
They're
carefully
not talking about our show, there, are they? They're talking about something happening
No,
there.
all shows.
I mean, no, like people being caused grief, just Carl's on the air.
Right.
You mean like, you know...
I mean, a bigger event.
A royal
yeah.
dying.
A royal dying or some kind of, you know, major disaster.
Sure.
We should be able to tailor our output to show that we feel the same way as the audience in these times of trouble.
No, definitely.
That would never involve the station shutting down completely, Rick.
No.
I want to reassure you of that now. And it would never involve playing classical music or stopping all speech content.
Sure. Because they put that in there because a lot of stations, that's exactly what they do.
Exactly.
But
wouldn't happen
XFM have deemed it that we don't have to go completely down the line there. We have to do it in
let me
our own
explain
little
why.
way. Go
People
on.
need company at times like this.
Yeah.
And should be able to look to us for both factual information and emotional reaction.
Sure.
We simply have to change our tone and our playlist to show that we're all feeling the same thing.
Right.
Be it, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening, or, well, it's pretty sad, but she was 101 after all.
And that's actually in that
That's
document,
what it
isn't
actually says in the general guidelines. That's as they are stated. If you should hear about the death of a major royal,
Yeah.
this is information that...
You're actually reading this, by the way,
Yeah,
aren't
I'm
you?
reading this out. What you should do is say nothing about this on air under any circumstances. Drop all the ads and promos from your schedule. And if Chris Smith, the news guy, is in the building, get him in the studio immediately.
Yeah.
That's what it says, Carl.
Yeah.
If Smitty is... I don't care where he is, I don't care if he's on holiday.
Let's phone him up
he's
now
abroad.
and tell him someone's died.
To see how he would react. Get him down here.
Get him down
See how long
yeah.
it takes him to get down here. Where
It's
does Smitty live?
Because I know where he lives. He lives in a cave and he slides down a pole.
Yeah.
And he gets into a car. His butler is up there and he sorts things out.
I suppose the approach there is that only Chris can deliver this tragic news.
Yeah.
If it was you or I...
Yeah, it wouldn't have the same. I remember. Do you remember the XFM as it first started? It launched the day after Princess Diana died.
I know.
And I'd never done radio before. I was nervous enough. and it was launched, and it was
Because was it the first night? Because what I've forgotten actually until you mentioned that then is of course you used to host your own phone-in show.
God.
I'd forgotten all about that.
Yeah.
Oh man, I
gave that up after a week because it was just too stressful.
I have never seen a man so petrified.
I know.
He spent all his time preventing people getting through on the phone lines.
Yeah.
He just wouldn't let people come on air.
And for when I had to go on air, right, my mates sort of like came over the first day, and they were mucking around, and I was having a drink with them where I used to work, and I was going, I've got to go on air in a minute, and I was like drinking shandy or something, because I was saying I didn't want to be drunk and everything, and I kept saying, don't swear. Telling my mates not to swear. They look at me like I was mental. I was going, don't swear, because I'll swear. I was terrified of two things. Just swearing, and operating the desk. I thought, I'm gonna, even if I get through operating the desk, I'm gonna swear. And it just, it was awful.
Didn't you spill coffee over the machine and then go, oh shit, on your first link? I can't remember. But I know it wasn't a triumph.
No, I started off with I was really like the music, and I started off with a classical piece by a bloke called Kuntz, who's a German composer.
Brilliant.
So I knew it was okay.
You were
then.
off. You were off.
Yeah.
And so how did it go then? Because
Oh, he's a composer. Look it up.
Yeah, I know he is.
Right, 08700 800 1234.
Yeah.
If you know what the composer I'm talking. What?
Yeah, we've done it now.
Chill out, Carl.
come
No,
on.
but you know what people are like?
What?
They take things badly, don't they?
Like who? Like what?
You just... It's like a bull to a red rag, whatever.
Yeah, but the thing is that we say bad words and we get in trouble. But I was listening to Heart the other day, and they played Luther Vandross, and that song, was it Never Too Much, Never Too Much? Play it a bit. The lyric is. Woke up today, looked at your picture just to get me started. That's filthy. Play it again.
Woke up today, looked at your picture just to get me started.
That's
just
depraved.
filthy. What a
What is he doing?
Just saying like that. Imagine that. He's got a young girl's picture, and he's going, oh, thanks for that. And he phones her up and goes, what did it say? You know that picture you gave me? She goes, yeah. He goes, well, I looked at it just to get me started. That poor young woman must...
I imagine more that, like, she's sleeping, and he just sneaks in and he's got a Polaroid camera, she wakes up, he goes, what are you doing? She goes, what are you up to? He goes, no, I'm just taking a picture. Well, why? I'm gonna write a song about
tomorrow, will you?
it. Yeah, you're going on holiday tomorrow, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I need
I
that.
just need something to get me started. What do you mean, get you started? Yeah, you know, in the morning.
And then that's on Heart.
All right.
6.2.
So don't come on air and tell us what we can or cannot say, and we can't say
classical composers' names or philosophers like Kant.
Exactly.
So don't tell us that, Carl.
All right.
Just play a record. What you got,
Play
Steve?
some Ride, Steve.
Yeah, I just think it's time that we listen to some Ride Rick. We haven't listened to them. I don't know about you and I, but I haven't listened to any for about 6-7 weeks.
Yeah.
Just thought it'd be good to have them on the air again.
Yeah.
And it's a tragedy they split up. This is the classic Chelsea girl. Play it. Absolute girl. Their lifetime.
I know. Yeah.
Right,
But
it's a great sound.
But influenced lots of bands at that
seems to
time.
me, yeah,
Sort of the old Britpop thing and the Wall of Sound and... They weren't... Were they shoegazers? Do you think they were, weren't they?
Well, that's what they thought of, because there was a lot of nude lead
Yeah.
guitar. But
Yeah.
good melodies as well, Rick, and that's always important.
It is to me.
I don't know about you, Carl, but it is important to us.
We've just had a couple of people, Sarah and Claire, call up and wish us luck for the BAFTAs, but for some reason they want one of us to do an impression of Leslie Phillips.
Can't do it.
I can't.
Doesn't he say ding dong?
And hello and all that.
That's not bad.
But I want Carl to do it though.
Yeah, go on, Carl.
Go on.
Hello.
Well done. Say ding dong.
Ding dong.
Nice.
Yeah. Do we do any other impressions?
No. I
Go.
can't think of any.
Hello. Do that.
Hello.
Yeah.
You look like a ventriloquist dummy.
Yeah,
Hello.
Brilliant.
Oh, Carl.
Do My Name is Bond, James Bond, as though it were Sean
My name's
Connery.
Bond. James Bond. Do that. Go on.
My name's Bond.
No, do it as though you were doing an impression.
Sean.
So I'm trying to be Scottish.
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah, sort of.
Perhaps a bit more specific than that. Sean Connery.
My name's Bond.
Keep going.
My name's Bond, James Bond.
Thank Jimmy Stewart. It's not that. This is the best fun. It's like having your very own Fisher-Price toy for 2 hours a week. It's great. Do Roger Moore. Do that.
Roger Moore.
Phyllis Pierce, Percy Sugden. I'm licensed to kill.
Anyway, she just said.
No, this is a great game.
No, that's enough.
We'll come back to this another time.
Yeah, anything you want Carl to do. Carl's homework today was come up with those, those lateral thinking things.
Go on.
Those stupid.
Oh, I hate them.
They're ridiculous, aren't they? Like a man went into a field and died, and you're meant to ask questions like, "Oh, was it?" And it turns out his parachute didn't open. So it's basically, it's not logic. It's what am I thinking?
Yeah. Well, there's that one where there's a man in. This is the worst I've ever heard.
Yeah.
A man is found dead, lying in a phone box.
Yeah.
Right. His wrists are cut. He's bled to death. And there's glass everywhere,
Yeah.
right? And the phone's hanging off the hook, right?
Yeah.
What happened to him,
I know this. Yeah.
right? Do you know what the answer is, Carl?
It's ridiculous.
He was a fisherman.
Yeah.
He was on the phone. Someone asked him how big his fish was. He did that gesture like fishermen always do to say it was much bigger than it actually
Put
was.
his arms out.
His arms went through the glass, and he slashed his wrists, and he died.
Why would you do that with someone on the phone when they can't see how big you're actually saying?
Well, that's one of the many problems with that, that conundrum.
Yeah, not the point we were making, but again, good. I mean, you're there. That is good thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, so what, you had to come up with some of these? I didn't know this was his challenge.
Yeah.
Have you come up with one?
I came up with 3, and they're all belters.
Are we gonna? Is it?
Oh, wow.
If it's as good as your quote about happiness that we had to guess which was yours and which was the real ones, like faking it, I cannot wait.
I'm looking forward to this.
I mean, I literally can't wait. Should we do it now?
Well, I'm tempted to save it because I just want to mention to people that they should be very excited because it's going to be Carl's special night tomorrow. You excited, Carl?
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is, me and Steve, because we were nominated, we get a guest.
For the BAFTA Awards.
And it doesn't say guest, it actually says, partner. So I'm taking, my partner. And, Steve's taking Carl.
Yeah.
But what Carl doesn't realise is, you will have to pretend you're his partner, otherwise you wouldn't be able
we'll
to
have to hold hands when we go on the red carpet.
Is this really your partner? It's not just a guest.
That's how it is. And either we go in like that or we can't get in.
You just have to be with him when you go up there. I mean, does he have to hold...
We should hold hands, but I think what we should do is just to make sure that there's nothing at all that, like, it's going to go wrong, we should just do a little kiss.
Just like, or be seen sort of like cheek to cheek, just to show them that, you're not... He's
like
not
Elton John and David
He's not just getting his mates in for a free meal. You are actually partners.
No, I'm not up for that.
Why not?
Well,
because we know we're not actually gay.
No, but
so it's not a problem.
You've come out of it looking quite good because you've got a good-looking fella. But I'm meant to look like, I mean, I'm not gay, but if I was, I don't think I'd go for your thing.
Oh, he's done you, Steve! It's turned on you again!
I cannot believe...
We were trying to get him.
Wait a minute. I have got the cream of London's totty phoning me up, trying to get an invite to the BAFTAs, right? We have very graciously asked you if you would like to come along.
Well, that worries me even more. That you've got women calling you up.
Carl,
I can't choose between them. If I let one of them down, they're gonna destroy them. They'll be ruined. Their lives will be ruined. It's better for me to take you and not, ruin the lives of any of those poor women.
When he told them he was taking you, it was like a scene from Graceland. There was just like
there was weeping.
They were crying. Like
it was horrible.
Hundreds of them, and
really?
He just went. And
I got upset.
He just had to say, "Look, just chill out, bitches," didn't you?
I did. I just said, you're all my hoes, but I can't choose between you.
So I'm taking Carl. He could get you discount frocks.
No, I had a letter from the people that there's an organisation. No, listen, Carl. There's an organisation that sponsors the BAFTA Awards in terms of clothes and fashion. They've sent me a letter. They said your partner. They've not specified the sex. They've said your partner can come along and choose an outfit. Now I suspect, by the look of it, it is a woman's outfitters. I'm thinking we could get you a lovely trouser suit.
Well, it
may look feminine, right? But I think people will be fooled.
It'd just be a little bit roomy in the hip and probably narrow on the shoulders. But you're a bit skinny. Why don't you take it? Because it's a lot of an insult.
And maybe just some pearls as well. Be lovely.
Wouldn't you want...
I haven't got anything sorted to wear yet.
See, you're slagging me off. You're likely to end up going in a tracksuit.
Yeah.
I'm going out today. I've never bought a suit since I was like 11. Right? I went to my brother's wedding. That's the last time I wore a suit.
Right.
Really? And you can't get anywhere near it now, can you?
Can't get into that.
No.
No. That was a good day.
What was it? What sort of suit was it?
It was like a sort of a grey silver one.
Excellent.
Quite flary.
Nice. Well, try and go
little
for something
grey
similar.
silver one. Just think that with your little round head, what did that look like?
I looked all right.
Like he'd landed from the...
Yeah,
just landed on
it's
her.
like, who's the
They walk among
spaceman?
us.
I didn't really need to wear a suit either because I hardly went into the church. I was in the car park, right? And it's when my brother was in the army and he had a Ford Capri with one of them horns that goes.
And you just sat there.
Why didn't he come in his tank?
I just sat in that doing that all day, and the vicar was getting well annoyed with me.
What, when the service was on?
Yeah. It was
Brilliant.
driving everyone
Well,
up the wall.
were you just allowed to do what you wanted when you were growing up? Like Nelson Muntz from The Simpsons? Were you just allowed, didn't matter, was there any discipline? You didn't have teachers, you didn't, no one just, why didn't someone come out and...
I got a couple of good idings off my dad a couple of times.
What for?
Just being mopey most of the time. If I had a strop on, he'd hate that.
He'd go out and burn something down or nick something, but don't wander around with your head down.
well-
Didn't he smack you for not liking a castle once?
Yeah.
No, what's that? What's that?
Went to Carnarvon the other day, and I was bored. I was at that age when I just wanted to go in an arcade, and my dad was saying, come and see the castle, you know, there's history here, and I still don't like castles. It's one of them things that, again, just too far back to sort of even think about people living in them.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So I was just like, look, it's a wreck, you know, knock it down, flatten the thing.
Sure.
And I was being really mopey.
Isn't that great?
And it's weird, because now, like, my mum and dad have retired and gone to Wales.
Yeah.
And now and again he texts me there, and every time we get to the point where he gave me a clout, he goes, "You're getting flashbacks, son."
Yeah. Well, a sobering lesson for you.
Yeah.
You're not on the British Heritage Committee anymore, are you? This is the National Trust land. Tarmac it. The biggest car park in Britain, for Christ's sake.
So,
So look, you're looking forward to the awards, are you, tomorrow? You better say yes, because otherwise...
no, it'll be all right. I mean, I've told a couple of people, and they got like, "God, you're dead lucky."
Yeah.
You know, in a way.
Oh, they're dead lucky. It's like Santa's coming, isn't it?
It's,
The other way people talk to Carl, you're a lucky boy, aren't you? Going to the BAFTAs with Steve?
It's just a posh raffle at the end of the day, though, isn't it? Do you know what I mean?
In a sense.
It's, you know, there's going to be some...
They give away some tights and
Yeah,
cigars.
exactly, yeah. It's Chris Tower goes, I went into my parents' house, I found these just lying around.
Oh, but winners and losers, and,
but
and
what...
food.
Well, quite, yeah, but what is exciting, surely, is the razzmatazz and the brushing shoulders with the rich and famous.
I'm not into that.
You're not?
No.
I don't think you're going to appreciate this like we thought
It's
you would.
weird, because Suzanne said to me this morning, who would you like to meet there? Is he anyone who, like, you know, you can get close to, and it's like, God, you know, I really admire your, you know, big fan of yours, whatever.
And it's me and Steve, so you're here now.
Well, you know...
I really admire your big fanny. I didn't...
What did you say?
What did you say?
You know, if you're a big fan of anyone...
Oh, right, yeah.
And,
Sorry.
there isn't anyone, really. Do you know what I mean? I
Isn't
like,
there?
you know, you two are all right.
Thanks.
Jonathan Ross, is he going?
He might do, I don't know.
But
Is
hang
that
on, wait a minute.
something
I can't help but feel we could have exploited this more. We could have maybe run a competition to let someone win. You
Yeah.
know, if you're not going to appreciate it, Carl.
Yeah. Are you going to get a trouser suit? Are you going to get a ladies' trouser suit? I just think then, if you go sort of like looking macho and walking down with him, you know, they know that you're not really partners. And I just think it's a slap in the face for BAFTA.
What you wear, though, look at Elton
Can't
John's.
you mince a little bit? Can't you at least sort of walk a little bit mincy? Because you've got such a macho
What's
sort of
the
mank
matter?
walk.
Elton John's fella doesn't look gay and the stuff he wears and that, does he? Do you know what I mean? It means nothing.
No, but that's because Elton's doing the work for him.
No, but...
By dressing as, like, some kind of restoration dame.
Yeah, I love the fact he dressed as Anne Widdecombe for special occasions and has his hair done like her. That's great.
Anyway, music.
But, yeah, this is a very underrated album. It's Richard Ashcroft's Alone With Everybody, and I know it got a bit of a slag and it didn't sell as well as it was because people were going, oh, it's no urban hymns, and it maybe it's not, but he got criticised for being pop, but this is a great tune on here. You On My Mind in My Sleep, and I think it's really good. Ashcroft there. And You On My Mind in My Sleep. Is that one, Carl?
It's all right. Yeah.
Good, okay.
nothing-
What I did want to do is, I want to play some, adverts now. Just- There Goes the Fear on XFM 104.9. Well, into the last hour, and then only 2 more shows.
That's true enough.
And we're away for 3 months. I'm Ricky Gervais.
Obviously, yeah.
Steve Merchant, little Carl. Now, Carl, his homework was to come up with those stupid lateral thinking problems.
We maybe should give an example of the. sort of genre.
Romeo and Juliet. Right, Romeo's asleep on the bed, Juliet's on the floor, covered in water and broken glass. What happened? and you ask all these stupid questions, and it's Romeo's a cat and Juliet's a goldfish. Again,
Awful.
what am I thinking?
Yeah.
Yeah, come on then, Carl.
Right, first one.
Yeah.
There's a bloke lying on the floor, right? He's cut his head, blood's coming out of his head, and all his mates come running up, and they're all stood round him.
Yeah.
And they don't take their hats off as a mark of respect.
That is outrageous.
Why didn't they take their hats off?
I'm laughing, but it's probably as good as the real
absolutely.
No, these are really good.
Did you make them all up?
Yeah.
No, I mean, did you make up all the ones that already exist?
No.
That would make a lot of sense.
Right, a bloke's fallen with his... Yeah.
He's lying on the floor.
Yeah.
He's dead.
Yeah.
His mates come running up.
Was it important that his head was cut?
I don't know. I mean,
Would it have been okay if he'd have been wearing a hat? He wouldn't have been dead if he was wearing a hat.
What's your answer?
No, you're meant to answer questions. You don't just go, what's your answer? You say, where's the turns? And you go, no, and I have to guess. It's obviously like sort of motorcycle stunt team or a parachute.
Why didn't they take their hats off?
Because they're probably still on the motorbikes or something, or...
Well, yeah, but if you mark a respect to someone, you could take your helmet off.
I'm getting angry.
What? They're parachutists.
Why couldn't they take their helmets off?
Because they're
coming down from the sky.
But he's on the floor dead.
Well, yeah, but they can look down and see him on the floor.
Are they on the floor, Carl?
They're on the floor as
They're
well.
walking, are they?
Yeah, well, they sort of stood there looking at him.
They're stood there.
Yeah.
They're stood on the floor looking at him.
They're soldiers.
Why? But why? If
because it might be in a battle zone. They might have their helmets on, and he's been shot in the head.
No.
Well, that does work. You see, this is my point. That one works. That one works. Unless you've given us a piece of information where that doesn't work. What's the difference? Why is yours different to he's been shot in the head in the trenches, and they're looking at him and they keep their helmets on?
I just don't think it matters as much. If they're in the trench, they're already guarded a little bit. So they could take their hats off. It's the best mate, for God's sake.
Okay, he's dwelling on this. Are they normal hats?
What kind of hats are
I'll give
they?
you the answer.
No! Don't get ratty!
What kind of hats are they? Baseball hats?
If I told you what sort of hats they are, you'd have the answer.
Wow! Okay, I've got to guess what sort of a hat it is then, have I?
Right.
Is it a trilby?
No.
Is it a bowler?
I know what it is.
What?
They're spacemen.
No. Oh, that's a good
that
one.
That one works as well. This is my point.
I like that one a lot.
It works. He's fallen on the moon, and they're... not that the moon happened, it was set up, wasn't it, in the studio, we know that, yeah. Okay, Carl, what's your answer?
Builders on a building site.
Why is that different to soldiers?
Because bricks don't fall in wars.
But bullets fly!
Right, next one.
No, let's play a record and we'll come back to it, Carl, while you think about what you've done.
Oh, yeah. You've embarrassed
Let's
yourself.
play some classic Suede.
Yeah, and this is for David and Kieran, I think, who wanted a bit of Butler at his best.
Come on, crack it on. I hate you, Butler. Coming next, your next lateral problem number 2. Brilliant.
Suede there.
Indeed.
I think their second or third single.
Brilliant.
All the way back. 10 years ago.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Metal Mickey. On XFM 104.9.
Was it 10 years ago?
Must have been, mustn't it?
Wow.
I think, was Drowners 91? I think so.
Drums.
Yeah. Go on.
Right.
Go on then, Carl.
Second one then. This is a bit easier, but I still think it's a good one.
So this is, we should explain what this is if you just tuned in.
It's one of those stupid lateral thinking problems.
That Carl himself has created.
Yeah, that was his homework.
Right, this one. It's a fella. He has a normal day doing stuff. Nothing wrong with him. Right. And
it's the twist in the tale. It's just like Tales of the Unexpected. Yeah. Just a normal day, nothing wrong with him. Hold on, though, he's got the legs of a fish. Go on.
So,
that's why he's been hiding his legs.
So
Go on.
He does his
the legs of a fish.
Sorry, Carl, carry on.
He has his working day and that, and then he gets a bit tired. Goes to bed. He puts the light on, leaves it on, goes to bed.
Oh.
That's crazy.
That's mental. I can't think what's happened. Anyway, here's Radiohead. Right, okay. What? The question is, why does he put the light on when he's going to bed?
He's had a normal day, he's come home from work. Is that right? He's come home from work, or he's not been working?
Yeah,
he's just been out?
No, it's been working and stuff, I think.
You think? You've made it up, Carl, you can decide.
So, the question is, why has he put the light on when he's asleep? There's a reason that he's put the light on when he's asleep.
Has he gone to sleep?
No, Carl, don't shrug. You're meant to answer these questions.
He put the light on before he went to bed.
Yeah, and the question you're asking me is why? What's the scenario?
And the light's on and that, but he's gone to sleep.
Yeah.
He started reading and then he fell asleep.
No.
Did he so he intentionally, for some reason, put the light on?
Every night. It's mad. Sounds mad.
That's Carl, doesn't it?
Every night he does it.
Yeah.
He puts the light on.
Carl, is the point of this he puts the light on for a very good reason?
Not for us, but for some people.
He's blind, and it's always been on, and he thinks he's turning it off, but it was on in the day, and he thinks he's turning it off, but he's turning it on because he's blind.
That'd be stupid.
That works.
No, that works great, Rick.
Yeah. Thank you, Carl. So you've got to come up with what...
Hang on. If
What?
you're blind, why would you put a light on?
No, he thinks it's off.
Yeah.
But why would he turn it on anyway?
Just think so he doesn't get burgled, so people know he's in because he can't see him. So he just he puts the light on when he's there, then he turns the light off when he goes to bed, so people think it's fine. But he's got it out of kilter, and actually he's walking around in the dark all day.
I don't believe that if you're blind you turn your light on.
I don't think you'd be living on your own, would you?
I'm not having that for a
Do
second.
blind people live on their own?
I'm not having that for a second. Well, some people do. Lonely blind people live on their own.
No, if you got bad eyes.
What, any of them women? Are there any blind women who are living on their own? Rick? No, I mean, if you know of some blind women.
Oh, wait, 700, 800, 1234. We've gone through this.
If you are a blind woman
with no standards and you don't care annoying voices and smell,
yeah,
then get in touch with you.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be within the ages of, say, 25 to 65. You know,
Right.
well, call it 75.
You fussy all of a sudden. Yeah, go on.
If you were blind, would you live in London? Because someone said yesterday there was one struggling outside in Leicester Square, and I don't understand. If you were, I mean, you know,
That might have been a tourist.
But why come to London if you're blind? It's the worst place in the world to come if you're blind.
To hear the sights.
To hear the sights.
It's a bit mad, isn't it?
They do the same job.
They have tourist needs like anyone else.
Yeah.
No, but it sort of stinks, and you'd go away going, "Oh, it's not that good." I just thought I thought it was a bit weird.
Well, never mind your concern for the partially sighted or sight impaired people coming to London. Get on with this.
Yeah. So there he is.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, a bit tired.
Yeah.
Just put the light on. Get to bed.
Yeah. So he turns the light on and he goes to bed.
Yeah.
Oh.
Should we play a track?
He's not sleeping on the job. He's a lighthouse keeper.
Well done.
Is he a lighthouse
That's
keeper?
not it, Carl.
He's a lighthouse keeper.
Right. Why wasn't the light on all the time?
Because it's light in the day.
You idiot. Play a record.
What?
Play a record. You're a buffoon.
No, actually, the light is not.
"100 Reasons" and Silver on XFM 104.9. I love the fact that Carl went a little bit mental then. So happy that he thinks that a lighthouse keeper pops the light on at the same time every... Are you telling me it was never foggy?
Everyone has a routine in the job.
And why was he going home from work knackered? What had he been doing all day?
He never said he went home knackered.
He did. He said he went home, he's just done a day's work, he said he went home knackered and puts the light on and goes to sleep. That's what he said.
Yeah, but he's maybe a part-time lighthouse keeper.
Oh, what does he do? Works in the library, does he, as well?
No, listen, Rick,
Hang on.
look, I'm really with Carl here.
What?
He definitely got you. He
Anyway,
stitched
I
you
got
up
it right.
and proper.
Anyway, I got it
yeah,
right.
but then you embarrass yourself by
He's
saying
stupid.
But
He's stupid.
You would never put
What's
a
the next
lighthouse light on during the day.
What's the next
And
one?
he'd been painting it that day.
Oh, had
It
he?
was extra shattered.
Right, okay.
The next one, last one, this.
Yeah.
Lateral thinking.
Lateral thinking.
And you've written this yourself? You've had no help from anyone?
No, I've come up with these on my own.
Okay.
Right, last one.
Yeah.
This bloke.
It's always this bloke. Yeah.
This bloke, he's got a brother that is never met. Right? They got separated at birth.
Right.
You know, anyway, he gets a letter in the post.
Yeah.
He says, "Oh, I tracked you down.
Yeah.
Meet me at the airport."
Yeah.
Okay.
Soon as he gets to the airport,
Yeah.
he goes, "There he is," and he goes walking over. How did he know that was his brother? He'd never seen a
They were
picture.
twins. They looked exactly the same.
They were born the same day.
No, Steve's got it.
Yeah. That's what I mean. So he knew they were born the same day, so he knew they were twins, yeah.
I didn't say they were born on the same day, did I?
No, I'm just reiterating.
They would be, though, if they looked
Yeah.
identical.
Yeah.
Sorry about that when we've got you there, Carl, mate.
Yeah.
You're quite upset about that. That was 1 out of 3, though. That's
What
not
about
bad.
this then? Do you know that when two brothers born on the same day of the same mother and the same father, but they weren't twins? Why?
Say that one again.
Two brothers
Yeah.
are born on the same day of the same mother and father, but they weren't twins. Why not? This is good radio.
You see, the problem is I heard you saying to Steve, I'm going to do that one about the shark in the pool, so I'm trying to think.
This has nothing to do with that one, though, is it? Clearly.
Give him the answer, Rick.
The answer is they were two of triplets.
Right.
I had another brother. So do you want to do the one about the shark in the
Yeah, go
swimming
on.
pool?
Yeah.
Okay. A bloke, just in his swimming trunks, walks into a swimming pool full of man-eating sharks. He walks around for a bit and slowly gets out the other side, and he's not bitten or anything. Why not?
Because they'd already eaten.
No, they're starving hungry.
He walked through the water.
Yeah.
He wasn't like a bridge.
No, he actually was in the water, soaking wet, the sharks.
He had like a metal suit on.
No, naked apart from swimming trunks.
There were real sharks.
Real sharks.
Swimming about. They
Swimming
were
sharks, man-eating,
starving.
hungry,
They
yeah.
were really hungry.
Yeah.
This fella gets into the same pool.
Yeah,
It's the same pool.
exactly.
He walks right. He gets in the steps.
Yeah.
He walks down. He walks
Yeah,
across.
yeah,
He's in the water.
yeah,
Up to his neck.
yeah,
And the sharks are near him.
yeah, they're attacking him.
They're attacking him.
They're actually attacking him.
But he still gets out. Okay.
Yeah, walks out the other side. And hasn't got a mark on him.
I don't know.
Go on, Rick, what's the answer?
Yeah, I was lying about the sharks.
There weren't any sharks
No,
in
I
there.
was lying about the sharks. Completely lying, just made it up. Just an empty pool.
That's just stupid.
That's our point. They're rubbish.
Oh, dear. Oh. Oh, dear.
Rubbish. Right.
Look at his face!
He's so offended.
Oh, offended and confused.
Come on, play a song.
No, go on then.
Good Fortune, PJ Harvey on XFM 104.9. I'm Ricky Gervais, obviously. Steve, Carl. I've got a real one for you. This is a logic question, not a stupid one. Just very quickly.
Go on.
10 black balls in a bag and 10 white balls in a bag. Yeah. How many balls do you have to pull out to ensure you've got a pair of the same colour?
Well, what's stopping you putting your hand in and pulling out?
Jesus.
For
Because I asked for the minimum number. So how many do you have to pull out to ensure you've got a pair? That doesn't say all of them. That'll
Right,
ensure it.
no,
What's the minimum number you have to pull out?
11. Because if the
Why
chance-
do you need 11?
What? Because
Sorry, go on.
there's 10 black balls, 10 white balls, yeah?
Yeah.
Say if you're, for some reason, you pulled out all the 10 black balls.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. You'd have a pair, wouldn't you?
You'd have a pair.
After the first two.
Yeah.
So what's the minimum number you have to pull out to ensure...
Two.
No, because you might pull a white one and a black one.
Yeah, but... I don't understand what you're saying.
Sometimes I get that impression, the way you look at me like Helen from Big Brother.
Yeah, but
I've
this
always assumed that.
Look,
Right. What's the minimum number you have to pull out to ensure you have two of the same colour?
3.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can use that one.
Yeah. That's a good one.
So what's the minimum number you have to pull out to ensure you have 4 of the same colour?
Oh, God. 8.
Was that a guess?
I don't know. I understand the first one. We've done it now.
Okay, alright, we'll leave
I
it
get
there.
that, it's good.
Good. Okay. Now
White Van Carl?
this is this is where we
Oh, it's too much.
If you'd have seen his face then, Steve, his eyebrows sort of went down while you were doing that face. He genuinely looked pained.
It's like you're back at school, isn't it?
It's starting to get hard work now.
No, okay, we just do White Van Carl then. This is your opinions. You can't be wrong on this, can you?
There's no right or wrong answer here. Okay.
Right.
But so this is where we ask Carl his views on the big news stories of the week. Basically, we've stolen an idea from the Sun newspaper, and
So this isn't cruel, this programme, is it?
oh, I don't think so.
Picking on me.
It's not, is it?
It's weird because a few people have said, "Oh, you're picking on me." It depends how you look at things, isn't
Sure.
it?
Yeah. But you do you like it?
I mean, we could look at it like it's a laugh, so it's not a problem for us.
You know we like you. You know you're our favourite,
Yeah.
I'm going to say thing in the world, but I don't mean that, in a derogatory way.
No, I'm cool with it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. So your views, please, on the fact that attitudes are changing to the possible marriage of Charles and Camilla.
Oh, what do you think of that?
The roars at the moment, because the recent tragedies are apparently high in the polls, and people are coming around to the idea of Charles and Camilla getting hitched. What's your thought?
Whatever, really. I mean, if they're happy with it. The thing that comes out of it most is it just goes to show, right, that there is someone for everyone. Just because, I mean, no disrespect to Camilla, I'm not a good-looking person either, but she isn't a stunner, and yet she's gone and picked up a royal. Right?
Yeah.
So I think it's good for things like that to happen, because it cheers you up. Do you know what I mean? Gives you a bit of hope.
Thanks, Carl.
So, yeah, it's good. You know, if they're happy. If anyone's happy, it's a good story, innit?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, he's had a bit of bad luck, and now he's got someone else in his life, so...
While he's doing this, I'm just doing a list of questions to ask him what he thinks of things in the world. Is that all right?
Yeah, no problem.
No problem.
Okay, what do you make of... Well, now listen, this may be a non-story, or it may be the biggest story that's about to break. Ulrika Johnson and Sven-Goran Eriksson's affair. Are you familiar with this? It's over the papers today. Apparently, Ulrika and Sven are going out, although there appears to be no evidence for this.
Yeah, I don't even give it time of day.
Do you not?
Quite
right, well done.
Doesn't affect me whatsoever, as long as he does his job well.
Yep.
And what's she doing at the moment?
Presenting Dog Eat Dog, I think.
Right, you know...
As long as she does her job well.
As long as they both do their jobs well.
Well, yeah, at the end of the day, that's going on with a lot of people out in the world, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Just because he's an England boss, as long as, you know, we win the games and that, he's doing his job. If she's, you know, gets a dog winning a prize or whatever...
No, okay, it's not worth it, carry on.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So...
It's a dog winning a prize.
I haven't seen Dog Eat Dog. What's it about?
It's alright, go on.
So that's it, yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay,
what about this then? Are you disappointed by the nation that a third of us are apparently unaware of St. George's Day?
23rd.
Is St. George's Day the one with the snakes that we've talked about?
No, that's...
Are you one of that third, do you think?
St. George is the patron saint of England who killed the dragon.
Yeah, I mean, there's too many of these days, isn't there? That's the problem. If you make it a bit more special, like Christmas, so you buy presents and that for each other, then people will remember it. But there's so many these days, with Easter and Pancake Tuesday and all that. So, it's not surprising. I think as time goes on, we'll find that a lot of these days will just disappear, because, you know, people are busy.
There'll be new ones, won't there?
I don't know, people
There'll be like
busy.
Gareth Gates Day in 50 years' time.
It's just weird. I mean, I remember being a kid, right, going out on a Sunday and shops would be shut, because it was like, you know, the day of rest and all that. People don't care now. It's like, well, we can make some more money, we'll open the shops.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Is that a good or a bad thing, Carl?
It's good, because I remember I used to have to get up early to go and get some bread if we didn't have any in. Because the shop would only be open for a couple of hours in the morning.
Yeah.
Whereas now I'd be able to...
Yeah, I remember that. Shops and you couldn't get aspirin and stuff, certain things,
yeah. Nightmare on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah,
so
that's right, yeah. And pubs didn't open until 12.
Do you remember space operas?
Yeah, shut up. Can I ask you something?
Go on.
Okay, I've got a little list of things. What do you think of, like, those pug dogs that are bred and they can hardly breathe?
Evil.
Yeah. What do you think of, gays?
They're alright. Do you know what I mean? Just like straight people, you get bad ones, you get good ones.
Exactly.
Right?
We've learned a lesson today, haven't we?
Absolutely.
Let's play a record.
Yeah? What do you fancy? A bit of Radiohead?
Yeah.
You don't mind, though, if people think we're gay, for instance, when we go to the BAFTAs
No,
tomorrow?
that's terrible. I don't want that happening.
Why?
Hey?
Why?
Because I'm not. That'd be a lie. I don't like lying. If I was, I'd say I was gay,
Yeah.
but I'm not.
We'll say you were, just pretend.
We won't get in otherwise.
No.
Just a little kiss and a cuddle.
Say I'm a bit gay.
No. I'm not gay.
On XFM 104.9. Wow, near the end of the show, isn't it? You had a good time, Carl?
It's been alright. I knew it wasn't going to be a belter today.
Why? What do you mean? What's up with it?
Because what happens, the last 2 weeks have been quite good, and we always tend to have 2 good ones, and then one that's just alright.
Well, let the listening public be the judge of that.
Well, yeah,
What-
and the Sony committee.
Yeah, what do you want to do? A clip show of the best... We should do that for our last show. People should vote for their favourite hilarious link.
Yeah.
And then we can put it together on a tape. Right? Is there a rock commentator there that wants to release the bit like, I love...
Including
Ricky
such
Steve-
favourites as, do you like gays?
And this lad, he had a horse.
Yeah.
Oh, I scored once, I was stung by a bee. And who can forget? That's lovely. Should you do that? Can you have you kept all these on tape?
Yeah.
So can you do a compilation?
Oh,
People
it's hard-
phone
it's
in.
hard work,
No,
though.
the next 2 weeks, phone in for your favourite clip.
No.
Carl, how can they get hold of you, Carl, in the week? What's your
direct
email? What's your
mobile
email?
number?
What's
It's
your
my-
email?
It's my name with xfm.co.uk.
So Carl Pilkington.
Carl.Pilkington.
Carl
With
dot
a K. Carl with a K.
Yeah. Carl.Pilkington at xfm.co.uk.
Yeah.
Vote your favourite link of the last 3 months. We should make a little compilation and sell it. And we get like Radiohead. They'd love to be on the compilation with us, wouldn't they? Wouldn't they?
Oh, wow.
Anyway,
Yeah.
right, do you know, like, you're always giving me questions in the week, you're always saying things like, if I put you in this situation, what would you do?
Like
It'd be
what? Like what?
It'd be bizarre things.
Like what though? Say one.
If you had to lick Barbara Cartland's face,
Yeah.
would it be the right cheek or the left cheek? Or,
Sorry, does Barbara want her face being licked? No, I'm just saying if that's what she's into, then I don't
She's
mind
dead.
popping...
She's dead. Yeah.
So,
Isn't she? Isn't she?
I don't think she
Just
is.
be careful because you can't libel the dead. So I want to make sure she's dead before we start saying horrendous things.
But I don't think she is dead. I'm almost certain
No.
she's not.
I don't think so.
No, she's not.
Phone, is Barbara Cartland dead? 08700 800 1234.
We'll have to get Chris in. So listen, right? So anyway, he always calls up with, like, bizarre stuff like that. And I was watching a programme the other night about snakes.
Right.
And it was like, don't walk through a river that's full of snakes because
Good work, good advice.
they if you've got a kid in the car or in the house, turn your radio down if you don't want them to hear stuff like this. But yeah, they go for your apple.
Why?
I don't know, they just do.
They think it's another little snake
Maybe.
with swollen
With
cheeks.
earrings.
With earrings, yeah.
So,
Or an anaconda in my case.
With one eye.
I'm really joking.
So yeah, and I said to Ricky, what would you do,
Although
right?
it's very scaly.
You two in the woods, you're having a wander, Steve.
Having
having a wander.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You walk through the river.
What, me?
And yeah,
Okay.
because you're tall, so it's like you can check out how deep it is before Ricky goes through.
Right.
Yeah.
Which you do
That sounds right.
You do that sometimes, don't you? Yeah.
But a snake bites your tackle,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and
Say penis.
yeah,
It's the correct word for
I
it. It's
know,
not
but I don't-
offensive.
it doesn't sound nice.
Say it. Say
Yeah,
it.
penis, but I don't.
Oh,
like
you
the sound of it.
dirty little...
No,
You
no,
dirty little slut, Carl. You're a dirty
it's
little...
just one of those words.
Right,
Yeah.
carry on with the... Let's carry on. What's the story? I'm wandering through a river.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and the snake
Bites.
your penis.
Right.
And
You know Ricky, like, doesn't leave, like, WC1. Why on earth we're going to be anywhere near a river where there's sort of...
Well, anyway.
Snakes.
Yeah.
anyway,
Yeah.
you are in this situation.
Yeah.
Okay.
The snake bites you, and I said to Ricky, if it was a matter of life or death, would you suck out the poison? What do you think he said? And the bit I made, because he was thinking about it, you know, like, oh God, well, he's my best mate and everything. What will I do? And I said, and then Steve starts sort of groaning like he's enjoying it.
I'm just trying to remember what I did do. What did happen in that instant?
Okay.
So I've been bitten on the penis by a snake.
Yeah, there's poison in
There's
your
no
cock.
poison in it.
Yeah.
I've had a go at trying to suck it out myself.
Yeah. Yeah, but
That's not
you've
worked.
never mastered that
I've never
one
been
yet.
able to master that.
Yeah, yeah. It's just such a long spine and such a short, stubby knob that he's got
Exactly.
no chance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
What
so
would
I
you
have to
do?
get.
He's even had lip extensions, haven't you? Yeah, go on.
And would Ricky suck it out? Almost certainly not.
Yeah, that's the answer.
Yeah, he'd let me die a hideous, horrible
I'd
death.
go, is there anyone you want a towel? Do you want me to call your mum and dad?
Yeah.
How should I tell him you died? Is they tell him I died taking a bullet for a lady?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was beating up some, yeah. some nasty people.
Yeah. Would you at least run into the woods and try and find some kind of animal that could do it for me? Some of those monkeys look like they got a good technique.
Right.
Stop it.
One more song.
Yeah.
Only time for song for the what's it?
Oh, we got to share this one then. But we're doing this one.
I thought there was two.
No, we've run out of time.
Well, this is in the Guardian because they printed my favourite song is "If You See a Sailor." It's "If You See a Say Hello" by Bob Dylan.
Okay.
It's a song for the ladies and lovers.
Right, that's it.
And I can't believe we weren't allowed to talk about monkeys giving blowjobs. Since when is that taboo? It's nature, Carl.
They go absolutely mental.
They love it.
May God sleep on your pillow, may he hold you in the hollow of his hand. May the roads ride with you, fair weather to your heels. May the wind be ever at your back. And may you be a long time in heaven before the devil knows you're God.
There is a world as tangible as our own, impossible to see yet unavoidable to sense. A world enveloped by a seemingly unending ocean of forests. Buried deep in that forest, tucked away neatly within a blanket of twilight, lies a quaint little cabin. And in that cabin
is a bunch of guys who's a bunch of bullshitter. Welcome, boys and girls, to the latest Sleepy Cast.
Hey!
Hey. Here we've got your host, Stamper TV.
Hey!
There it is. Corey Spaz Kid. And Niall.
Hey!
I'm Niall.
Now, do you have another name yet? Is it like Cryburger?
Yeah, I gotta change that though. I don't want to promote any Cryburger shit because that is terrible.
It always makes
How'd you
me
choose that
hungry.
name?
Yeah, I don't have a terrible.
How'd you choose it?
It's the same way you kind of choose your old ones because when I was younger, I just made like a trolling
Oh, is that like a
account.
French,
trolling account.
hey, have a Cryburger and some French
No, there was no
French wines?
there was no
When you're bitching and moaning about
it's just something that popped into my head in like a second. I didn't even think about it. I just
My
wrote it down
trolling-
because it
I
was
don't
a trolling.
think it's the word. I don't think it's a bad.
I don't
my
like
trolling
it.
name.
I cringe.
Do
when
you know
I
what my
cringe.
trolling name was? It was Chain Reaction.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty gay.
No,
Wait, you guys may have not known this, but Mick is half Chinese, half Irish, right?
Yeah.
Rice,
Yeah.
pirate.
Yeah.
right, so rice, Chinese, pirate, steal software.
Well, no, not a Somalian
Hold on.
pirate.
Why did you say Irish though? What did that have to do
I don't know,
with
but the
pirates?
pirate accent is kind of the same as the
I
Irish.
suppose. Yeah.
I don't know. Was that not intentional?
What was your trolling account name?
My trolling account?
Yeah.
I never made a troll account.
You fucking...
Are
Dude.
trolling
You know
accounts
what?
a thing?
Yeah, I made one when I was young. Like this was about 10 years ago.
That's where
Yeah,
you
this
sign
is-
up
this
for an
is-
extra account to fuck with people?
yeah,
Yeah.
I was 14
You
when I
have-
made
you
one.
have-
Be a man. If you want to
Nobody-
fuck with people,
I was
use your
14.
own
I
account.
was 14. I'm
Stamper,
scared.
anyone
Scared
born
little boy.
after anyone born in 1990 or later.
It's a 2000 thing. You wouldn't
Yeah,
get it.
exactly. If you were born in the 80s, you don't even know what the fucking shit. You wouldn't do it because guess what? When you have a problem with someone, you fucking walk right up to him, you look him dead in the eye, and you fucking say your problem.
Do you
don't
really know
create
me?
some alternate account using some fake ass information so you can sit behind
Nick.
your little shield and throw potatoes at people.
Here's
Nick,
my
like-
Nile account on the side. You're a faggot. And then I go back.
I
and
got you.
And then I pay my power bill.
Yeah, and then you go home and you think about how awesome you burned somebody with a name they never even heard
That's
of. or
quite
cared
accurate,
about.
except my mom paid my power bill for me. That's
While
And she had
people
an
are
alt account too,
slamming
and
on
she
your
was like,
fucking
"You're
door
a
to steal your
faggot."
couch and fucking
that to do-
repo your shit.
No.
Because you're a horrible person.
Corey has a French background.
And you know, some French people are actually quite religious. Did you know that, Stamper?
I did, but I thought the Irish.
I thought the world was religious.
World is, you know,
The
for the
Irish?
you know what is the percentage of people that are religious? Because I grew up thinking that a lot more people were atheists than.
I always felt like there
I
was
would say
kind of
most
like
people are religious.
everybody is
That's
born.
weird to me.
Everyone's born into religion, and then you kind of like make your choices as you grow up, deciding if you want to stick with it or move on.
We're
Except if you're from the Middle East, where if you try to
you're-
decide to move on, you get your head.
Yeah, well, let's not talk
Get
about
beheaded,
that.
Irish people are primarily Catholic, right?
Primarily
well,
Catholic.
yeah. Well, they all pretend they're Catholic, but no one's really religious. They all just say they are because they like go to mass and they all meet each other.
Go into that. Hold on. You said they pretend they are, so explain that more.
They don't really believe in God. Like you don't have the Bible beaters like you have here. You have the guys who just kind of go to church on Sundays,
Thumpers.
just so the rest of the neighborhood will see
Thumpers.
them at church and be like, okay.
Bible
Like
thumpers.
Bible thumpers.
Is that what it is called?
Yeah, not Bible beaters. We don't beat Bibles.
They're not like.
Though I like
white
that
trash
better because
wives.
of the alliteration.
Yeah,
Bible
it's just
beater.
the alliteration kind of
Sounds
came
good
out
to
of
me.
Bible beater. I think I said.
I mean, realistically,
I think we should get rid of thumper and change it.
Actually, yeah, that's a good now because it's like you beat off to the Bible.
Yeah, there's multiple meanings. It's
Bible beating.
Hey, you can't say that.
It's like a cake.
Bible beating on your
Okay,
boobies?
first of all, if you were beating off to the Bible, God would welcome that. Everything else is off limits. He's like, hey, you're beating off to the passage I wrote?
2 thumbs up.
But in that same passage, it says,
God didn't write the Bible.
He screamed over a crowd of people. He's like, hey, write that shit in it. Birds.
Okay, put this down now.
In that same book, it says, "Thou shalt not spill thy seed upon thine ground."
It also says, thou shalt not.
It doesn't say thine Bible, though.
It also says, in the Bible,
That's a good point.
Thou shall feed the babies to the crocodiles to appease the garden of youth.
What?
Does it say that? In what?
Is this something your
That's
mom
the first
told
Bible.
you?
That's the first
Are
Bible.
these the little Bible stories
That's
your
the
mom
first
tells you at
Bible.
night?
The first Bible. There is like 16 renditions of the Bible.
Yeah. And the one that you're
How can
talking
you
about
be-
has the
how can you
fucking
believe in
crocodiles
it?
and the pitfall man?
How can you believe in a faith that has been altered throughout time?
In the Bible, there was a passage where it said,
changes.
40 kids made fun of a bald man. A bald man, guys, making Stamper. And the God came down from the heavens, and he said he was pretty kind of ticked off at that, so he sent a big.
He was a little riled up.
And he sent a big bear out and he slaughtered all the 40.
No, you're a fucking liar.
That's a passage in the Bible. I swear on the Holy Bible.
A big bear or a big bear?
No, big gay bear.
Big gay bear.
No. They sent
an actual.
He rode on his Harley, got off, and just slaughtered all the kids.
Now, was the bear successful? That's the question.
Yeah, no, he all 40 of those kids got fucked.
You know what I find
I
fascinating?
love fiction. It's great.
Do you know what I find fascinating with the whole Bible thing and people who like follow it? It's like the Bible is true. It's fact. It was written by the higher ups. It's
I don't think you'll ever meet somebody that says that the Bible is true and
no,
it's fact.
that's not true. That's not true.
There are some people.
My mom
The extremists.
has actually converted, and she's like, I believe everything in the Bible is true, and I'm like,
I've never met anybody in my life that took the Bible as word.
Dude.
If anything, they push it to the back of their head and they believe
I'll
in
tell you
God.
something.
Yeah, but the Bible.
No, the Bible.
I feel like most people are like.
No. I think most people do. They take it with a grain
However,
of salt.
people
grain of
see
salt,
it, most people
exactly.
see it as a handbook on how to be a good person, but other people
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, but other people look at it as being like the truth. It's like Adam and Eve really did talk to a spooky snake who ate the golden apple and brought.
You ever read those stories?
Wait, golden apple, the spooky snake.
It's the same fucking thing. It's the same story.
Okay, so the new pope actually came out and said that the Bible is not supposed to be taken literally.
Refresh
It's
my
not
memory.
supposed to.
The new pope.
Pope
How many popes have we had?
Pope number 4.
Pope Paul. Pope.
I think we have as many
four
popes as
Pope.
we have like Super Bowls. So it's like Pope 40 or 50 right now.
Yeah.
Super popes.
Yeah.
Yeah, super.
Joe, you tuning into the Super Pope?
Yeah.
Super Pope Podcast with the Pope in the Vatican
You hear
City.
this guy?
That's straight up their names too. It's like I'm Pope double X.
Yeah.
You know? That's Pope 20.
Double XVI.
Yeah.
No,
that's right.
so this new
They
pope.
have popes that are in their
The new
like,
pope we
fucking
got is
20s
sweet,
or 30s.
though.
What's the?
No, they have to be old men.
Yeah, you have to be like almost on your way out.
Dude,
that
the
can't
new
be a
pope-
prerequisite.
meet-
What's the actual?
No, you have to meet a certain quota of kids.
You have to be
and
born
it's
within a
That's kind of
timeline.
physically impossible.
Is it
in a
like
short
Shaolin where you have to learn for a long time, and the only way you could be a pope is if you're naturally like a million fucking years old because you went through it all?
So basically, what happens is the popes, like all the potential popes, they all get into a house. When one pope fucking croaks and dies.
like, what if I loved God and Jesus so much, but I'm like 30? I can't be a pope.
No, you got to be a bishop and work
So
your way
hold
up
on.
like the Game of Thrones.
All of the potential popes gather together.
They all go into a house and
I have to be so old that
pope.
nobody would ever question me. Bingo!
No,
I get it,
it's
because
a-
you never fuck with old people.
yeah, because you're just like, oh, he's an adorable old grandpa. Even though the last
Yeah.
one was like, I'm Pope Benedict. You look fucking.
It's kind of like.
Yeah, he's like.
I always thought that popes were kind of like it's like a big what do you call
Congregation.
it? Congregation?
Yeah.
Big congregation, like a big frat house.
So wait,
Oh, there's like lots of
Big frat house.
All
They
the
wear
popes get
backwards
together.
caps that they bought at
No,
Lids
no,
and
no, no,
Malls.
no. They do gospel
like
things.
Beta Sigma Popo.
No, like Bob for apples and wine, and fucking like I don't know what other crazy like Christian parties like you see too like in general like you see Christians how wacky Christians are, and anytime you see a Christian who's crazy, it's like this like really like socially awkward person who's trying to be hip. You know what I'm talking about?
No, I do. You hear
What do you think a Christian like frat?
I'm gonna stop you right there.
This
and
podcast is
ask,
sponsored by ChristianMingle.com.
We're not.
Is ChristianMingle.com actually?
That's a real thing. Yeah, there's also BlackPeopleMeet.com.
Okay, well that has nothing to do with religion.
Yeah,
but that's
so-
cool.
I know, but it's like a group of people.
It's like segue out of
What were you
nowhere.
gonna stop
It's
for?
kind of racist.
But there's a lot of like black sites that you can hook up with black, like the black community.
You have to be black though, Samper. Sorry.
No, you don't, because black girls love white guys. So I'm in
kidding
there.
Do they have like a black?
And they
Oh,
hate
come on,
me.
poor black guys. Like,
Do they have like a blackandwhite.com? Like black girls looking.
Black
for,
guys
No,
got
that's
white
black
girls.
guys.
Whatever, black
That's
guys
a-
like white girls too.
Yeah.
that's blacks on blacks.
I'm not welcome.
care.
No, yeah, that's fucking racist.
Black guys like white girls. Black girls like white guys. Who likes black guys?
Black girls and white girls.
White girls like black
Fucking-
guys.
What I was saying was, I'm pretty sure that nobody in my direct life, you guys included, you're not religious anymore. But did you grow up religious?
Yes.
I grew up as a Catholic, but I didn't really care.
Me being raised, basically came down to me going to church. And I went to church, and my idea of church was, yes, I am going to have Oreo cookies and chocolate chip, what do you call those, like Keebler Elf cookies?
Yeah.
Chocolate chip Keebler Elf cookies.
Fudge stripe cookies?
Yeah,
Those
fudge,
are
yeah, all sorts of chocolate chip cookies while I watched VeggieTales. That was my idea of going to church. And I'm like, fuck yeah, I want to go to church. But I wasn't like that. I was like, freak yeah, I want to go to church. And then
You're still like that, though.
Cookies.
yeah, they did.
Yeah.
And then like you want to go experience real church? Like a priest comes down, you're like, yeah. Then you go upstairs, and they're like reading from fucking passages and stuff. I'm like, I don't want to read a book.
Like,
I
where's my
want the
cookies and VeggieTales?
Yeah.
Exactly.
And then you like throw a hissy fit, and you can't throw a hissy fit in like God's house. But after a while, like I started upgrading, and the older you got, you couldn't keep eating the cookies. They were changing them to crackers, and you're like, but where's my cookies?
Yeah.
So it was slowly changing over time to a point where it just changed where I wasn't getting cookies anymore. Instead, I was getting pamphlets from like a book and stuff. And I'm like, this is school. I don't want to go anymore.
They were giving you like Jesus
on Sunday.
scantrons and shit.
Yeah.
We had this.
We had to do coloring books instead of eat cookies about Jesus.
We had this priest called Father Hugh who kissed everyone's mom on the mouth.
Now, did you have? Yeah. Religion. I'm sure he was doing it for God.
I'm sure. I don't know.
Now,
would let me talk to you about.
when you did Catholic communion,
Yeah.
did you ever do like Ash Wednesday? Or
Yeah.
when you did communion, did they give you wine or grape juice?
No, they didn't give a shit. They just gave us the bread.
Did you do communion?
We got
Yeah, but
You went up
when you do your communion,
You went up
you're-
and bowed down, and they put a cracker on
yeah,
your tongue.
you're
and-
8 years old. You go out and everyone's like, and they're all holding candles, and we're walking toward. Jesus, this sounds kind of creepy when you think back. But we all stand around the altar.
I know.
And then the priest is like, "And the power of Christ compels you." And then you're like, "Amen." Oh wait, no, that's the fucking. That's the Exorcist.
You
No,
would
no,
have
he
to
says.
be, you would have to
No,
be
wait, he-
possessed at that point.
You're mixing your childhood up with The
No,
Exorcist.
he says no. He says the body of Christ is what he goes. The
Were you
body
being held down like a cross over your head?
It was the body of Christ, and some people choose to be to put their hands out, like one hand under the other, to get it. And some people, I noticed a correlation between the people who stuck their tongues out and the people who end up being sluts later on. But some people stuck their tongue out and they accepted the bread in their mouth, like straight in their mouth.
Yeah.
And some people just took it on their hands.
And those who have sinned, the fucking cracker burned their tongue.
yeah, their head just fucking melts
So those
off.
people-
No, their fucking
They
tongues
took
burned.
it in their hand versus taking. This is actually kind of fascinating.
So you can
though.
pick which one you want to do, and when
If you
all the
wanted
kids
to
are.
sin, you put it in your hand.
Do you think the priest is up there like he's doing a panel at a convention? He's like, "Oh God, I hope I don't get a whole lot of tongue people."
That priest is a rock star on Sundays. Like, but we all stood around the altar, and we had sponsors like our aunties, our uncles, our parents, or whatever, brothers, sisters. And if they're of age, they get to. I think they get to sip the wine. But we don't. We just got the fucking cardboard.
Get some salty ass cardboard cracker. And they
Yeah,
don't give you
it was-
anything to wash it down.
Yeah, no, they just gave us that, and we're like, yeah.
No, were you a tongue person or a hand person?
What do you think?
He was an ass person. He
Both.
just turned around and spread his cheeks.
I feel like you grabbed it and you fucking put it in your hand, and you're like,
No, I did
who
that.
knows what I'm
But
He put his tongue out, got the
but-
cracker on it, and then he used to wink at girls.
But
he's like,
but-
nah, it's-
What do you mean?
this
He's
is not
winking
true.
at the
It's just for impressions.
But what you do, you leave it on your tongue. If you chew, you're going to hell. If you open your mouth, you're going to hell. If you Yeah, that's what, yeah. If you chew or open your mouth or talk or whatever when it's
What if
still
you
in your
cough?
mouth, you go to hell. You go to hell.
You can't cough. That is
No, you're going to hell. Straight to hell.
no.
So you better not have a cold.
God
Yeah,
gave
dude,
you
you
your body.
fucking after church, you went home and jerked off to bestiality porn. You're going to hell.
Exactly.
Make out you ate the fucking cracker.
Wasn't quite bestiality porn, but yeah, pretty much. Like I didn't care.
That's what I don't understand. It's like, well, let's be strict about things you can't do.
Yeah,
When
everyone's so fucking good on Sunday, and then they go home and do the
that's
most
another thing
heinous
that
shit.
bothers me. It's like
You know, I actually think that the danger in this whole, like, in the confession and whatnot, it almost seemed like the whole idea was that you could do anything and God could forgive you.
Yeah, you,
And
like,
so
I just-
essentially, it was like all these people, you know,
what
they
I'm
would do these
saying.
terrible things, but at the end of the day, they knew that they could just go to confession
be
and then
like-
say Hail Mary.
Did you
fucking 50
guys
times.
go to confession?
Yeah.
All right, so wait. So Mick, you grew up in.
I grew up in a Buddhist household, but my grandmother.
You're so Chinese.
No, but my grandmother was Christian, but I never knew because she would every single day, like.
Yeah, but they don't have confessionals though.
No.
But Niall, you had confession booths. Right?
So when you're 8 years old, you go and get your first communion. That's what I was talking about. And then when you're about 12, you have your first confession. And then you're like, everyone just goes.
That's mandatory. Your
Yes,
first confession.
yeah.
Wow.
So you go.
I thought you did it when you were feeling bad.
So no. So you go. I'm sorry for punching my sister in the face. I'm sorry. Like that's the one that everyone had to say. Hitting my brothers and sisters.
Oh my God! It's like Netflix for priests.
kids
They're
do
just
that.
waiting for it. They're like, oh my.
Yeah.
I want to hear something.
Like,
You
I'm
signed
gonna
up
hear some
for it.
juicy fucking gossip here.
But could
like-
you imagine, like, a little kid coming in?
Yeah. No. Imagine having 30 kids going.
Yeah, like
I'm
a
sorry
kid
for punching
coming
my
in.
sister. I'm sorry for.
It's like I'm sorry for.
I'm sorry for raping my grandma or something.
Yeah,
like
or something like it's like I'm sorry for sneaking looks at my
Like a
mom's
little girl
pussy when
comes
she
in.
wasn't looking. And then the priest is just like he doesn't know what to think, and you're like, oh, there was that one time.
Oh, he knows what to
so-and-so.
think.
Yeah,
He
you know-
knows what to think.
He's fucking like,
whatever.
Yeah?
Dude, he's sighing a breath of fresh air because that was such
Dude,
a
you're on your
something
fucking
new
period.
and nice
and you-
for him.
They're not allowed to
That wasn't
masturbate.
bad. That wasn't bad.
They're not allowed to masturbate, so their balls must be.
you don't fucking know that. It's a confessional.
No.
He could be like this, peering over with his fucking big schlub
You're
hanging
like,
out,
no,
dude.
Father, what's going on over
Doesn't
there? It's
matter.
like I'm beating my Bible.
Father's breathing over your fucking like
He's
confessional.
thumping his Bible.
No, so basically,
You
like,
tell me I'm not allowed to masturbate, my friend?
there's
Rule
also
broken.
there's also a hypothesis.
What happens if a priest has a wet dream?
I'm sure. That's
Oh,
fine.
yeah.
I'm sure that's fine.
That's
He
a
wakes up
sin.
and he's like, "Oh God, I'm so sorry." And the
Yeah, well,
God's
actually,
like,
no, that wouldn't be fine because that's lust in their head. That means lust exists.
Yeah,
in
no,
their
but
head.
your body.
Lust
if
is
you're-
a sin.
No, it's not lust either. It's dude, your balls get so full of fucking.
You're thinking
juice.
too scientifically, though. That they don't think like that. They think that like there's lust in your brain. That you're trying to
You
get.
know,
it
if you
out.
don't jack off long enough, you can even start to like smell it coming out of your ball sack when you're like fucking
Yeah.
sweaty.
That happens.
It smells like cum coming out of your
I know,
nut sack.
it just like seeps through.
Yeah, dude.
They don't count
then I
that.
have-
It needs to come out.
Yeah.
There's like variables. Like I have king size pillows on my bed, and they're like the
Ew.
size of human bodies.
So like you naturally curl
So
up
I
with those.
I try to fuck those, and
Oh,
I
well,
don't even know what I'm doing.
I was gonna say cuddling, but so the
when you fuck them, then you cuddle them.
Fuckling. So basically,
All right, Niall.
so two things.
Now the real question is, what was the what was the sin you had to appease for?
in the pillowcase is like a built-in condom.
I said I was a little like
I
delinquent.
used
or-
to do that.
I thought I was. So I apologize for bringing a lighter into school because there was this little. I brought a lighter into school when I was like 8 or 9 because I thought it was cool.
And he's like, fucking boring.
And I showed the
God?
I showed the class nerd.
Fucking confession.
I showed
God's always like, fucking boy. Bring out the real freaks.
I showed the token class nerd called Daryl who talked like this, and I was like,
The priest is like,
I was like, Daryl.
get the fuck out of here.
I was like, Daryl, look at this. Look what I got here. Look what I got right
A
here.
fucking lighter, you fucking nerd.
It's a fucking lighter, Daryl. And he was like, holy shit. I was like, yeah, look what I can do. And I like turn on the lighter, and he went straight to the teacher. Goes, Niall brought a fire lighter into school. And then I was like, it's not even a fucking fire lighter. It's a goddamn lighter. And then like call my parents.
Wait. What's a fire lighter?
A fire lighter is like the fucking brick that you put in the fireplace where you fire. I don't know. Then you
log?
Yeah. Then I went. No. It's like
You got in trouble for bringing a log into school?
No, it was a lighter, but he said it was a fire lighter, and I was like, it's not a fucking.
Are
fire.
you talking about those big long sticks that you light?
No,
like
they're kind of
barbecue grills
like brick shaped coal, but they're like made of peat. I don't know if I'm being Irish here because this is a big Irish thing, probably.
Yeah,
You would
dude.
get into
just
more
said,
trouble than
you
bringing
just said a brick. You just said a brick made of peat. That's pretty fucking Irish. We don't have a lot of those around here.
Yeah, they come from bogs.
Even more Irish.
So you get into more trouble for bringing in a brick made of peat than
No.
an actual lighter?
I brought the lighter in, but he said it was a fire lighter. I said, not a goddamn fucking fire. Well, I was 8, so I thought I thought I was a fucking like the baddest kid on earth. So I went in the end my confession. I was like, I'm sorry for.
I remember saying "damn" when I was in the 3rd grade. I was a god. True story.
Oh yeah, one time I was at my uncle's house and I was sleeping on the couch and then I pissed the cushion and then I was so embarrassed, but I just flipped the cushion and then I passed back out and lo and behold, I pissed it again.
Oh man, that happened to me.
Mick, shut up.
So I went to the confession. I was like, yeah, I brought a lighter into school, expecting him to call the police. But no, he's just like, yeah, that's all right. Say 4 Hail Marys.
Yeah, but again, when you're in school,
I was like, 4 Hail Marys? Man, I thought it was a fucking bad boy. I thought that was really earned at least 15 Hail Marys. But
so wait a minute.
Even when I used like a swear word in school, I was just like, oh god, they're gonna fucking call the cops on me. Like, you
oh
just
my
like,
god,
yeah.
I was the same.
Everything's the biggest deal for sure.
It's like when I first watched. Okay,
I will put my finger in somebody's face and say "fuck you" and go home and sleep like a baby.
What's the chart like? How does it?
Fuck you.
How does it?
The priest pulled it out of his ass.
No, how does it ramp as far as the Hail Marys go?
You shoot somebody, 25 Hail Marys.
But
if you kill somebody,
that's like 40.
If I pull my ass out.
Yeah, that's like 10 Hail Marys.
10?
Yeah.
What if you gangbang a bunch of popes?
Gangbang a bunch of popes. Well, it's considering that a pope has to like die before a new pope gets appointed.
A bunch of potential popes. You gangbang a bunch of nuns.
So you go into the house that I was talking about earlier.
What's the max? Where's the cutoff as far as Hail Marys?
Is there a point where Hail Marys won't save you?
Right.
Well, if he says infinite Hail Marys, you'll never reach it.
But
he would actually say infinite Hail Marys?
No, but probably. I don't know.
Maybe if he was drunk.
Maybe. But anyway, so...
Can a priest ever tell you in confession that there is not enough Hail Marys for you to save your soul? And if they're not allowed to say that, what do you think the max is on Hail Marys?
I'd be like, yo, speak for yourself. Like, you're so fucking good. What did you do this morning? I know you did something, priest. You gotta say,
that is your real name.
I know you're on fucking priesthub.com looking at...
You went on nuns are hot.
So basically,
looking up nun. He's like
an old man, so he like types in naked nuns and like nun vaginas.
Yeah, like literally. Sex.
Close up vagina. Vagina.
What is Mary's
vagina
name?
close up, and he's like all bashful and he blushes.
No,
Miley
he has like a
Cyrus
doctor.
vagina.
He has like a doctor like appointed like picture, and he's just like. So
no,
she's doing stuff.
Wait, what's Mary's name? Full name? Mary Joseph?
Virgin Mary.
Virgin Mary?
Mary Joseph?
Do you think anyone's jerked?
If that was after she got married to Joseph?
Definitely Rule 34 of Mary. Do you think anyone's jerked off to Mary?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sure.
People love virgins.
Of course they would. In fact, you guys were joking around about priests like Googling pictures of vaginas. I guarantee there's some horny priests looking at pictures of Adam and Eve sitting there fucking covering up Adam's face.
Mary was not a virgin.
I saw a picture. I saw a picture of Mary, and she had a bulge, and she was like sporting like a BDSM wear, and she had a bunch of demon nuns around her. It was really hot.
How do you see a picture of Mary? They're all like artist representations.
No, it's Rule 34. It's like artists who don't give a fuck.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but like, how do you know it's Mary? That could be anybody.
Forgive me.
I thought you were doing pearl necklace or something. I don't know what this was.
Corey's like doing the fucking pray thing wrong. You have to put on your head too.
No, I'm not.
He's doing the pearl.
You look like you're trying to shave your neck.
Yeah, you look like you're trying to slit your throat. You look like you're threatening to slit all the Yeah, there you go. You're doing it right now. All right, but yeah, so basically priests or potential popes all go into a house, fight to the death, and whoever wins, like smoke comes out of the chimney.
That's not what happens. What happens is a priest dies, and one of the priests comes out of the ground.
No.
Yes.
So the pope dies. There's no pope for a few days. They all go into a house, right? Every night, black smoke comes out of the chimney.
That's not what happens. They pull the priest out of the ground from the fucking.
He's trying to tell us what really happened.
That's not what happens. There's not black smoke and a priest rises out of it.
I want to hear Niall's Pope Club story.
Mine's way better. I had a frat house re-envisioning.
You were pulling up potato popes.
No, I wasn't.
You said that they were pulling them up out of the ground by their ears.
Metaphorically, I didn't even get a finish what the fuck I was saying. I didn't get to finish what I was saying.
Like a fucking popes just buried in the dirt.
That was a metaphor. You pull him out of the ground of potential victimized people, and you save him. That's what I was saying. You didn't let me finish.
Okay.
I didn't create my landscape of sinners.
I actually like your potato story better.
With your garden of sinners? Now let Niall finish. Guys.
No, stories is like a Kiss concert. Fuck that.
Wait, so the things that relate my stories to Kiss is just fuck them both. Fuck them. Fuck Niall stories and fuck Kiss concerts. Therefore, fuck your stories.
Black smoke rising out, playing his guitar with his tongue
finish
sticking
your
out.
story.
So
with your tongue hanging out like Gene Simmons. Go.
Asshole.
No, priests, they sit in the fucking house, right? Every single night. they have to decide who wants to be the next pope. You know how well they all want to be the fucking pope.
Everyone wants to be the pope.
Yeah, but they all have to decide together.
Why would you want to be the pope? It's not like you're gonna get pussy and
they get kicked out of the house like Big Brother. It's like they vote each other out of the house.
That's not what happens.
They sit on the chair and they're like, this pope is really bothering me today because they like used all the ketchup and like left none for anyone else. So like they kick a guy out.
This is the real world pope.
Yeah, they kick a guy out. They kick a guy out that night. Black smoke comes out of the chimney. All until they find
the pope isn't a 17-year-old girl who's fucking upset about her yellow Ferrari. Okay, it's not how popes are.
I know.
So wait, is the long story short that they keep whittling it down until there's one left?
And then when there's one left, it's white smoke, and they're new pope has been appointed. Everyone.
Hold on, what's that show with like a girl who has to find her date? It's like a popular
The Bachelor.
show. Yeah, this is
The Bachelorette.
This isn't The Bachelorette, starring popes.
Wait, who's the bachelor in this scenario?
A pope.
No, but then who are the girls in this scenario?
A pope. You just fucking said, he uses all the ketchup. So that pope's gone.
That pope is fucking
gone. That was a metaphor.
So on a more,
I understand what you're saying now.
What is the ketchup?
It's punked.
On a more serious note,
Jesus.
I was talking with Stamper before in the car about this, and it's something that's always kind of confused me a little bit. Now, I have very religious friends, and I have no qualms with religious people until their beliefs start, imposing on mine.
You and me
on my
both.
face.
Until somebody puts a fucking finger in my face and tells me I'm wrong.
Exactly.
I don't give a fuck what you're doing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the one thing that always kind of got... Like, I loved having religious debates with my friends, but there was one debate that I never got a straight answer about, and I was never satisfied with any of the answers they gave me, and I'm very open-minded. If there was an answer that logically made sense, and maybe there's a listener out there who can explain it in a logical way that doesn't end in because the Bible said so.
Noah's Ark.
Fuck you!
Am I right?
No.
I was close.
No. Oh, I see what you're saying. No.
That means that you're still concerned and you're still worried that there might be a God out there.
Well, maybe. Look, I'm not saying there isn't one. I have no reason to believe there is one.
But continue.
Anyway, so this is it. It's really simple. The idea that Jesus was sacrificed for mankind. That idea bothers me a lot. Because
they skim over.
Well, no, it's not a sacrifice. A sacrifice is when you give something up. They say that God sacrificed his son, right? And also, not to mention that he is also God at the same time. But you don't get to give something to people, kill it off, and then get it right back
and expect it in return. Something
in
return.
But that's not a sacrifice. Look, if Jesus came down, died, and went to hell or disappeared out of existence, that's a sacrifice. You lost something.
He got him right back.
Yeah, God brought him down for what, 30 some odd years?
Yeah.
He dies and goes right back up for eternity.
Yeah, and
it's like, dude, that's
in heaven.
And he's fucking Jesus in heaven. He's got the palace up at the top of the hill in heaven.
So here we are. We're supposed to feel really terrible about this guy. Meanwhile, not mentioning all the other people who were crucified and also tortured in also worse ways.
A lot of fucking people.
Absolutely worse ways. Too, yeah. Oh, there were a ton of people crucified. So not only that, but the idea that they're like, look, he would sacrifice his son for mankind.
But if you extrapolate back a little bit, God knows all, right?
Okay.
So he knew he was going to make Jesus. He knew he was going to sacrifice his son. Like, he made him for
That's not a sacrifice, by the way. That's a loan.
Yeah, he made him for the purpose of doing it. It's like he
loaned him to us for a little bit.
Yeah.
He's like, look, I'm going to
give this guy. You can do some pretty sweet magic trick for you cavemen because you don't really see much these days. So, like, basically, like, he's going to come in, he's going to make bread and wine and shit, and like then I'm going to kill him off. Like, why is that a sacrifice? Why did he die for my sins? He didn't do anything for me.
I just feel like Jesus was like the first YouTube star. Like, he just knew how to like touch people.
No, he was the first scam artist. Because
that's what I mean.
He was the first snake oil salesman.
What the fuck do you think I mean?
So you're saying if YouTube existed
that's all
back
we
then,
do on YouTube is sell snake oil.
He had water. He had water. He's like, watch when it turned into wine.
Yeah, but if YouTube existed then, like years later, like 4 or 5 years after he fucking died, there would be all these people, all these girls coming out talking about how Jesus fiddled them and shit like that, or you know, he did some sermon while he was en route to
like Jimmy Savile.
Yeah,
that's
Salt or what's his name?
Wait.
Fucking
you guys talked about this before. I always thought.
And then it's like that cyclical thing where it's like if Nile, it's like that what's it called? Like purple monkey refrigerator thing, where like you tell me something and I just keep building it up, and then like I've never met Jesus before, and then you're like, yeah, he did this, and I'm like, oh shit, and then I tell Corey, and I'm like, yeah, and then there's this blind guy, and then he put his hand
Jesus
on his
is pretty
face
much just like Sam Pepper.
Talking
Like he
about
just went around
telephone,
going
right?
like, look at this fucking
telephone.
shit. He's pretty much like he's like getting girls' numbers with my fucking, you know, he's just going around like doing shit, but, and then it was like word of mouth kind of thing.
He's Sam Peppering people. He was pinching bottoms. He got crucified, and he paid for it.
Pretty much, yeah. He fucking died.
That's kind of funny because Sam Pepper got crucified too.
Exactly.
As well, he should have been.
He was God's son. He died for our sins. Sam Pepper died for our
it's
sins.
like what you guys said.
Listen, I want to pinch asses too, all right?
Yeah, but don't go around pinching strangers' asses.
Jesus did.
Allegedly. That's alleged, in quotes. He may have.
All right, so Niall, you were a Catholic. Corey, you were a blank. Mm-hmm. You were a Buddhist raised in a Christian household.
As far as I knew, I was atheist because I didn't really. My grandma never talked about God, and she was Christian, but she never talked about God ever to me. Not until I was like 18 did I ever realize that the book that she had that was completely in Chinese was actually a holy Bible. And that she was translated, and that she was praying every fucking meal and every night. I had no idea. She never talked to me about Jesus, ever.
People like that comfort at the end of the night.
How was the Bible? Was it more in turn of things you actually need?
Did they have like stir-fry recipes and shit?
No.
Did Chinese Jesus bring more rice when you needed it?
Yeah.
I knew it.
Yeah.
See? Like, there's different excerpts for all.
He took a grain of rice.
He took a grain of rice and he made it a whole
big.
That's right. And then he took a rat and he was able to serve all the parts of the rat, and that's how we learned. Like everyone was eating rat livers and rat
little they know it
toes.
started the Black Death. Good job, Jesus.
Yeah, good job, Chinese Jesus.
I mean, yeah. not to be confused with real Jesus.
Here's my religion story. I grew up Christian, a hardcore Christian. It took me many years to shake it. Actually, I had a really long
Shake it is like a fucking heroin addiction.
Truthfully, it is. You know what? Fuck you, man.
You know, the first like casualty is untucking your shirt and like fucking like wearing your shirt like a Neanderthal. And
listen, I was cool, all right. So
I had to tuck my shirt in and wear like fucking.
I had a really good and a really long conversation with El Cid Rodrigo, because we grew up in very similar ways where we were very religious, and then it took us a long time to kind of get it out of our heads, because we were like, it was like 15 years of somebody battering something into your head.
That is really literally brainwashing, by the way. That is exactly how you actually brainwash.
Exactly. But you know, like my parents weren't religious. They just knew that church was good for me. So every Sunday I'd go to Sunday school and whatever. And I remember there was this one, I was sitting like I would always go to sermon after Sunday school, and I'd sit and listen to my priest, who he was a fucking great guy. He was a really nice guy.
Yeah.
And they were always so fucking boring, and I was a kid. I didn't understand what the hell he was talking about. So it's like anything else. You turn on the TV and MASH or something comes on. You don't get what the fuck you're looking at, so you change the fucking channel. But you can't change the fucking channel in church.
No.
And then at the end of every sermon, he says,
You can improvise and plug your ears.
But did you get that? Did you get that thing where it was like he'd tell the same story again? You're like, oh, we've heard this one before.
No, because I never got old enough to do that. But at the end of every sermon,
Section B3, I heard
It's like,
this
oh, for
one.
fuck's sake, like this is a rerun.
But he would say, like, if anybody wants to devote their life to God, come up here. And one day I was so fucking bored in church.
You just
I
got
ran
up there?
and I was like, here I am. And everyone was like, yeah, he's going to devote his life to God. And it was almost like everybody else was waiting for somebody to walk
Yeah, they didn't want to do it.
So, like, we were all fucking excited because something was finally happening.
Yeah.
For me, sorry, I don't know if I like kind of your story.
No, that's fine.
For me,
I have to finish it, though, because it's ridiculous.
Okay. Well, I guess for me, my church stories were more like the stuff I remember growing up as being Christian always felt goofy to me. Noah's Ark and Moses always felt like these, like fucking Disney fairy tales, which, like it's like
And
the
they're
guy
always
who
taught to
parted
you by, like, a 40-year-old woman.
Yeah, this guy who parted the sea. I'm like, when did this come out on fucking Disney? Like, they parted the sea. This dude had a fucking ship with every animal in the world, sailed over a flood, a talking snake, and the first ever man and woman. It's just like, I'm like, man.
Now I'm just thinking back and was like, shit, are my Sunday school teachers okay now?
But
Do they understand?
But that's the thing. The only thing I remember are those 3 stories. I know there's tons of passages, but to me, I always thought Christianity had a bunch of stories as guidelines. Even as a kid, I thought it was like, oh, this is like sharing and be nice to your neighbors. I didn't know these people out there that are like.
Well, you know, I'm still cool. I understand, like, the guidelines are definitely, like, genuine in a lot of ways, but at the same time, it's common sense. You know what? Don't rape and murder people.
Yeah.
I said
the end. It's pretty fucking simple.
I want you to get back into your story. I just want to throw in there really quickly. You said that you ran up there and you said that you were going to devote your life to God.
because you were bored.
Well, no, but for some reason I had this weird moment in my head where I was thinking almost like in a From Dusk Till Dawn moment, like if there was ever like a vampire apocalypse or something.
If I could, like,
we would need you. You like Stamper, you'd be drinking a beer, and we'd be so royally fucked. And it was like, Stamper, wait, you devoted yourself to God.
Yeah, there's only
you need to bless
dude,
the beer,
you gotta
man.
fucking do this shit, dude. You're like, man, I don't know how to do it.
Splash it in vampires' faces.
Oh shit, yeah, you're like,
I don't know. Does that work? Did I get the power?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's how it works.
Dibs.
Yeah, you went up there. The priest gave it to you. Whether you used it or not,
but he gave you the secret code to use it, though. You have to say the secret prayer.
Were you guys baptized?
Yeah,
no. I wasn't.
I was.
I had my little.
No, let me tell you something.
I had my little baby.
No, let me tell you something.
No,
you know why
something.
I was baptized? Because I heard the priest takes you out for ice cream if you do all that.
Wait, does he hold your hand?
No, we went.
Does he brush your hair like slightly with his hand?
We went to Dairy Queen, and I'm sitting there eating my sundae, and he's like, "So, how do you feel about God?" And I was like, "Oh, I fucking love him. It's great.
He's yummy."
Like you were,
dude. I'm
very
like,
chocolatey.
Dude, I don't know what the fuck. It's just like they wanted fucking ice cream, and I went up there because I was bored. I was baptized and devoted my life to God because I was bored and wanted ice cream.
So then what happened?
The end. Wait, do I still have my powers?
I think so.
You know, like when a black dude gives you like a nigga pass.
Oh,
That's right.
You got the Stamper got the nigga pass.
Dude, I got the nigga pass like 20 years
I know,
ago.
but today I saw it in action. When we were walking into the office, you go, "Hey, brother," and then out of absolutely nowhere, a black guy just comes out of the corner and just goes, "Hey, Stamper," and you're like, "Hey, man," and
then we popped out of a dumpster like Oscar.
Didn't he though? Where did he come from?
He handed me a laminated card.
Does that happen if you say that anywhere? Do you just go, "Hey, brother"?
Dude, yeah, try it, man. Just go to.
I don't have the.
No, we had Greg come over. Greg works on our house. He's this older black gentleman, but he comes in and every single time he's like, every time he sees Stamper, he's like, "Hey, baby," and Stamper's like, "Hey, baby," and then they both like get on like that.
Stamper,
he's my baby.
Do you know how you said you were baptized because you wanted ice cream?
Yeah. I got fucking water in my nose and everything.
No,
bullshit.
The only reason
there's a fucking swimming pool.
I know. It's
Did you have like self-awareness?
Hold on. I know it's fucking taxing, but the reason why I went to it is because, like, do you know, like wet t-shirts and stuff?
Yeah. Oh wait, no, you didn't get.
No, I thought I would see like milk duds.
No, they saw yours though.
No,
they gave you a wet t-shirt.
I went to a Baptist thing because we thought we would see girls' titties.
Yeah, instead it was just a bunch of boys.
That is a sin, and you're going to hell, Colin.
Guy would high five me. He'd be like, dude, I would have done the same thing if I was.
I was built in God's image, and he better fucking like titties and butts. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, what's up with that? Yeah, if God built us in his image, then he must be a fucking freak, dude.
He must be a fucking filthy pervert, dude.
Yes.
Trap.
He was like traps.
Yeah, dude, he's totally like cross-dressing and fucking like.
I'm so
like
fucking
dancing to rap
sorry.
music.
He's got a great big ass. He's got some sumptuous boobies.
No, it's like that's you guys talked.
He's got a big old wiener
you guys
right next to his juicy vagina.
You talked about this.
I didn't ask him to put juicy, delicious butts on girls. That wasn't my idea. I was thrown into this world.
Whatever, you got the pass.
Like a Christopher Nolan movie.
I just planted here, like, and like I just see like fucking like our asses all around me, like, and you're just like, oh god, like if like God has to be like that, or is that a challenge that he's giving to you?
Yeah, he's giving you temptation.
Is he giving you temptation?
He's like, look at this butt, look at this bartender that just served you tonight.
Don't get too personal.
You know what? That always bothered me too. This whole like free will
if that was
bullshit.
God?
It's like he gave the whole point is that we have free will, so we make the right choices, so that we get to go to heaven, right? But if you make the wrong choices, you don't get to go to heaven. But if he knows everything, he already knows all the choices that you would have made before you even fucking made.
No,
so why did he ever fucking make you?
No,
so you could have the free will. What, to fuck up and go to hell? Thanks for creating me so I can go to hell, asshole.
Me and Zach were talking about this the other day, and we're like, the only person that, like, if heaven exists, the only person in there is like Mr. Rogers. Like
Mr. Rogers was awesome.
He was the only guy who didn't sin.
God has a sense of humor.
I hope he's up there.
God has a sense of humor because he created humans. And also God has a sense of humor because he created humans and monkeys. So the atheists could argue that we came from monkeys and that we weren't born at the same time.
What?
Yeah.
Wait, no, yeah, you get that argument where it's like, if monkeys still around, then why do we still have monkeys?
Yeah, no. God created monkeys and
because
people.
we're not monkeys. We're we have this common ancestor that goes back tens of thousands of years.
I'm joking.
No, I know. I'm just saying what they
It's
think.
a rich raffle.
Here's another one. So you have God, whatever.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Christ.
You have heaven and hell, right?
Yeah.
So you be a good boy, and you go to heaven.
Wait, and purgatory. Who has purgatory? Is purgatory in all, or is that just in Catholicism, or just in
Purgatory is right now.
Yeah.
What? It's purgatory. Sleepy cast.
We're halfway there. We just got to make the better
That is
decisions.
the name of this episode. Purgatory is Sleepy cast.
Or just purgatory.
What it is. So you have good boy town and bad boy town, right?
Yeah, and then
you're a good boy, you go up north, and you're a bad boy, you go down south. Why are they working together? You know, if I hated somebody, why would I be like, listen, this guy's a piece of shit. Can you punish him for eternity?
Can you set him on fire for the rest of his?
I didn't sign up for this fucking game of life.
I don't understand how it's you know.
It has to be bored.
So what's
it? Has to be bored, God.
Mom.
Give me back my choice.
So what's the story? Lucifer is kicked out of heaven, right? Because he's like a fallen angel.
He's a fallen angel.
He was jealous. He was jealous that God loved the humans or something.
Right. Okay. So he's in hell, right?
Yeah.
This is propaganda from God.
You know what I think?
Yeah, he's probably the nice guy.
I think God wants to fuck.
So if he doesn't like fucking God, then why is he doing God favors and punishing people?
He's employed by God still.
I have a question.
And he's still mad.
I have a question.
He's making minimum Lucifer wage.
Do you think either God or Jesus? Do you think they might be closet homosexuals?
Why do you say that?
Because they have such an avid hatred for gays.
Yeah, most people who hate gays a lot, they are
the
gay.
people who are really
they definitely spread it. You know,
I want to know where that whole stigma came from. Some guy saw another guy with another guy, and they had such a problem with it that they had to write it into the Bible.
Yeah, exactly.
Or was there
they
a prophet?
wrote it in an ancient tome.
They did. They were like, fucking facts. No, but it's seriously, what could have possibly, who thought to put that in there, and you know what I mean? Who was totally, fuck those guys.
God hates rapists.
And it's are you sure? Yes, God told me.
People.
God told me he hates gay people. It's what?
God came down from the heavens and told me he hates gays.
It's and then someone's yeah, let's put that in the book. It just seems so bizarre to me.
What about lesbians?
It was effective. It's still going on.
I know.
As if it fucking matters
of
what your fucking neighbor's doing. Who gives a shit?
You got murder. You've got plagues. You've got starvation. You've got all wars. You've got all this fucking shit. But then you got two guys kissing, and someone's
it's the worst. It's the worst of them all.
I don't give two fucks if the guy at Wawa is fucking another guy. What difference does it make? It has no draw on my life.
I sort of understand why it is a crime.
None.
That's what's so bizarre to me.
It fascinates me. With
the one thing that I've noticed,
mind your own fucking business. That's what I say.
The one thing I've noticed,
mind your own business, Corey.
They give the argument.
Mind your own business, Mick.
I am.
Niall, mind your own business.
They give
what?
They give the argument of the
fucking guys.
It ruins the sanctity of marriage.
I know.
They give the argument that it ruins the sanctity of marriage. Marriage is a holy sacrament, just like communion, just like confirmation.
So worry about your own fucking marriage.
However,
do you know what the number one cause of divorce is?
No.
Marriage.
Yeah, I love
it. Right?
I think the first ever stand-up comedian said that joke. But
yeah, back in Jesus'
But the thing is, the difference
it's in the Bible.
The difference between Ireland and here is that no one is divorced really in Ireland. A couple, rarely anyone is divorced in Ireland. But
you guys meet when you're 23 and just put up with it.
No, but I think they might be scared. I don't know, but here I've noticed everybody's divorced.
It's hardcore Catholic over there, though. Over here, it's hardcore Christian.
They all pretend they are. That's the thing. They all I don't know anyone in Ireland who will rub fucking the Bible.
It's brownie points since they're always looking down upon
it. The main driving point for every human being ever, regardless of anything they do, any walk of life they have, is fear. That's it.
Everyone I've met.
Why do you
in
wake
America,
up in the morning? Why do you get your work done? I'm afraid I'm going to get fired. I'm afraid this is going to
You're
happen.
saying marriage is you're afraid you're going to be alone?
Oh well, and then
That
the
is one of
religion ties in.
It's pretty safe to say
Like,
that.
why do you support God? I don't want to go to hell and be burned for eternity.
It's pretty safe to say that all of my friends' parents are divorced. Like, are your parents are divorced?
Yeah.
Your parents are divorced.
My parents
Zach's parents
were
are divorced.
and remarried.
Your parents are divorced.
To happy
That is
people.
crazy. Like, that never happens in Ireland. That is so rare. And here, it's just
I'm
it's
all
really
divorced
tough.
twice, actually.
Like you should get divorced. Like, I think, because
It's
like,
also a
you wanna be
strange
happy.
era, like where, like for example, my parents were married when they were 19. Bad idea.
Yeah.
I'm a fuck up now. There's no way I'm gonna get married now.
Yeah, no, Stamper, you're doing it right. Like you're what I want to be in like a few years.
You know what's so funny though?
If this was the generation back then, we would all have children right now.
My parents were.
my God.
When my dad and mom were my age, they were already like dating. They're already like.
Dude, it's pretty
not
common to have kids when you're a fucking teenager.
Yeah. But you know what's interesting is anytime I've spoken with someone and they mention that they've gotten a divorce, if you ever say, "Oh, I'm sorry," the response 100% of the time that I've experienced is, "I'm not."
I knew
exactly
you were gonna fucking
because
say that.
that's exact. They got a divorce because they weren't happy. Divorces don't just happen accidentally. I mean, yeah, there might be some cases where it wasn't necessarily mutual, but for the most part. If people are willing to get a divorce, it's probably been building up for a while, and that they are not happy. So once they do the split,
I actually don't know. I don't know the statistic here, but is it safe to say that most marriages end in divorce in America?
I don't know if it's most.
I would say
statistic-wise,
I don't know.
But every one of my friends' parents are divorced.
I will say that it's rare to. Sometimes it works well. Sometimes it works very well.
Sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, but you know what? Sometimes you do fucking Let's Plays and you get 8 billion fucking subscribers. Guess what? You're part of this 0.00001%.
At the same time, I'll say this for the record: fuck marriage. If you find somebody that you really like, just spend time with them forever. Why get married?
That's what I always say when I like get a girlfriend or whatever. I'm always like, I've said this since I was a kid. I'm always going to get.
There's a lot of residual shit, family pressure,
taxes.
grandparents.
I said this ever since I was a kid.
It is interesting that the government promotes it in terms of like how the system is built to give certain benefits to married couples. It's just interesting that the system actually is built around.
Well, there's a lot of factors. They're like ladies, they grow up and they think about their ideal marriage and stuff like that, but they don't. I wouldn't say that's another form of brainwashing, but at the same time, it's like. It's just something that's kind of in your bones from a very early age.
I don't think humans are made to be monogamous because, like,
they most certainly aren't.
It's
no.
when you just spend your life with one person. Like,
why can't we just jump in a big old pile of humans and just be happy?
That's how
a big
happy and horny.
That's how it's supposed to be. But
why can't you just surround yourself with people and spend time with people you care about?
What you really meant to say was, why can't you surround yourself with people you want to fuck and fuck them?
Yes.
Well, I mean that's part of it,
but ever since I was a kid, I always said I said this. So any like girlfriend I ever have, I'll always be like, it's not just you. I've always said that I'm always going to get prenup, and I'm always going to not want to get married. But if I find someone I love who really really wants to get married, and that's what they really want, all right, fair enough. Like I'll probably just fucking bite the bullet and do it.
But if you married them, you would be monogamous.
Yeah. Well, no, I would be monogamous. Like, if every relationship I ever have, I'm monogamous. Like, I don't.
He's talking special case.
Yeah, just a very special case, but yeah.
Versus what's it called? Versus obligation.
Obligation
to do so.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
But that is part of marriage. The part of it, and it's not even supposed to be a shameful word when you say it in the context of marriage. Is obligation is a part of the job description. You should, through better or worse, right? For better or for worse. So
I mean, obligation beforehand, the obligation to get married.
Well, yeah.
Before any of the obligation even kicks in.
That is, and socially though, that is an obligation. You stick around with a partner long enough, people start asking questions if you don't get married, or they all start pressuring you to do so. I think though that the end result is because they want you to have kids, is really what it is.
Yeah, well, yeah.
You can't have
to
kids.
Advance the human race.
Yeah.
I don't know. I actually just don't know. But is a monogamy, is a mom and dad and a kid situation, is that better for the kid than divorced situation? Is it?
Well, look at it this way. Like, I guess it's different because for me, my parents were divorced when I was 1, so my dad was my stepdad.
We were divorced when I was 2.
Yeah.
My mom got divorced when I was like like 6-7 months old.
But my dad was my stepdad, and I always considered him more of like my father figure.
Right.
So it never. I guess it really just depends on how you're raised. On how
Absolutely, 100%. I do not think you need to have one male, one female. You do not need to have two parents. I think if you have one strong parental figure, you're set. I mean, look, I was raised by my grandma primarily because my mom was working and she was in college, and I never met my dad, and my mom didn't get remarried until
Isn't
I was
that common
12.
in Asia, though?
What? To have a
grandma raise you?
Yeah. Well, they have the whole family unit. My grandfather was still in Asia at the time, and he would come to visit occasionally. But yeah, my grandma pretty much raised me, and I think I turned out okay, honestly. You know what I mean? And so I don't think it's a matter of
outstanding citizen.
Well, I don't think it's a matter of, you need to have a mom and a dad in order for you to, whatever the case is. I think that's a very bizarre and closed-minded view of it. I know plenty of people with a mom and a dad, straight out of a picture book, and they are the biggest fucking assholes I know. I have no problem believing that you could be raised by fucking wolves, and if they were good wolves, that you would come out as a decent person.
You'd be fine. Yeah.
I want to talk about how in general how sinning is looked down upon, and it's like there's so many things that are considered sinning, like the 7 deadly sins, like gluttony, sloth,
get them all,
lust, greed,
wrath
is theft. Wrath isn't a sin.
It is. Actually, wrath is one of them.
Is it really?
Yeah.
7.
How do you define wrath?
It's just
Anger,
when you
it's
like
rage.
coming down on somebody.
Murder,
envy. So the 7 deadly sins are lust, gluttony, greed, sloth, wrath, envy, and pride.
Right.
And what's funny is like half of those things you fucking do on a regular basis.
Half of those things you can't live. You can't actually function.
Yeah, whoops! I was proud of myself.
Yeah,
I'm so fucking sorry that the last 3 months of my life were horrible, and then I was finally proud of something.
You made a fucking macaroni makeshift thing for your mom, and she's so proud of it, and you have pride because of that. Is that a fucking sin?
And then now both of you are fucked.
I studied for 12 years to become a fucking surgeon, and I can't be proud of myself. You know what I mean?
I don't want to sit.
But you could also spin so many things. Like even if like doing good, right? Even if doing good, you're someone who it likes to give, right?
Yeah.
Because it makes you feel good.
Yeah.
So you give a lot.
Yeah.
Well, now you're being greedy. You are, because you're doing something for yourself.
Where's the
no matter how much you give in order to feel good.
Where's the 7 lovely sins?
Yeah.
Not to be confused with
the 7 lovely sins are chastity, temperance, charity, diligence, patient kindness, and humility.
Oh wow! I didn't fucking know.
That's just
those are just the opposites.
So one of them are chastity, which means you're not allowed to have sex. That's
right.
So
it's
in
a virtue,
fairness,
right?
Okay, so it's basically just don't have fun.
Right.
Yeah, just
don't have sex. Don't be proud of yourself. No, I think if the 7 deadly sins.
Wait, sex is supposed to be fun?
Well, it's not. Yeah, well, I guess it's like it's the opposite to the vice of lust.
Right.
So it's the virtue in comparison. So the opposite of gluttony would be temperance. The opposite of greed is charity, sloth, diligence, wrath, patience, envy, kindness, and pride and humility.
I'm just,
pretty much it's just the opposite of 7 deadly sins.
Yeah. I think all of those sins, and actually all of those sins and all of their opposites, I think it's if you take any of them to the extreme, that's when it's a problem.
No. But what, I guess
but
what
it's
I'm
the idea
saying
that if any of them are technically a sin, it's like Jesus.
Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is like me and Stamper were talking about this. It's like I don't want to go up to heaven with a bunch of fucking like old people in a waiting room and eat crackers and wine all day. I want to go fucking party with Satan and the demon girls and fucking do drugs off their titties.
Yo, those demon girls spread their butt.
Do you want to know? Do you want to know
they
something?
Love it.
They do.
Okay, so listen.
And they envy that. Here's that word.
So they envy that. So did you know that the demons?
It's like, yo, there's a room over there. You need to check that shit out, dude.
Let me tell you,
there's some shit going on in there.
So listen,
your fucking mind.
you know that in heaven,
and then I'll buy them all drinks and stuff. Everything will be copious. It'll be great.
You know,
wait, no, copacetic. That's the word.
You know that in heaven, none of the sins are allowed.
I have to move their little forktail over.
None of the sins are allowed in heaven, right?
The angels show up, and the show you get is a fucking chastity belt.
So it's not like you get to go. Yeah, you don't get to go up to heaven and drink and fucking party.
Let me tell you what fucking heaven is. It's playing ping pong and being a faggot.
So fucking asses playing ping pong. Booze, beer, bitches.
But wait, that means
that's hell.
That literally
that's fun time.
No, that literally means that this
if hell is burning for eternity and heaven is sitting around singing Om 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 all day long,
Heaven's washing old people.
Fine.
That means this
is it.
Right. This is it.
This is the only time that you're going to be able to drink and fuck and swear and do all the city things that are so fun.
Let me tell you something, Corey. You're going to go to heaven, and God's going to come up to you and be like, hey, what's up, Corey? You did a good job on earth. Welcome to heaven. You want to play badminton? And you're going to be like, no.
That's gay.
Exactly. And he's going to be like, gay? And then bang you.
Did you know, guys,
off the cloud.
that there are
He's
demons?
gonna put his hand on your forehead, his big giant fingertip on your forehead, and be like, "You're banished from heaven forever." And you're gonna be like, and.
Because they fall and plummet,
Yeah.
and then like Satan's like, dude, you don't know how many.
He's
people
like, dude, we got badminton if you want it, you fucking queer. But we also got the room full of the demon girls spreading their butts. It's great. Go over there and look.
That is actually. Sorry, I turned into a demon for a second.
You sounded like a fucking demon.
Did you know that there are different demons associated with each deadly sin?
Yeah. The ones, it was in Dante's Inferno, I think. So, like, when he went to the level with the gluttons,
that was great.
It was like people that would like force feed you food and then like tear out your innards and shit. And then there was like the lust ones where they would like fuck your dick off.
The lust one's called Asmodeus. Is the lust sin, but you know, like Beelzebub?
Yeah,
that's envy.
Fuck your dick off.
Beelzebub is envy.
Do you know what I mean?
Lucifer is the demon of pride.
Dude, she fucked my dick.
No, you go.
I don't know any of the other ones.
You go to
though.
heaven, and when you sign over your life to heaven, the first thing that happens is your dick falls off.
Yeah.
So your angel can be androgynous,
Yeah.
and then.
You'd like that, Corey.
You know, that's actually what angel wings are made out of. Dick skin.
Yeah,
It just falls into a little chopper. And
dick
angel
skin and
wings pop
vagina
out.
flap skin. That's it falls right off, and then they peel it as wide as they can.
Oh man, could you
Like wings out of
imagine
it.
being the guy who has to clean up all the dick skin and fucking vagina skin and stick it into the man-made machinery in heaven?
Patriarchy in heaven.
I guarantee you, they clip coupons in heaven.
Yeah.
They
have wet dreams.
Senior discounts.
Have wet dreams in their.
They watch a lot of Wheel of Fortune.
They have wet dreams and hide it from God.
God walks by to inspect all the wet.
He comes in, he peeks in the window, he's like, "Did you have a wet dream?" You're like, "No, God."
I just
I'm
pissed
okay."
myself a little bit. He's like, you don't have a dick. Your wings are made out of your dick. And
It's like I was drinking the holy water. You got to make up some.
What do you think is the biggest sin you could commit if you got into heaven?
Taking dick pictures of God.
Fucking a baby angel.
You don't have a dick. Baby angels are cute though. Come on, let's be honest.
Yeah,
It's like,
dude.
those big chubby cheeks and
He's
little
like,
juicy
dude, this
butts.
baby angel's like 8,000 years old. I just got here. Come on, man. It's not
Yeah,
like
I'm like
statutory.
younger than this fucking baby angel, dude.
I would be so good at bullshitting God. I'd be like, "Bro, I just got here. I'm sorry. I'm not used to this whole fucking heaven."
I'll be God in this scenario. Okay, go for
I
it.
brown nose the fuck out of God. I gotta
Really?
get on his good side so I can get some brownie
If you
points.
were to be God, though, you have to accuse him of something.
When he changes the rules, when everyone has to come down for the Y2K or whatever, I'm be like, listen, God, listen, I did all that shit.
You know what Y2K is, Corey?
Listen,
Do you know what Y2K is?
It's the Millennium Bug.
Sorry, the rapture is what I'm talking
Okay.
about.
I would kiss God's ass so
That's what I'm
hard.
saying. I
I'd be
brown
like,
nose
"Yo,
him.
are those
Or I'll
fresh
be-
new J's?"
Yeah,
Temper.
exactly.
I'll be
You
God in this
comment on his
scenario.
toga, and then he comes when you're coming down on the fucking like boogie plane to Earth again to like go on the big projector to look at all the sins you guys did. You're like, come on, knock if you, man, I was drunk.
I'd be real with God. I'd be like, "Oh, that's a fucking nice toga. How do you keep it so white? Clorox bleach?"
And he's like, no.
Where'd you buy that at?
He's like, I
He's like,
use
I made it, dude.
Vanish OxyClean.
He's like, I made it.
Vanish OxyClean, purer than you. All right, so Stamper, I'll be God in this scenario. Stamper,
Stop.
my
This
baby.
podcast brought to you by Vanish OxyClean for God. Buy some Vanish OxyClean.
Be whiter than God. Be hell. Okay, but so basically,
Black is.
Stamper! My baby's anuses are larger than usual today. Do you have anything to do with this?
Yeah, baby, I fucked him.
Down to hell with you!
Bye.
That's the end of that.
that's it. Done.
I get to hell.
It's over.
Satan's like, check it out. There's a lot of baby anus.
No, you should be like, he'd be like,
so many.
baby!
There's so many.
baby.
There's so many.
I heard about
They keep the bodies together, so they just have to make them separate. Make the baby asses
Just a big
float in.
wall of baby asses.
Yeah, they're like, we had overtime.
Dude, jokes aside, if anything, I would get to hell and I would have to I'd have to pull Satan aside and be like, "Listen, dude, I know you like to party. This fucking awesome T-shirt, by the way. But listen,
It's
man,
got three words on it, man.
I need to fucking relax for a second." And I bet he'd be cool. He'd be like, "All right."
he
He's
would
like,
listen.
Hey, you know what? You take your time, because guess what?
We got eternity.
Yeah, we got a lot of shit to do. I'll be like, all right, I just need a nap.
He's like, God tells everybody I'm supposed to set you on fire.
If anything, he'd be fucking annoying. Like, he'd like bang on your door and be like, dude, we need to fucking party. And you're just like, no, man.
That's what hell is.
Please give me a break. You bring him in, you try to cook him eggs and be like, calm down.
He's like, I like my eggs pickled. Come on, man.
Just give me 2 fucking seconds to just fucking get my brain
don't
together.
Like these kind of
Now, does the devil like split every single time there's a new person? Because I'm imagining that if the more people that were there, like let's say back in the beginning, there's only like a few billion people down in hell. But now there's billions and billions of people in hell at this point. So it's like they either had to hire more people.
Yeah. So
or
Mick,
how do they manage that?
So Mick, isn't the
no way they hired enough demons to fucking punish that many people?
Isn't the
especially at the rate that
who's the wallets that coming out of?
Isn't the whole point
below minimum wage is bullshit?
Unless they're converting the people that go down as like new recruits.
Isn't the whole point of Christian or the Christian view of religion? I think it's just the Christian view of religion is that there's going to be a holy war between the angels and the demons eventually. But wouldn't there be way more people that go to hell?
Oh my god, hell would totally win.
Hell would totally fucking dominate, dude.
Yeah.
Totally dominate.
Like, Heaven would go on Twitter and say mean things.
No, they wouldn't even. They'd be like, "Oh God, I don't want to hurt you." Heaven would be like, "Oh, geez, is this gonna hurt?" And hell would be like, "Fuck you." They're like ISIS.
Heaven would be starting fundraisers like, an angel died. We need to fix this.
Yeah.
They raised $3,000.
Yeah, on their Kickstarter.
Satan would be like, "Hey, we're making a new beer."
Yeah, and you're like, "Shit, dude."
Their Kickstarter
he's like
videos
fucking.
is just
It's like demon
wet.
semen beer. Demon semen beer.
And then you're like, that doesn't
You're
sound
like,
very
shit,
good. But then you
dude.
see all these girls coming in.
Satan's like, I'm kickstarting butts and pussy for everyone.
Butts.
And the God's like,
the Butts and Pussy
God's
for
like,
Everyone
hey,
Foundation.
I'm bringing back the VCR. Woo!
Dude, fucking Satan would fucking... If there was a Kickstarter, Satan would pay the
like
entirety
how out of touch Heaven is.
Yeah, they're like, they don't even know how to double click a mouse, and Satan's got a fucking iPad.
He really lost touch with how life is right now. He really lost touch.
We got it. That's God's favorite thing. He's just the VCR. He has all his favorite prized things: the VCR and the cassette player. That's his things.
He's got his he's got like his bookshelf of tapes.
He's listening
and then
to
he's got like the top 4 rows are like his normal VHS tapes, and then like the bottom one is the taller one that's got all his Disney ones on it. Because they're the big white ones that don't fit on any other fucking shelf.
I have no problem with people who are
rocking
religious.
and rolling.
My best man is very Christian, and I love his family
That's what I'm
dearly.
saying.
Like, and listen, if there is God, that's awesome. They always say that, like, you know, you have to be open to God. I am open to the idea of it.
I am as well.
And you know what? Honestly, God,
I would never
if
throw
God
it in
knows
somebody's
everything,
face, though.
right? But if God knows everything, and if God wants my attention, He knows how to fucking get it.
Exactly.
He knows how to fucking get it. No debates.
I'm open to God, but I need evidence.
And they say, but that's not faith. That's always
that's not
the
faith.
discussion.
But like, if he just comes down and just goes peekaboo and just leaves like for like 1 second, then you'd be like,
I won't think that's God.
Let me tell you something.
I'll think I just had a quick hallucination.
I could never believe in a God or trust a God or respect a God even that wanted blind faith out of His creations. I would believe that if I created something, I would have to earn that respect. And they're like, well, they made you. Well, I don't know that. But I'm saying that if you can earn my respect and then, or if you can try to do something to earn someone's respect and they still turn you down and they still, you know, put their nose up at you, fuck them. But
how about this, Mick? You're only allowed to go to heaven if you praise me. If you go down on your knees every day and go, "You're great. I'm great." Like, why would you want to worship a God that wants you to like actually like go down on your knees and be like, "God, I love you"? Like, what? Like, seriously, like that is.
You know what that is? That's pride. That's pride.
Oh my God!
That's fucking vanity.
You debunked religion right there.
That's a fucking deadly sin.
Mick just debunked religion.
Let me tell you something.
Live
you know
here,
why
folks.
they do that? Because they want their fucking pretty house on the side of the ocean, like their fucking like their nice 2-story house with their fucking perfect wife and all this shit. They want this perfect because you know when you go to heaven you get everything you want. You get the one thing you always wanted, which
what if you want
is
titties
greed?
and beer?
Which is greed.
Corey, That's so beautiful how you were just like, your ideal life is a 2-story house with like a nice
No.
You're so humble.
No,
and perfect.
it's just like that's what people want. They want their perfect ideal world, living in the. That's what I want to live in the Bahamas. That'd be fucking amazing.
Do you even like?
But like, that's what they want. But you know what that is? That's greed because you want that.
Yeah.
You don't want to give.
You're doing all this good stuff so you can have material or you can have the things that make you feel so good.
It's all worked. It's a fucking fascinating.
But you can spin it. I remember talking to people about friendship too.
The most generous, amazing people I've ever met in my life aren't religious. I'll say that much.
Well, that's
They
true.
don't give a shit. They're human beings.
That's all you gotta
That's
be.
what we're doing.
Don't kill your neighbor.
Yeah.
There you go.
Surprise! Yeah, it's pretty fucking
Do you
simple.
want to talk
isn't it?
about when we stopped like being religious, all of us?
No, are you okay?
No, I was burping while talking, so I looked like I was.
All right, I guess
You
for
look
me,
like a drunk hobo. You're like, do you want to talk?
Don't bring the hobo thing back. Come on, I'm working hard not to look like a hobo.
You don't look like
now
a
you
hobo
look like a
as much.
fucking samurai.
I stopped looking like a hobo.
You look like a
Niall.
samurai in the making.
You have
You look
beautiful
like
eyes.
a Kurt Cobain fan.
Man, she's a knockoff, like fucking
What the fuck was that?
You have
Rocket
beautiful
Cola
eyes,
version.
and you're a handsome guy.
Thanks.
Ow, my heart!
I
I think you're a very handsome guy.
All right.
I think you'd be a catch for a lady. Truthfully.
Yeah, thanks, Stamper. But can I just tell one story relating to that?
You absolutely can.
So this
Can
is
I hold
this is
your stick.
Oh my.
Well, that's great.
Dude,
So
put
this
back
is-
in your pants, dude.
This is off topic, but me, Zach, Chris, and Corey went to John's house, Jontron, and we went to the Nintendo store one day in Rockefeller Center.
The Nintendo store.
Yeah, but it was closed. But
Elaborate.
But a fan came up to Jontron. And it was like, "Are you Jontron?" And John was like, "Yeah, you know, he was doing the whole thing." I was like, "Yeah." They got a picture and all that stuff. And then John goes, "This guy here is Brad Pitt." Just to me, he pointed at me, and then the guy just goes, "Well, you're not looking very good," and just walks away. Like, I know I'm not Brad fucking Pitt, but come on, let's be honest. Like, don't hurt my feelings like that. I was hoping one day maybe.
You get plenty of fucking attention from people.
That hurt my feelings just a little bit. Like, I know I'm not Brad Pitt, but at the same time, the fact
Dude,
that
I had a whole group of people saying that I looked like I was a product of radioactive exposure.
How do
Right?
you feel about that?
Niall, that was your story, really?
don't do
I got made fun of.
It's almost like that story came
Nickelodeon.
right out of Ireland.
Wait, what was that, Nick? What are you guys trying to say right here?
That was an Irish story.
Oh, God, fuck.
You need an intentional thing to
You need a
put on
punchline.
yourself. So
you need a joke. You should have been like what you expected him to be is like when you said Brad Pitt. Then you could have been like, well, you look like a fucking
No, I would say if he was like, yeah, well, you're not looking really good. And he's like, yeah, I miss Jennifer.
No, next time that
No,
happens,
but
you
that's
say,
not actually what happened, though.
you say
I'm not that sharp.
You say, nah, I look like Brad shit, and then you grab him and kiss him on the mouth, and then you send him away.
But this guy, what's a handsome black guy? Denzel Washington. This guy was no Denzel Washington himself. You know? So why is he coming up to me and saying,
I don't know.
I know
You
I'm
have
not
to be
Brad.
self-deprecating.
Well, that may be true.
We were talking about that before, dude.
Life is always going to be weird.
If you put everything out there, all your flaws out into the world, there's nothing anyone can say that can hurt you. Because you've already put it all out there. If they call you out on something, if they make fun of you, guess what? You've already said it 100 times, and everybody already knows.
But I thought about this. If Brad Pitt,
bulletproof.
If Brad Pitt is a 10, he's the standard of male good-looking.
Let me tell you something. Brad Pitt is like a fucking 6 now. He's like 90 years old.
Dude, he's 50 and he's still a fucking 9.85.
Well, I'm not jerking off to Brad Pitt every night,
But
all right?
you're not gay. But like the thing is, Brad Pitt, if he's the standard who is
as far as he knows.
Okay, so he's known as like the male Adonis of this year. Like he's like the male.
More like Hugh Jackman. High five, anyone?
Let's not get into semantics here. But basically,
Who cares about Hugh Jackman?
So basically,
he's the male Adonis.
I thought Matthew McConaughey.
Being good-looking these days is how close you resemble Brad Pitt.
No, you just asked me when did you guys stop doing religion, and then you were like, oh, I got made fun of at Nintendo store.
I'll get
now
back
we're
to that.
talking about fucking dudes.
I'll get back to that. But if Brad Pitt is the like standard,
Yeah,
that you have-
flabby Pitt. Go on.
is the standard that you have to live up to.
Yeah, Brad shit.
Yeah.
All right, let me just finish my thought. Then we'll get back, right?
Bad shit.
So if he's the standard that you have to live up to these days, like, so you're obviously never going to look exactly like Brad Pitt. You're not going to look as much as like him.
As he does?
Okay. So you're not going to look. So if he's the 10, you're not. You're obviously going to be under that. If he's, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm kind of drunk, guys.
I look like John Oliver.
Yeah, you do.
You do. But you're cuter than John Oliver.
Yeah, you are cuter. But anyway, so when did we start losing our religion?
Stop. Let me tell you something.
You're the one who told him to go back to it.
I know, but I guarantee that Brad Pitt has never made a lady laugh before.
Yeah, Brad Pitt.
What?
That's not true.
No,
That's a terrible
dude.
man.
He's the kind of guy who's hilarious and has a huge dick, and there's just nothing you can do about it.
Are you serious?
I
He actually, there's a quote.
I don't
from
think it's
Brad Pitt.
hilarious, but I think he's definitely made a girl laugh.
I'm pretty sure he's got.
Name
a few
one
golf
comedy
claps.
movie that Brad Pitt has ever been in. There's 3 guys sitting here. Name one.
I don't even know Brad Pitt.
Burn After Reading.
Oh, that movie sucked.
What's the one where he was a stoner?
That's not a comedy movie. True Romance.
Yeah,
that's not a comedy. Though, but it's
but
a
he
great
was he was a
Name one that's not like an obscure fucking black comedy. Name one where he's been funny.
Now you're lowering the categories. You're fucking changing the variables.
No, but however,
you know what?
That motherfucker is old and useless.
I agree. He's Flabby Pitt. That was my retort.
Flabby Pitt.
Yeah, I'm sure that would hurt his feelings, and you go home and be like,
David
oh, God,
Beckham.
that guy.
David Beckham has the personality of a fucking cardboard.
I'm
cutout.
so sorry.
Okay,
Brad Pitt is a
but
fan
that
of
guy,
this
that guy has
What if he's
plenty
the biggest
of fucking.
fan of this?
Nick, it's not
Brad
mutually
Pitt was the
exclusive though.
biggest fan.
It's not mutually exclusive. I think Brad Pitt could be funny, but he actually is quoted on saying, "I'm the kind of guy that every is so good," or something like that. He's like, I was just born with the best genetics possible. Sorry.
That's fucking hilarious. Move on. Back to religion.
So when I lost my religion, it was when I was 16 or 17. I started watching YouTube videos because I wanted to believe in God. I didn't know what Pascal.
Then you read a comment section and then that was
I didn't know what Pascal.
Fuck, God is dead.
I didn't know what Pascal's wager was when I was that age.
Yeah.
And Pascal's wager is basically all right, so there's 2 scenarios: God exists and God doesn't exist. If you believe that God exists, you're going to heaven. If you believe that God doesn't exist, you're not going to heaven. If heaven doesn't exist, that's fine. If you believe God exists, you're happy. You'll just rot for eternity. But basically, it's a 2 out of 3. Most scenarios it wins because if you just believe in God, you'll go to heaven. If it doesn't exist, then you won't notice because you'll be dead. So that's Pascal's wager. So I kind of fell for that, and I was looking at religious videos to believe in it. But the more religious videos I watched,
believe in it to make sure you were right.
Yeah. So the more religious videos I watched, the more holes I found in it, and the more I found out how stupid it was, and that's just how I stopped believing in it. I never gave it much thought until then. So it was.
I don't even think it's
for me.
I like how technology was introduced into your world, and you're sitting here looking at it's I need to pull up religious videos
to reinforce your beliefs.
But I didn't know much.
Yeah, but for me, you asked me, but for me it was back when I was questioning the Disney fucking fantasy stories I heard. I told you fucking how is some dude gonna
Prince of Egypt?
No, he means the Disney fantasy story.
Yeah, Moses splitting the fucking sea and some dude making a boat for a flood that fucking put every one animal on the fucking boat.
Yeah.
Or every kind of animal.
Not to mention that the only human survivors of that would have been some old man and his 3 daughters.
Exactly.
To me, no one really talks about that.
To me, that just seems...
we don't bring that up anymore.
All right, you don't have to be a fucking genius to know that if you put a lion with a chicken in the same room or on the same boat, or even a lion and some other small animal, the lion is gonna fucking kill the animal. Completely pointless. They try to
you read into that a
story.
lot.
No, it's just common sense.
Here's what I want to know with Noah's Ark: what were they feeding the lions?
Exactly. No, they said they had food, wheat. Lions
don't eat wheat. They had to kill off.
That's the name of the podcast. Lions don't eat wheat.
That's why they brought fucking 8 fucking things of chickens, because they were gonna have to feed them.
God gave.
They doubled up on the chickens
because they had to and the lambs, because they were gonna have to feed those to the wolves.
God gave the chickens passaways and said, if they have babies, feed them to the lions and other smaller animals, because it's a dog-eat-dog world.
Got it.
And God understands.
It was its own ecosystem.
Well, that's what I was saying. It's people are looking at this now and they're saying, you know what? I know those are ridiculous, but they are guidelines. They just feel they're guidelines.
But it's also those creationists who...
But it's nonsense. It's complete nonsense. It's clearly, obviously nonsense.
But it's the people who believe that the Grand Canyon was created from Noah's Ark, and it's
the Grand Canyon was when I walked to my grandma's house and dragged my pee-pee on the ground. Nigga.
Where's the canyon? Where's the canyon there? Come on.
But in contrast to where Moses was, it's not even in the same fucking area.
Yeah.
So it's how the fuck did How did he make this boat and then pick it up and lift it?
Didn't they flood
a
the
few million
planet?
yards?
Yeah, it was supposed to be the whole planet, I think.
Yeah, it wasn't like Evan Almighty where they flooded downtown New York and the rest of the world was cool.
Yeah.
That was fucking terrible.
It was totally fucking terrible.
Came and it was just like a giant tidal wave.
All
that
these
just carried
panda
the
bears
boat.
came from fucking China, jumped on a boat, and traveled a block, got off, and then went home.
Evan Almighty was actually the first movie I've ever walked out of before it finished. Like, in theaters.
That's too bad. I never even
I like
saw
Steve
it.
Carell though. He's cool.
Yeah, he got a big.
Never
fat
mind what he does for money.
He got a big fat paycheck.
I mean, I never, like I said, I never had religion like really in my life, at least not that I knew about. It was never imposed in my life.
This is the religious podcast. I remember not long ago we were at a bar thinking, okay, we'll touch on religion and then we'll talk about potato chips.
Oh yeah, no, we'll get to the potato chips. We still got some time.
And then now was like, oh, you meant potato chips. I thought you were talking about chips because in
I'm Irish.
Ireland they called fries chips.
Also made of potatoes.
Also made of potatoes.
Which is an Irish emblem.
That's fair.
Is it the potato?
Man,
It's not-
you
it's
guys
not the
are
emblem.
fucking pathetic, man. That's all you have.
What are you talking about? They make whiskey
potato
and they got Guinness.
That was unfair. Cut all that.
It's pretty much your.
I'm so fucking sorry.
Your
I
blood
disrespected
is
Ireland.
made of that shit.
I'm sorry. I'm
Also,
sorry.
Even if you had no Irish heritage, now your blood is Irish.
Ireland, please forgive me. I love you so much.
I was gonna say that, but as I got older, I mean, I was always kind of like looking for God a little bit. Not looking, but I was always very open to
Yeah.
it. I ended up
So
in
was I,
like
though.
weird Christian youth groups, even though I wasn't Christian. All sorts of weird ass shit.
Human beings search for
Yeah, but you're
purpose
like
and
that's
reason.
that's just
Yeah.
that's natural. When you're younger,
Exactly.
you look for whatever.
So
you,
now I've just kind of like I've settled into the idea that I don't believe in God. I'm not saying there is no God. There's just nothing that's made me believe
and
that.
that's a stance that a lot of people take. I take the
Right.
exact same
And
stance.
that I would just rather lay back on my Buddhist roots, and that's pretty much what
Like Buddhists are harmless.
pushing
It's what
through.
Pam-
right, and it's not even a religion more than it is just a set of values and beliefs.
and they're good values too.
It's
but
what, hold on. It's what Stamper said. Stamper said people just want to find like value or like they want to find purpose. So they want to find the reasons for things that happen. Like you see these stories of people like, oh, I had a near-death experience where I saw a white light and all this stuff. But it's been proven that the same experience can be held in like those things where people go in space shuttles and go around really fast.
And
they
you know
have
what?
the same
Can I
experience.
can I
and
expand
they,
on that?
hold on. And they both see like the same thing. And it's like you put two and two together, and then you start questioning all these other things. Like you start questioning like spirits and stuff, and you're like, so you wonder why these people who go around with these little electric boxes to like outlets that get like huge like lighting things, or they see like lightings and stuff. It's like it could be so much other things because
I would love to see a ghost. Honestly,
I
people
would
say like,
too.
would you be
I
scared?
would
No,
too.
because then I would know that there was
Yeah.
more
I
than
would
this.
too.
I'd be like, oh my
never
fucking
seen
God.
it. I have never
I would be
fucking
amped.
seen it.
I would be amped.
It seems like everybody growing up in my life has seen and felt.
No,
and-
they say they do.
No, but they say they do. But me, the fucking
Yeah, I haven't
experience I've
Ghost
had
stories are
was
very fun to
noises
discuss.
and seeing shadows. But I have never seen a
I'm going to
ghost.
say one thing, and then I'm going to let Niall talk. When I was, again, back to what Mick was saying about fucking brainwashing, when I was in the 2nd or 3rd grade, a teacher from a neighboring classroom, she, like, borderline died, right? So she came in to talk to all of us. She stood up in front of the class and told everybody about how she was about to die, and she went to heaven. And she saw all these pink clouds, and life was great. And then she sat and talked to us about the afterlife and how heaven is waiting for us, and it's great. This is in public school.
Yeah, see, that's not
dude.
fact.
She
Because
sat there and she fucking told us that. And I think back to that, and I'm like, are you...
That's
because when you die, Stamper, what you call it?
Like, granted, I understand that... I'm not gonna write off anything that she saw.
No,
but at the same time,
that always- you
to come to
should.
fucking a class and say that heaven exists and that
That always-
and then
You should,
feed
and
into
I'll tell
religion
you
after
why.
That
that.
always made me mad because it's like a teacher coming and be like, oh, you get all the fucking ice cream you want. It's the best. You all should think about hanging yourself.
But we all respected her because she was like 96 years old, and we all sat and looked up at her, and we were like,
She was a wise
Stamper,
sage student.
like,
So-
yeah, this is a fucking this is it.
It's
Like,
not a
This
fact.
is proof.
You can't take that.
This is proof.
You can't
and
take
this
that
is
as
shit that drags behind you for the next fucking 10 years of your life before you write it off.
You can't take that as proof though, because when you die, it's like it's been proven that like your brain and your pineal gland in your brain, which also is known as your third eye, releases this chemical
Pineal.
called
Third eye.
called dimethyltryptamine, which is a chemical that is the same chemical that releases when you dream. So dimethyl
and do drugs.
Yeah, there's a drug called
psychedelics.
there's a psychedelic called DMT, which you can smoke, or you can do this other version of it called ayahuasca, which lasts longer. I don't know, something about that. But dimethyltryptamine releases from your pineal gland, and pretty much it has the same effect in dreams, and it stops the trauma of death. So so you're pretty much dreaming as you die, and like when you're dying, you think of heaven, because that's what else are you thinking of? You're like, I hope I go to heaven. So like you're gonna dream of heaven. Like that's what happens. That's what people think.
Listen,
makes sense.
Life is
wrong, maybe. Makes sense though.
Stamper.
It's probably more right than the alternative.
Life is
well, I'm so used to getting corrected by people in YouTube comments.
Stamper.
Let him.
Life is like a hurricane. Here in Duckburg.
Oh God.
Are you gonna start singing the DuckTales theme now? We're waiting for it.
Why didn't you whip out your trombone?
Wait, that was the DuckTales thing, wasn't it? Like a hurricane
here in Duckburg.
Sing with authority, asshole.
Something.
Come on. Come on.
Here in Duckburg.
What's the...
You don't know the words. All you know is Duckburg.
Duckburg. Woo.
Might solve a mystery.
Or rewrite history. DuckTales. Woo.
Exactly. Now do the Darkwing Duck theme song.
Darkwing Duck.
Let's get dangerous.
Darkwing Duck.
When there's trouble, you call DW?
Darkwing Duck.
All right, Tailspin.
Wait, hold on.
It's like
Yeah.
Yeah. I like Tailspin, the cartoon, dude. What was her name? Kit? Was that her name? The girl?
No, Cloud Kicker was the kid. That,
Oh,
like,
whoops,
used to
never mind.
I think you're thinking about Rescue Rangers.
No,
with fucking
Gadget? No.
Oh, Rescue
no, but
Rangers,
Tailspin had a
dude.
girl too.
Gadget.
What about
fucking hot?
She
Yeah,
was,
she was.
dude.
You wanted to get
Take that little
you wanted
jumpsuit
to do
off.
Inspector Gadget.
I'm gonna wrap that bitch in duct tape and
She
fuck
had
the
a,
shit out
she
of
had
her
a,
so she doesn't
dude,
pop. You know what I'm saying?
She had some fine little mice titties and a butt.
I know.
And then she's like working on her little tiny little fucking race car.
She
And
definitely
she's like
had
bent
a
over. the fucking chipmunk.
And she was psyched just to do her own work. And you know she wanted to fuck on the side too.
Yeah, but she was busy
down
working.
for
She
it.
was kind of like, guys, get off me. I got work to do.
Whatever.
She was a strong, independent woman. At
No,
the
she
time.
was.
And then at the end of the day, she
wants
to go home and just let a man take control.
Pee all over her.
She just wants to let loose because she had such a stressful day. She wants somebody else to give her orders. I could see that. I could see that now.
That's what you did wrong.
Life is.
It was great. It was a great night of jerking off.
Stamper, can you paint my nails?
You want Stamper to paint your nails? Look at the hack job he did on himself.
That was a horrible job.
That's pretty good from here, though.
Yeah, from there.
Yeah, take a look over here. He painted his fucking ear.
No, you're fucking. You and your eyes. You're like a Highlander. You're beautiful. It's great.
Yeah, no, I think I do have decent eyes, but right under my eyes are big, dirty eye bags that ruin them.
Nobody
Contacts out one day, and we're gonna know his secret.
Yeah, dude. Nobody ever said that about Benicio del Toro.
Oh yeah, he
all
does
the
have
girls are all up in his shit, and they weren't like, look at those big saggy bags.
He's Benicio del Toro, though. I'm Niall.
Yeah, he looks like fucking shepherd's pie. If you look at his face, he's a fucking mess, dude.
They don't see that.
I always thought he looked like a human version of like Frankenstein or some shit. Just
Did
like
we get off
that ghoulish look in his eyes?
Religion? Was that over?
When did you lose religion?
Remember when Duck Jesus
When
came
did you
to
lose
Duckburg?
religion?
I casually lost it.
You just
That's what I'm
lost
saying.
it. You had a
That's what
hole in
I'm
your
saying.
pocket and just little grains of
Oh,
sand
you're one of those
pouring
guys
out.
who's so cynical that you're like,
Over time.
I'm sick and fucking tired of people calling me cynical. I'm the most positive guy ever.
No, you're not cynical, but you're one of those guys who's like, just shit happened to you that you were like, God could not possibly exist. You didn't think of it you didn't do the research. Not
Here's how I lost
Not that it's a
religion.
bad thing. It's
Here's how I lost religion. One day I was like, oh, you know what? You thank God for everything that you did. I went through the hardest shit ever, and I did it by myself. He didn't do fucking shit.
Exactly. I didn't even mean you're cynical in a Jeff sense of cynical. I meant you were cynical in the fact that, like...
You can't say that on this podcast because he's part of the podcast.
He knows he's cynical, though.
Yeah, he is a cynical piece of shit.
He knows he's cynical. That's his shtick, though. You can't like, deny your shtick. Yeah. My shtick is being a dumb Irish guy.
My shtick is 8 inches long, baby.
You sit and you eat. Oh, thank you, God, for all this food. It's like I worked so fucking hard for this food. Fuck you, God.
You gotta pay your Jesus tax.
Fuck you.
You gotta pay your Jesus tax.
Pay your Jesus tax.
Yeah.
On the bread rolls and the ham that you fucking planned for 2 weeks.
That's what it is. When you go to church and appease your sins, you're paying all your taxes back for all the bad you've done. You're like, oh, God, holy fuck, I haven't paid my Jesus tax in like 14 years.
All right, so hold on. Let me say this.
Sorry, I jacked off in a sock.
Hold on.
Sorry, God.
So, Stamper.
Like, he doesn't jack off in giant God socks.
Stamper.
He doesn't.
This goes for everyone, but if
That's
God.
where my cum goes.
Dude, if God did
Jacked
exist.
off
No,
with a
he did
giant cum
exist.
sock.
And he fucking came down and he showed his face and it looked like Mufasa's head in the fucking clouds, and it was we all saw it, and he was like, guys, listen, I just wanted to clear some shit up. I do exist. All right, I'll see you later.
Actually, does this part of Ireland...
No. If he said... If he said this...
Off in a sock.
More specifically, if he came down and he said, guys, I did this. Not only did he come down... Not only did he come down from the sky or in the clouds, he formed his big face in the clouds like Mufasa, and he said, humans of Earth, I am God. Listen, I'm sorry I was away. I was a little busy. I wasn't checking my messages. Apparently, a lot's been happening while I was gone. Listen, the Bible is all true. No matter how weird it sounds, I was involved. Yes, this
He's
big
like just
face in the clouds. This is clearly impossible. Well, guess what? Noah's Ark, Moses, it's all true.
That's a good God voice.
And then he said, if y'all want to get into heaven, just follow the book and listen to the church. I'll see you guys.
But if he said something like,
it's like, you're a little late, dude.
No, wait. Now he said that, right?
Super late.
Would you then go to church and do all the shit?
Only if he said, like, I know it sounds fucked up in the Bible, but listen, I have my reasons. It sounds fucked up, but seriously, just come on, man, just believe, right? You'll know what I mean.
It's like, man, I can't even pass my fucking driving test. You think I'm gonna read your fucking Bible to get all the shit right?
You would say that to God.
Yeah.
If God really appeared and was actually real.
And then Satan's fucking strings that were controlling me in my mouth. Exactly.
Jokes aside, I'd be like, listen, dude. Maybe after I pay my rent.
Seriously, I'd be like, listen, I cannot fucking read this book. It's like, maybe I'll take Zach's advice and read a book 30 minutes before I go to bed, but you're gonna have to understand this needs to expand a little bit. I can't tell time, I gotta set mini goals. It's like, okay, so...
You know what, truthfully, I'd be like, you know what, faggot? I would love to sit on high and judge people all day. It would be so much fun. Maybe you should stop eating so much fucking cheese. Maybe you should fucking do this. It'd be great.
Hey, you know what?
I would love to do that.
What if he goes, what if he said,
I'm so fucking sorry you're sitting on clouds and life is perfect for you right now.
What if he goes, yo, like all those fucking African children, we kind of need them. That's why we're making them starve, and we need like as many African children as possible. He's like, we fucking need these African children, man. You'll know when you get there, okay? Just trust me. What would you say? I don't know that.
I like how God's having a heart with only you.
yeah, he's trying to like.
He's really trying to justify himself.
Yeah, he's like, come on, Stamper.
He's like, hey, I'm gonna get out of the clouds. I'm gonna come into human form.
I'm gonna make your fucking mouth
Stamper, I'm giving y'all I got, Stamper.
What if he didn't come out of the clouds though, and he was like 4'3", and he was like kind of a midget, and he was like,
hey guys, I'm God. I just really want to look. I'm doing magic. I'm putting fire in my hand,
and he just put fire in his hand. He's like, yeah, okay. So anyway, and he's looking up at you, and he's like,
and Jesus is like way bigger, and he's like, Dad, oh my God,
you're embarrassing me. and he's like, Dad, you give me back my roller skates.
What if
Dad?
Jesus comes down and
just roller skate? There's one beer left. Who wants to split it with me?
I would just.
I don't want to.
Anytime I hear about like Jesus coming down, I'd only want him to come down like Thor comes down. He'd come down like a comet, hit the pavement, and there's like a fucking crater left by him. But he's just wearing his like nice little robes. But he clearly has like
the density of like fucking star.
So after God does the speech, Jesus comes and he's like carrying a bunch of papers from heaven and he's like, running down and he's giving out people and they're like, what is this? He's like, oh, my son, he wrote a new book. I need you guys also to read this. And tell me what you think because he's kind of a little nervous about writing again.
Yeah, most people just want him to sign it. Like a convention.
But the Bible is actually
like, yo, where were you during 9/11? You remember that? That was pretty fucking bad.
Stanford, like the Bible's actually been written.
I was writing my book.
Yeah. I was actually more concerned where Spider-Man was when that shit happened.
Actually, that's true. I would be too. I'd be like, come save me,
I'd be like, fucking Spider-Man, please.
Yeah, when Electro
what happened?
All
you had to do was throw webs up between the Twin Towers.
We're
and just
talking
catch
about
the planes.
You guys are talking about how you think most of the population is religious.
Most of the population.
Okay, but I've seen plenty of videos where like people don't even know, like if they show a picture of Jesus next to a picture of like fucking Spider-Man, they'll point out Spider-Man 100% of the time, and like 70% or 60% of the time they can figure out who Jesus is.
Yeah, that's confirmation bias though. That's more like people watching those videos.
That's world bias. It's like, what was...
I'm just saying, kids today, 10 years old and younger, do you think they believe that Spider-Man is more real than Jesus?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
They relate more.
It's relatability.
This is where the world is going. What was that recent thing that they just released where it was like the McDonald's logo is more recognizable than the cross?
Yeah, and Stamper, this actually is this comes up to a topical event because recently Zayn left One Direction. And a lot of his fucking fans
cut for Zayn.
Cut for Zayn
now.
They all cut for Zayn. They cut their wrists because this dude left One Direction. And
a fucking band that's not going to exist in 6 months. It's going to be done and over with.
It's a blood sacrifice, is what they're doing. They're more. That's because Zayn is more recognizable to the fucking young population.
Yeah, Jesus.
Then Jesus fucking Christ.
He's more valid.
And I'm not saying that that's a bad thing.
No, Jesus is looking down, just like shaking his head, like. He's just so jealous that so many people are willing to cut themselves for some fucking kid that nobody fucking cares
about.
But
he shouldn't be, because it's all in his image. It's One Direction to God.
Heaven. But I thought that was very interesting when I saw, like I know it was very sad that these fucking kids are cutting themselves, but like it is actually the same thing as like people sacrificing themselves for Jesus.
Fucking stupid. It's fine.
I know, but it's like the human mentality is what like the horde mentality of like. Just trusting in someone so much or believing in someone so much that like
who the fuck came up with the idea to cut themselves because of it and started this shit train that a whole bunch of fucking little girls jumped on to fucking get attention on Twitter? Who the fuck started
Mick,
it?
that's my
Whoever
point.
that is, they should have really cut for Zayn and just fucking cut their own head off.
But Mick,
that is fucking stupid.
But Mick, that's my point though. This shit has been going on for eternity. It's in the human psyche to do that shit. You know what I mean? Like people fucking kill sheep for fucking God. Why would God want a fucking sheep?
What would you do if you got like so popular? You were like the sleepy cast Zayn.
Oh God.
And then you were like, you know what? I'm gonna fucking move to New York. I'm done with this shit. And everyone was like, cut for Nile.
I would make a video. I would absolutely make a video, make a public appearance, and I'd be like, you know what? If any of you cut yourself because of this, you were never a true fan.
Yeah, no, I'd do that. I'd make a video and be like, dude, I fucking
stop. I do not respect any of you.
You know what? Truthfully, that motherfucker should do that. He should spend 2 seconds on Vine and be like, stop.
Yeah, that's it. Stop. That's
not
it.
even 2 seconds.
All you had to say.
Half a second. Just
stop.
Like, stop.
One word on Twitter.
Stop.
Please, just stop.
And just put the hashtag cut for Zayn. Just stop.
Stop. Thumbs up.
Yeah.
Stop.
Baby, you light up my world like nobody else. So when you pretend you're you don't know you're beautiful. I'm skipping that shit.
No, you're not. That should have been the closing right there.
That's a hot song, though. I'm not gonna lie.
It's always the go-to song. It's like that song. No matter if a song gets caught in my head, if I'm just doing something, it doesn't even matter if I'm jerking off.
That was on purpose, though.
If I'm changing, it's just like suddenly I hear like.
Yeah, but Corey,
shut the fuck up. Let me tell you something.
They got the formula for catching us down. Like they knew that was catchy.
That song is going One Direction to my playlist.
I don't even know that song, and I'm happy I do.
You don't know? Are you fucking?
I bet he does.
I don't.
I bet he does.
You don't know you're beautiful.
Nope, I don't.
Girl, you're insecure.
You're beautiful.
I know obscure SoundCloud.
It doesn't even matter. You're so fucking beautiful.
French artists. That's all I know.
And fucking video game music.
And video game music.
We talked about religion for an hour and 42 minutes.
And One Direction for about 1.5 minutes.
So wait, we can't stop. I actually don't think there's a whole lot to cut out, which is kind of good.
Yeah, but I still want to keep going though. Unless you don't want to
go. No, we're good. So
unless you don't want to.
So wait, guys.
There's no rule that it has to be like a fucking hour and 20 minutes.
Don't think about it.
That was just the standard. Like
So listen, we covered.
So guys,
so going directly from just this is a little off topic, but it's related. Potato chips.
Yeah.
What about them? Where do they come from? What do they taste like?
They come from potatoes, which are they're cut really firmly and they're fried.
Shit.
They're fried.
That's a short conversation.
They're fried, Mick.
What's your favorite potato chip?
And seasoned.
Did you ever get a potato chip right and you be eating it and it's fucking like green and you just don't know what to do?
Yeah,
with
but that's
like when you were young.
Never gotten a green.
No,
potato.
I
have.
Yeah. No.
Hey, what are you doing?
Oh, is that
with
like the
green
really
potato
ripe
chip?
potatoes?
And you're like terrified of it. Like you think your whole batch of potato chips is fucking ruined. The first time I got a green potato chip,
that's because you play video games when you're a
mind.
kid and you think it's the poison chip.
Yeah, exactly. Because I was like spitting it out in my hand and crying, and I'm like, poison! And she told me it's just it wasn't, like the light didn't hit it.
Listen, what's your favorite potato chip?
That was my question.
My favorite? Here's something that I don't get.
I like sour cream cheddar.
Yeah. Oh, sour cream. That's number one for me.
Sour cream cheddar rips up my tongue.
And you know what? I really like salt and vinegar chips, and everyone else is a fucking bitch about it.
I think it's okay, but I can't eat a lot because then it starts like tasting like
it start to eat a hole in your mouth.
Yeah, no, it does burn the sides of your mouth.
Let me tell you something. That's a man chip, all right?
You know what?
If you
Did you guys ever eat a kettle chips?
Beer and pussy chips is a man chip.
Beer. Dude, I love beer and pussy chips.
Have you guys ever had?
Fuck yeah,
I have an idea.
Beer.
No, kettle chips. They're jalapeno flavor kettle chips because those are the hard ones. They're like really super crispy. They're fucking great, and the jalapeno ones they have are super salty.
Kettle chips are fucking amazing.
I love kettle chips.
Lightly salty kettle chips. Ugh.
Those alone, yeah.
It's salt and vinegar chips. A lot of people don't like them because they hate vinegar, and it's like, oh, well, fucking get over it. You're a grown man.
You know what? Vinegar is in like so many fucking things.
Vinegar is in everything we eat. It's
not
like
a big
people
fan
that say
of-
they fucking hate onions.
Guys, this made me actually think of something.
I'm not a fan of dill chips.
Look. Put salt and vinegar chips on a sandwich, mash it down. Put any chips on a sandwich.
This made me think of a really
Go to Jimmy John's, mash a fucking bag of chips in your shit and eat it. It'd be the best day of your life.
This made me think of a really good potential sponsor. Does this service?
Jimmy John's?
No, does this service called Go?
Salt and vinegar potato chips by Lay's.
Wait, can I say this real quick though? Does this
Beer and pussy chips.
There's this service called GoPuff, and what they do is they deliver like vape stuff. They deliver like Pringles. They deliver like snacks and shit to like all hours of the morning. I think that would be a really good sponsor. They deliver like it's mainly a vape.
They're not gonna
place.
fucking sponsor.
No, they might. They're a Philly corporate company. Like they might.
We just bash God for 40 minutes.
Dude, our fans are all in like
faggots.
Netherlands and Australia and Great Britain. I don't know how many fans we got in Philly.
Anyways,
we almost have more international fans than national fans.
It's a good idea. No, but GoPuff is still though.
Can I? You know what I never understood with chips? You get like these like mystery flavor chips. Like you remember when Mountain Dew tried all these different flavors for about a year? You had like the blue, the white, all these like random colors.
Yeah. And it was all bullshit like Mountain Dew garage wall.
Yeah.
And you're just like, wait, what?
Mountain Dew Frost, and you're like,
they were
all like grape and
they were like
you're
fan.
like, wait, what?
It was like fan voted flavors.
Yeah,
they ran
but
them
it's
limited.
like, why don't they have like these extravagant flavors that you could like show your friend? Like you're like,
do you guys remember?
I'm eating
curry chips. I've had curry chips.
Oh my god, they're good.
I've had curry chips.
They're huge in Ireland.
Before we wrap it up, we did have some questions from fans that we wanted to answer. Just a couple before we wrap it up. Niall, could you please pick
a good one?
Yeah.
Anything you guys are looking forward to this year?
I'm looking forward to the Rapture and hanging with my boy G-Boy.
I'm excited for all the awesome stuff Sleepy Cabin is going to do this year. And a lot of shit coming up in the next couple months.
Whoa.
That's not the hype shit. That isn't. That's literally what I am very fucking excited for. That's why I'm here.
Tattoo for some reason.
Yeah, I tattooed myself. I am here in Philly. Shit is happening with Sleepy Cabin, and that's exciting.
Niall, who asked that question?
That was asked by Weeble-a-wooble. Weeble-the-wooble.
Learn how to field questions,
Weeble the
man.
Wooble.
Weeble-the-wooble.
Weeble the Wooble.
Also, I'm on board with Mick. I'm looking forward to some exciting sleepy cabin stuff.
Eventually, we'll start doing cool show stuff.
Yeah,
Green
that's part
screen.
of. Yeah, green screen, green room.
You guys need
Maybe.
to sing more when you express yourself.
Yeah, there's some tentative stuff for the future. It's not set in stone, but regardless, there is going to be more filming of projects. Animation takes a lot of time, and that will still happen. But we're also trying to find other ways of, puppet shows and
I like how all these guys are calling bullshit right now because it's been so long, but they don't know that it's.
They don't know it's all actually happening right now.
I'm so fucking sorry. I have a full-time job.
Yeah,
They're like,
yeah.
It took you 7 months to put something out. Well, guess what?
but now we've got some support.
My
Now there's some legitimate support.
Yeah, thanks for all the
It's
money.
working on a game.
Shit.
They don't know what's actually happening.
Yeah, no, it's happening though. It's already in the works.
You know what? The people that support us, they know what's going on. They get it. They understand.
Yeah.
They're in the now.
Yeah. What about you? What do you got on the plate?
What am I looking forward to?
Yeah, what are you looking forward
Releasing my first cartoon.
Ever?
Yeah. I was reborn recently, so
Yeah.
it's
That's
kind
right.
of a big
You're gonna
deal
start
for
making
me.
Christian cartoons?
With lots of sex.
Yeah.
Christian sex.
The real deal.
Are you gonna reboot religion? Oh fuck yeah,
He's
dude.
gonna make it fun and sexy.
Yes. Religion's too fucking old and fucking gray.
Yeah.
Where's the hot pink?
Yeah.
And the wet girls.
You're here to give it a
and
nice
sweaty butt.
injection of
Hey.
hot pink.
I'm down with the hot pink.
Yeah.
But you're still nice to people, and you still get it on a human level. I understand what
Absolutely.
you're
Everybody
talking about.
does.
Awesome. Yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to.
Rebooting
Sounds
religion,
like we're,
yeah.
rebooting religion and good old sleepy cabin schniz coming up the pipeline.
Is that shit and jizz?
How about we reboot religion into the trash, and we suggest that everyone's
Join the
be
sleepy
their
cabin-
own god.
Or join the sleepy
How about
cabin
that?
cult. Sleepy
Be
cabin
your
cult.
own god.
Join the sleepy cabin.
Be accountable to yourself?
I don't want. What? What, Niall? What were you saying?
Join the sleepy cabin cult.
The sleepy cabin cult.
Just
okay.
do whatever the fuck you want. Say whatever the fuck you want. Don't care.
Oh, okay.
Don't
I didn't want the
encourage that.
But you
responsibility
do
to be
care.
somebody
You do
else's
want to
god.
care. You
Don't encourage that behavior.
I don't really care though.
Because then you get people who tip cars.
Yeah, we don't want that.
How can you tip a car?
You can tip a
Oh,
car.
I've seen it before, dude. You get enough people, it's easy to tip a car.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, you just throw it
Yeah.
over. You can get 2 guys and tip a car. It's
Depends on the
nice.
car, yeah. Excellent. And what else do we have lined up in our Q&A?
The sleepy cabin
NDA.
crew are enlisted.
Hayward Cole
Fuck my A.
asks, "Hey guys, what's something you're passionate about besides animation? For example, I love martial arts. How about you guys?"
Do you really though?
I actually did like karate one time when I was like
I did taekwondo.
I did taekwondo too.
Taekwondo.
I was a yellow belt.
Dude, I was a fucking green belt.
Mick, you are a second-degree yellow belt.
I was
and
a second
won't
degree.
Let you.
I was second degree
I
yellow
was
belt.
a second degree.
You know what they do? They just
Green
give you
belt.
they give you a piece of electrical
Wait, you
tape
were a
and
yellow
you just
belt?
wrap it
Yeah.
around the belt.
You were a yellow
Dude,
belt?
that's exactly what happened.
I had two.
Or they
two
take a magic
pieces.
marker and draw shit on it.
I was a red tag, which means
I was a
almost a
green
red
belt.
belt, which is
So
next
which
to a
is
black
Yeah,
Nice.
red electrical tape. It was
belt.
this.
I
Let
had
me
a
tell
red
you
electrical
something.
tape on my belt.
When I signed up for Taekwondo originally, it was like an after school experience where it was just fun. But then they started putting in grades, and at one point they actually just took out Taekwondo altogether. And since it
Corey.
was only 45 minutes long,
I know your story is really good right now, but we were all in rec center martial arts. We have to stop that. He's not asking if we took martial arts. He's asking what your other passions are besides animation and stuff.
I had a story to tag on with it.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
It was quick. It's almost over. But he moved
That's
in
what she
desks,
said.
and our new teacher
Wait,
was
no,
like
that's
all
what-
about fucking report cards and stuff. And since all I got was
He-
bad grades, I didn't
he
want to
said-
show him, so I quit at an early grade because I didn't want to show him my C, or I'd have to do like 50 push-ups and get kicked in the face by people who.
My
don't
martial
know.
art, my taekwondo instructor, man, my parents called him sir, and they didn't like that.
Yeah, he made me do the same thing,
Wow,
or I'd
what
have
a
to do like
faggot.
15 push-ups.
I know he was a huge faggot. All he wanted was money.
Yeah. Anyways,
So something else I do other than drawing is like animation. Is that what he asked?
Yes.
Is art.
No, other than art.
What are your hobbies
Other than
beyond?
art, but other than like sitting at your tablet.
Look, hey,
I think
you know
the
what?
answer is
like,
clear.
I like cooking. Okay, it's
Yeah.
great. I love to cook.
I love
but
to
I'm not
cook, too.
doing what I'm doing normally.
I like to play the trombone occasionally.
I go for lots of walks.
That's not a hobby.
Yeah, dude.
No,
Why isn't it?
because you do that now.
No, I like go for.
I guess you could make walking a hobby.
You can't segment time for walking and call it a hobby. You have another existence.
Is it something you can be good at? Is it a skill that you can?
No, but I get lost.
Yeah, can you perfect your
that's
walking?
kind of fucked up. You know what? It's valid for him. He gets his mind together.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I was just trying to piece together.
Is not a
sounded
hobby.
like you were saying
what makes a hobby.
Fine, I'm a professional blinker. I fucking find my arts.
I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about Niall.
No, but I like walk to places I haven't been. I just keep walking in
You know what,
directions.
Niall? I'll walk with you, man. I understand.
I don't give a shit that he walks. I'm saying you do other stuff, Niall, than walking. Don't lie.
Other hobbies? I don't know, just exploring places.
You've been saying you have an amazing voice.
Yeah, it's not really a hobby though.
Singing is a hobby.
Well, I guess okay. Let me go do that.
I sing occasionally too.
Harmonize with me.
That was actually quite beautiful.
All right. No one knows this, but I actually wrote a lot of poetry, like a lot of poetry. In fact, I created.
I bet you like to walk too, faggot.
Faggot.
You're a dick. And that poetry.
Oh, well, I write a lot.
No, that was it.
Go on.
That was it. I got into poetry while I was in. I mean, I'd always kind of been into poetry, like in New York, and then my taste kind of changed. I went from like Kerouac to Rimbaud, and then finally to Lorca, and that's where I ended up with Lorca because that was kind of like.
Yeah, I actually write a lot of I try to write comedy.
I used to write music and sing. And
I actually have one of Mick's poems here now. Let me read it.
Yeah, here we go.
The night is dark.
I'm horny.
Oh no.
It's a haiku. That's not a fucking
Listen. I did. Listen.
That's great, man.
It was an experimental phase in my poetry.
I believe in your creative vision.
You didn't finish it. Okay. The night is dark. Oh no. The night is dark. Please blow. The night is dark.
No,
let's go.
You sound like a psycho.
The night is dark.
The point of
it wasn't to rhyme.
Then my boy came
You're
in.
such a charlatan.
Listen.
What a noob.
All right, realistically
Rhyming
though,
poems? Come on, dude.
I used to
Get with the times.
write music.
Shit. You don't rhyme poems. You say things randomly.
Yeah, rhyming's
make it happen.
nursery rhyme. This is from Mother Goose.
When I'm alone at the office, I sing up a storm.
I'll pop a
as
cap in.
loud as I can to get my vocals going. Yeah, because I'm self-conscious about how I sing.
Black couch. I saw a black
sing
mouse
all the time.
on the ground walking around.
I sing
looking
when
for
I rhyme.
Ground beef.
Drink lemon and
Looking
lime.
for beef grounds.
Fucking throw quarters.
I love how you throw your whole body into it. Like you're beef ground.
What is it? The cafe house fucking screaming. What is it? What the fuck is that shit? Niall, somebody challenged me to that recently, but it was like cafe house fucking rap-offs. What are they? That fucking bullshit.
Oh, slam poetry.
Thank you, slam poetry.
Sorry.
Nonsense poetry.
Yeah.
I feel chains.
Nonsense.
I got brains.
You don't know
Nonsense.
it's me.
The people snap.
I am
The segment.
your foe, it seems.
You don't know it's me. It hurts when I pee. I'm confused about what I'm saying. Time to get some coffee. I'm done.
Peace.
Well, drop the mic.
Think about life.
You drop the mic.
Drop the mic.
Think about life.
No, most of those slam poetry is always going to end. It's like, you come around into my face, you better get ready to.
Oh yeah.
And then they walk away.
Most of them are just like
taste.
No, it's they don't.
It lets you wonder. That's where the
it's like,
snapping
whoa.
Oh yeah, they're like, and you're gonna come around again, and then.
And then you walk away.
And they walk away, and then like 10 seconds later, they're like. And then 10 second.
I would never fuck the green M&M.
We're not.
No. Yes, you would, because her pussy's under her
skin.
Skin.
Niall.
All right.
Liar.
Last question. What do we got? What do we got? Last question.
Last
Oh,
question.
it looks like Stamper's racing you.
Stamper got it.
No, you know what? Let's answer a couple of questions rapid fire.
Okay, go for it.
Without being stupid.
Go for it.
Niall, my shit is fucking up. Get a question. Hurry.
You've all been tasked with leading an expedition into space to find a new planet for humans to colonize. There is a space on the ship for all of you. Yeah, fuck that. The sleeping cabin quo. I like dick. True or false?
You know what? Go back and answer the first one. Now I feel guilty.
There is a space on the ship for all of you and an additional 5 people to make up the crew. Assuming there are robots to build the infrastructure on the new civilization, and there are settlers and cryogenic pods to populate the world, who are the 5 people you bring with you for the trip.
This is like a fucking quiz. They ask you on a fucking algebra test. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, dude. No, wait. So it's all of us, and then we add 5 more people?
I get it. It's cute.
You pick
but, you know, the
5
whole
people
fucking,
to bring with you on
he's got to summarize that way faster.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Alex Houston.
Split it down. What was the summary? Give me the summary.
Right, 5.
Give me the cliff notes.
Man, you're getting blasted into space, right? And you need 5 dudes to come with you, or else you're fucked.
Oh, guess what? The Sleepy Cabin crew. Next question.
Oh God, you're dead in a day.
Listen, I would say if we were already on there and we had 5 pods for additional people, they'd all be girls, because.
Yeah, we need to repopulate the not the Earth, but the other.
Oh no, but they said that they would actually be able to repopulate without girls, but
Let me tell you
they'd still be girls just because. Why not?
I need some pods. Can we bring the green M&M? Does that count or no?
I don't think she's fertile. I don't think she can.
You know what we bring? We bring the green M&M. We bring Smurfette, Gadget, Bugs Bunny, and fucking.
Fuck you. Ask the next question.
What does it smell like in the Sleepy Cabin offices? Trash.
It smells like
It smells like a mix between stale beer,
trash,
smoke, BO,
trash,
toilets, coffee grounds, and dreams that are on the verge of budding.
Trash.
Trash.
Or falling apart.
You know, truthfully, it smells like concrete and coffee grounds.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, it doesn't smell anything like garbage in here, to be
It
honest.
smells like chalk.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah, that's the concrete, though. That's
It's like chalk and cinnamon. What is that cinnamon?
Oh, that's Stamper got these things down here.
Yeah, I got
Oh, yeah,
incense
the little
to make it.
There you go. It smells
sticks.
like fucking.
Or no,
chalk,
those are the
cement.
oil sticks. Those aren't incense. Those are like the oil rods.
Oh, yeah.
No, Mobile Spider says, does Corey have any stories about his band?
Yo, fuck Mobile Spider. He got what's coming to him.
Yeah, he's got a poster coming to him.
A story. Okay, so this is like the only time. And
Wait,
I'm
what
glad
was
you
the
brought it up
question?
because I'm never going to talk about
Does
it.
Corey
because
have any
it's
stories about
something-
his band?
It's something I'm kind of like embarrassed about because it was like very mediocre band playing. Where we
it
just covered like, it did. We just
Covers and
covered.
stuff?
Yeah, we just did covers of like punk and. But it's like I had all these visions. I had wrote all these songs and I've always wanted to be a ska band, but I kind of gave up on that dream just because like I wasn't able to really reach it. And my friends gone off and done like islandy like rock music stuff that you smoke weed to, and I still like writing music occasionally, but I don't do it as much as I used to. So in general, though, there's really nothing about my band. It's pretty much gone. I would like to do another band, but
Did you guys ever release any songs?
I think we might have.
Like a demo or?
How does everyone come up with their online personas, such as why does Mick call himself Rice Pirate?
Okay.
Can you ask that again? And like it's a question. All right. So
Zombie
what's
Fly.
next? What's
Zombie
next? Corey?
Fly
Or
says-
Niles? Corey.
Zombiefly says, how does everyone come up with their online names and personas, such as why does Mick call himself Rice Pirate?
I'll start.
Oh.
I'm Stamper TV. My last name is honestly Stamper.
Yeah. See, you had it easy. I think either you go with your name like Chris does Oni for O'Neill, and then Stamper.
Again, Chris does Oni for O'Neill.
Yeah.
Let it sink in. People still don't get it.
Oh.
People still walk up to him and call him Oney and shit. His last name is O'Neill. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
Oni.
Yeah.
It's very simple.
And then Nile is Nile, but I guess like with you, with like Cryburger or whatever, it's like this. It's just you're a kid. And
He's Niley.
I was a kid.
He's Niley the Defiley.
Yeah, that's what I'd rather be called.
You'd rather be called Niley the Defiley.
Or just Nile. Yeah, I don't
Which is very similar to Zach. He made his name Psychic Pebbles when he was a kid.
Yeah.
And he just strung 2 words together. And
Yeah, exact same.
it just stuck with him.
I actually, because I had an older name, but it was from a game I played, Puzzle Pirates, and I played it for years, and it was King Priam. It was based because I was reading the Iliad and some other fucking shit. But anyways, but I got into pirates. But then when I kind of stopped playing Puzzle Pirates and I moved to Newgrounds, when I set up my account, I didn't want to use that name. And the two things, I mean, I'm Chinese, and my first name in Chinese is Mi Ke, and Mi means rice. So it was just rice, and then I liked pirates, so I just did rice.
I thought it was because you were half Irish too, and you're like yar. And
You're not Chinese, dude.
Fuck you, dude.
How do you say nail polish in Chinese?
I don't know.
Ching
I don't know how to say nail polish.
Corey, I didn't know you knew how to speak Chinese.
I do, dude.
It is, dude. Anyways, yeah, so that's where it came. That was it. Nothing special. Just one thing I liked. My part of my name and one thing I liked.
For me, it was kind of like I had a character whose name, this is really stupid, his name was Spazzy.
Yeah.
Believe it or not, I was also really young, so don't make fun of me. And so I drew him as a kid, Spaz Kid. I'm going there.
Yeah.
And
I think we're on the same page with our audience. I don't think anyone can make fun of us for anything.
And I was,
zombie
a kid
fly.
At the time. I was like 15, so I was like, I like how this name Spaz Kid sounds. It has like kind of like a cool like Spaz Kid. So I was like Spaz Kid. I like that.
Where did the
And I
in
stuck with
3D
it.
come from?
The in 3D came from being suspended a bunch of times because I had Spaz Kid 12, then I had Spaz Kid 28, then I had Spaz Kid XD, then I had like Spaz Kid.
The Spaz Kid
it just gets gayer from there.
Spaz Kid on VHS, Spaz Kid on Blu-ray.
I had Spaz Kid on DVD and Blu-ray, but that got suspended within the first week, so I was just like, okay, fuck it, Spaz Kid in 3D, and nothing happened. Like it stayed the same.
What was the relevance of 28, Corey?
28?
That was just Google algorithm said like, do you want to be?
It was
default.
That's exactly what it was.
Yeah.
I went to Spaz Kid. I'm like, I can't think of a fucking number. It was just like 28. I'm like 28. And then I did an XD because
Just
that's
so you
the
could like
28
troll
time.
even harder. You just like, oh god.
I remember there was actually
now.
like a username generator, and basically it took like an adjective and a noun and just smashed them together. So like Ego Raptor or Psychic Pebbles.
Yeah, it was
or
called
Spaz
Xbox
Kid
360 Lawnmower Gerbil. It was nonsense.
Yeah, you just like
My
take two
Newgrounds
words.
name was Chainsaw Dentist.
Yeah, there you go. That's not so bad.
Which I thought was actually good, but it was too fucking long.
Yeah, that is long.
And it doesn't really stick with Spaz Kid, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if I met you, I could just call you Chain. Hey, what's up, Chain? Chainsaw
That would be
Dentist.
cool.
It works well.
But you can call me Spaz.
Yeah, Spaz I like better too. It's applicable to you.
Yeah, am I a Spaz?
Yeah,
Do I freak out?
a little bit.
A little bit.
I call you Otzbone because you're really good at the trombone and you're kind of autistic. Do you like Otzbone?
Can you laugh without smiling?
That was disturbing, Niall.
Because I look sad.
Thanks for joining us on the Sleeping.
This has been Sleeping Cast.
That was really upsetting.
This special episode of Thinking Sideways is not brought to you by your wife who's trying to kill you. Instead, it's brought to you by TNT's new limited series, The Alienist. When a series of gruesome murders grips New York in 1896, Dr. Laszlo Kreisler and his team must investigate, analyze, and capture the killer. Inspired by The Alienist, this week we're going to delve into the death of Thomas Edwin Bartlett, who was discovered dead at 4 o'clock in the morning on January 1st, 1886, of apparent chloroform poisoning. The general consensus was that his wife, Adelaide Blanche Bartlett, was the one who administered the poison, but to be honest, we don't know for sure who did it. So that is our mystery. And just a quick little ears warning. There is going to be some talk about sex in this episode, so if you don't want the little ones here or little ears hearing that, save it for later.
Oh, do we want to introduce ourselves?
We probably should, because that would be great since I just gave away the story. Who are the players? Well, I am Steve.
I'm Devin.
And I'm Joe, and this is Thinking Sideways.
The podcast!
Hey!
Okay.
Good job. It's like we do that all the time.
It's like that, yeah.
We're enthusiastic, damn it.
So let's dive right into the story.
Yeah.
Give a little background.
Yeah.
On the players that we've got. So there's three main players in this story. First off, there is Edwin, and Edwin, the husband. He was a successful grocer.
And I think he actually owns several stores, right? Like a chain or something?
Right. Well,
yeah.
he was a grocer. I guess I meant that as in the business owner, not the guy who was behind the counter.
Exactly. Yeah. He was a successful bag checker.
Bag boy,
bagger.
Yeah. Bag boy, yeah.
Checker.
Yeah.
Either of the two. Sorry.
But their business was in London. He was 29 years old when he married Adelaide in 1875. At the time of their marriage, she was just 19 years old, and she had had a bit of a tragic past. Both of her parents had died by the time she was 11.
Wow.
She was taken in by a family, and they raised and educated her.
And nice of them.
Yeah, it was. And that plays into part of the marriage terms, or the dowry terms, because it was an arranged marriage. Not surprisingly, they weren't in love, which wasn't really a thing at the time, marrying for love.
Believe it or not.
For some people. But
Yeah.
not most people.
Not all of them. But one of those stipulations of her dowry was that Edwin had to pay to complete her education, and he almost immediately sent her away to school for about 2 years. So, happy romantic newlyweds. Go to school, honey. I'll see you later.
She actually came home on holidays for visits.
Yeah, it wasn't as she was gone completely. But when they were together, they were reported to, have a happy relationship, though they didn't have much of a sexual relationship.
More of like a platonic relationship.
Yeah, a lot.
Although there is some disagreement on that.
Yeah, there is, and that's something that we're going to talk about in a bit. But one of the signs that points to the fact that it was not entirely platonic is the fact that Adelaide got pregnant and had a child in 1881, which would have been 6 years after their marriage.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, the child was stillborn, and she vowed never to get pregnant again. Apparently, it wasn't an easy pregnancy for her.
Well, yeah, if the child was stillborn.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm
that's a pretty
sure,
good
yeah.
sign. But, I mean, there's nothing to say that their relationship had an inherent sexual component. There is evidence. Obviously, she got pregnant. I would say that's more evidence that Edwin was like, you know what? I need an heir to give all this money to.
Maybe.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
More than,
They did it for practical reasons rather than
Right.
reasons of pleasure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But also maybe pleasure.
Maybe.
Who knows?
I don't know. I mean, some people said they only had sex once in their entire relationship when she got pregnant. But then I think it was their chambermaid said she thought that she believed that actually they only had unprotected sex once.
Yep.
Which was when she got pregnant.
Correct.
Yeah. So
Correct.
I think their relationship was not quite as abnormal as some people like to make
No,
it out to be.
and that's one of the things, as with all these older stories, you got to be careful of the accountings and the reporting. But let's continue on. So the couple lived in several different houses in London, but in October of 1885, they moved to the Pimlico area, which is in central London. They had been living in another part of the city, and what motivated them to move, I don't really know, and that's not really important to the story.
But it's close to their place was close to the Thames. It's actually a stone's throw away, so maybe they liked it for the dead bodies. I don't know.
I doubt that was it. But what is important to note here is that before the move, actually since January of 1885, they had been going to the Wesleyan Chapel in Merton Abbey, which was about 8 miles or 13 kilometers away from their new home, the one that they had just moved into. And that's important because when they started attending that church, they met the Reverend George Dyson, and he and the couple became quick friends, and they would spend a lot of time together. And some accounts would say that he would minister to them individually, while others would say that he was hired to tutor Adelaide. And by tutored, I mean, I don't actually know what it means because there's a lot of conflicting accounts.
I mean, it sounds like she was interested in education and, being educated and learning stuff. I mean, if that was part of her dowry was that she was to continue her education, the only reason she could get married was if she were guaranteed that continuing education. If she was into that, I mean,
learning
her
about
husband would be
the
supportive
religious
of that.
history. Yeah, I mean, we don't know what was going on here in terms of what was taught or what actions were taken.
Well, according to the testimony of the Reverend himself, he said to, I believe, to Adelaide at some point that he felt that Edwin was actually sort of trying to push them together, meaning George Dyson and Adelaide Bartlett. He felt that he was trying to push them,
you see that in a lot of places because, I mean, as we talked about, the resources or the sources on this say that Edwin himself apparently wasn't all that interested in sex, but he had this belief in the power of animal magnetism, which is a force sometimes referred to as mesmerism. It's kind of a life force that can be held by all animals and can be transferred to others with healing properties.
This is when that kind of stuff was going on.
It was popular at that time.
That was bigly.
And again, we don't know if that's true because there's only a couple of players who say that. It was not as if it was a widely known belief that he did this, so it's hard to say. But what we do know about the pair is, in terms of who liked what, we do know that apparently she had more of an appetite for intercourse than he did, because supposedly, according to Edwin's father, she took up almost immediately with Edwin's brother after their marriage and had an affair with him.
Although Edwin's father really didn't like her either.
No.
And so
he was throwing mud all over that lady.
Yeah, there was some strong disagreement over that particular issue.
But there's also information that says that she was having intercourse with George Dyson. Mm-hmm. And the reason that it's said that way is that Adelaide and Dyson were, according to the maid, found multiple times on the floor in positions, quote unquote, unusual for pupil and teacher.
I love that. That's such a great way to say that.
He was actually also supposed to tutor her in judo.
Oh.
And Greek wrestling.
I thought you'd say
they
yoga.
were just picking up paper clips.
Yeah. But it's not entirely clear if Edwin was, how much of this he was aware of or on board with. And as we said, his father didn't like her, and so he said a lot of bad things, and she made some strange statements about her husband. So his letters to the Reverend seem to indicate that he was okay with it and on board, but I'm not 100% positive.
Well, I mean, Edwin, towards the end of his life, at least the last couple of years of his life, his health was really bad.
Yeah, it was waning. Yeah,
he expected to die and to leave his wife a widow, and he apparently thought that Dyson would have been the ideal husband for the future.
That's what he seems to think.
Yeah, which was noble of him.
Yeah. So we're almost, at this point, we're almost up to talking about Edwin's death, but there's just a little more that we need to share about him. Joe, you were just talking about his health, and it had been poor for years ahead of time. He had been diagnosed by his regular medical doctor as having subacute gastritis, which is an irritation of the lining of your stomach, and subacute means that it came on rather rapidly. He also supposedly had issues with his gums and his teeth, left him in a lot of pain and discomfort, at least for the latter part of the year of 1885. And part of the reason for that is his choice of dentist, because he picks a complete and utter nut job for a dentist.
Well, they didn't have the internet. You couldn't look up reviews on your dentist.
No, I'm afraid. I wish that he could have, because this guy believed that the best way to prepare Edwin's mouth for receiving dentures was to, I kid you not, saw his teeth off at the gum line.
It's like, leaving the health thing aside, I would so much rather have a tooth pulled than have it sawed off.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I'd rather have it broke out. That's,
And besides leaving the health considerations aside, you would think that having rotting stumps in your jaw would not be a healthy thing.
Oh, God, no. Exposed nerves? No, this whole thing sounds bad.
Yeah.
And think about it. It was a handsaw, not a power saw. Mm-hmm. Okay. The other problem that Edwin had was apparently it was determined that he was suffering from mercury poisoning. And when his regular, medical doctor asked him, what's going on, he was taking some pills, and he said, well, why are you taking them? And he admitted that he didn't know they had been prescribed to him, and so he was taking them.
Well,
so he was getting mercury poisoning, which is not good.
Well, also back in the old, mercury was used in amalgam in dentistry for fillings for a long, long time. But also, he actually it might have been other things. Apparently, Edwin strongly believed that he had worms.
That's right.
He was totally convinced he had worms, and worms, and mercury actually in those days was considered a good treatment for parasites. Mm-hmm. So he might have actually been taking mercury.
Mercury kills everything.
Oh, yeah,
including you.
Including you, yeah. By the way, not recommending this, even if you think you have worms. But and apparently he didn't have much of a real doctor. Exactly. His wife kind of was his nurse, and he didn't exactly have a full-time
He would go see his regular doctor once in a great while, and that was it.
That was about it. So, I'm not surprised he had... people took mercury for syphilis and, like I said, parasites and a bunch of other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was kind of the fix-all.
Yeah.
Well, the trick is it will fix everything, and that you will not be suffering from those things anymore because you will be dead.
Yes.
Right?
You're right.
I mean, I don't know. I guess there's something to be said for having that unquestioning kind of demeanor of, well, maybe this is just, I've never been to another dentist. Maybe this is how things are done. But you would think
after the first one.
I was going to say, you would think the first time somebody started sawing your teeth, you would be like, just kidding. This can't be right.
I just the whole idea of it seems kind of awkward to get a saw into somebody's mouth also.
Well, I'm sure it was a little dental saw.
Well, yeah, I'm sure, but still, it just sounds like an uncomfortable
Sharp
time.
as a butter knife.
And and of course, not much in the way of anesthetic.
Let's move away from the tooth sawing, please.
Yeah.
So all of this is going on, and Edwin is getting sicker and sicker. And then all of a sudden, in the month of December 1885, his health seems to rally. And the couple are seen around town, and they're happy. And he goes to his regular doctor, apparently, who says, "Oh yeah, I know you're doing much better. Good prognosis." And then on New Year's Eve, Edwin went to see his quack dentist again for what reasons I don't know. And then came home, and he and his wife, they spent the evening together in their house. She then woke up at about 4 o'clock in the morning. He'd fall asleep in a cot, and she was sitting near the cot and had fallen asleep next to it.
Yeah, it was like in the front room or something like
near the
that.
fireplace.
Near the fireplace, yeah.
So he could keep warm. And then when she woke up, she noticed something wasn't right. And so she said that she tried to pour brandy down his throat in an attempt to rouse him. And then when that didn't work, she called for help, and people came, and they figured out very quickly that he had passed.
Which was a strange thing to do because apparently, so their landlord who lived upstairs, she went and got him first. This is at 4 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
And said
I thought
that
she sent the maid.
Maybe she sent the maid up, but whatever it was, he came right down and he said, well, he touched the body. The body was just cold as hell. It was cold, basically.
Yeah, stone cold.
And so it's like, okay, I've got this body here that's laying there stone cold, and the eyes are wide open and staring at nothing, and I'm going to pour brandy down his throat. Now, that doesn't make a lot of sense.
No, it's but
in her defense, I mean, yes, bodies get really cold. We had panic. She was young, but also
no, she was in her 30s at this point.
Oh yeah, that's right.
She's 14 years. She married at 19, so she's a 30-some-year-old lady.
Scratch that from the record. Anyway, one thing I will say is that I have very poor circulation as a rule. My blood pressure is really, really low, and there are times where my hands and feet are like ice cubes.
So we shouldn't just bury you. We should probably look
check
for a
pulse
at
or
least
something.
First.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And my core stays warm, but my limbs get really, really cold, and I'm convinced that if I did pass in the night and my fiance was just went to touch, felt it cold, he would just think, wow, she's passed out or asleep or something.
Yeah.
And he's smarter, obviously.
Might be a week before he'd notice.
Right. Yeah. He would just be like, wow, she's still asleep. Must have been really tired. It's so weird. No,
honey, it's been 3 days.
Yeah. No, I mean, obviously he's smart enough. He would check for a pulse, blah, blah, blah. But I'm just saying, if you're kind of in a panic and he was in bad health already, and I suspect his circulation wasn't particularly great. If all she did was kind of touch his hand, and then she thought, oh, I'll give him some brandy. That usually warms him up and wakes him up, and then that didn't. And then she was like, oh, that's why he's so cold. Okay. Dang it.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
So, obviously, he's found dead. That I think it was about 10 or 11 o'clock that morning, Edwin's father comes over, because he was in town at the time, and as soon as he heard about it, he came over, and he, like we talked about, he was suspicious of Adelaide, and he didn't like her, and so the first thing he said he did was go and smell his son's mouth, for signs of poisoning, and he reportedly smelled something that was sweet and, made a big ruckus saying, I want an official examination done of the body. And the doctors, when they did the examination, there was no obvious cause of death until they opened Edwin's stomach, at which point they found a 1/16 of an ounce of chloroform in it. Now, presumably there had been more chloroform in his stomach before that, but because it evaporates so easily, it was probably escaping out of his mouth.
It also gets absorbed into your body, too.
To a degree, yeah. I mean, it will.
Yeah.
And to be clear, chloroform is not something that naturally occurs in your stomach.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
No, absolutely not.
It, like mercury, will kill you.
Correct.
Yep.
And the cause of death at this point was pretty obvious, but how the chloroform got into him was not. Because the thing is, chloroform will burn skin after it is left in contact with it for a second or two. Well, Edwin's mouth and throat didn't show any signs of burning. His tongue was kind of bleach white, which is an after effect and is a known effect, but there was no burning. So our mystery is, how did it get there, and who did it? To finish the story before we get into all the theory section, Adelaide and George Dyson, they're charged with Edwin's death. Dyson is almost immediately, at the trial, is immediately released from the charges in exchange for testifying against Adelaide. What he tells the court is that he had gotten her 4 ounces of chloroform that she said she was going to use on Edwin to help him sleep because he had been in so much pain. Because if you know anything about chloroform, people used to put it on a rag and you put it over your mouth and you inhale that stuff and it'll knock you out. It's one of your early knockout gases.
It's used in the movies all the time.
It really does. She did the story about why that happened. We'll get into some of that a little later on, but the long and the short of it is that they went to trial. She was put on trial. He testifies against her. The jury cannot make it stick, or the prosecution can't make it stick, and therefore the jury cannot come back with a charge of guilty. So they say, and this is the foreman says, of the jury says, actually, Joe, here, you read this.
All right, here we go. Quote, although we think grave suspicion is attached to the prisoner, we do not think there is sufficient evidence to show how or by whom the chloroform was administered, unquote.
Yep.
Dun, dun, dun.
Exactly. So we don't know how it got there.
There was a lot of puzzlement over that,
Yeah.
actually. I don't know if you read that quote by Sir James Pettit.
Oh, yeah, that's a great quote.
It is a great quote.
You want to share that?
Yeah, he said after the trial was over, she had been found not guilty, and so she couldn't be retried. And so he supposedly said, quote, she should tell us in the interest of science how she did it, unquote.
Since she can't be tried for it again, she should just admit to it.
Yeah, obviously he was not convinced of her innocence.
Yeah, no, obviously not. Well, it's almost theory time, but before we go to theories, let's take a quick break. We hope you're enjoying the mystery of the death of Thomas Edwin Bartlett. Here's a sneak peek into The Alienist, premiering January 22nd.
You think I'm crazy?
A monster unleashed.
My God.
A man obsessed.
He's watching us.
A city in fear. Mondays on TNT, the hunt for pure evil begins.
Cold-blooded killers walk among us.
Based on the best-selling novel, Daniel Bruhl, Luke Evans, and Dakota Fanning.
What compels a man to do evil?
The Alienist, new limited series Mondays at 9, 8 central on TNT.
And we're back.
Yeah.
And let's get into those theories.
Yeah.
So the first theory is suicide. The theory is that, and some people say that the only way that the chloroform could have got down through his mouth and his throat into his stomach fast enough and not cause any visible burns was if someone were to have willingly and quickly drank it.
Yeah, mix it up with some brandy or something and just chug it right down.
Yeah, and the problem is that, you know, this is 1886 at this point, so other than a visual inspection of his throat, you know, today they could take a microscope and they could probably do some analysis to figure that stuff out, like how long did it take to actually swallow it all, but today at that time they didn't have that ability, so we can't do like a fine examination of it. I mean, as we talked about before, he is supposedly, he had been in ill health, and he had been told that he only had 1 year to live. And there's the fact that he had in his will for a long time that everything went to his wife, with stipulation, which was common in that time, that she didn't remarry. Mm-hmm. Strangely, he changed his will about 3 months prior to that at the encouragement of George Dyson. So people say, well, that's an oddball about that. And we talked about this before, is that it may have been that he wanted them, as Joe had pointed out before, to hook up and become a couple. And if he were just to remove himself from the picture, that would be the most expedient way to make that happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does make sense. It does appear, I mean, it's been said by various people that he thought Dyson would be the ideal husband for her after his death.
The other thing to keep in mind is people say, well, I mean, drinking chloroform apparently tastes really hideous.
Yeah.
And there's that whole thing about, remember the brandy? There's that glass of brandy or there's a bottle of brandy in the room and a glass with brandy in it. So people say, well, maybe he poured it into the brandy to cut the flavor, and that helped prevent it from causing burns. I mean, the hard part about chloroform is that, and this applies to all of our theories, is there isn't a whole lot of data about how quickly it will kill someone. So I don't know if he was intending to take his own life. Would he have known if he had enough and how long it would take?
It doesn't take much, my understanding. Chloroform apparently in fairly small doses can stop your heart.
Well, see, that's the thing, though. Is I saw stuff where a guy had about like a quarter of an ounce and had died, and there was a guy who had 4 ounces of the stuff and had lived. So it's all over the map. Now, the other problem with that, of course, is that it's the era that it happens. You know, in a modern age, if somebody drinks that, they're able to pump your stomach and give you all kinds of medication, help revive you.
Also,
50, 70 years ago, that wasn't available.
Yeah, if you drank 4 ounces and then immediately threw it all up, you might live too.
Right.
Maybe, I don't know.
So, but that's the problem with the accounts of, when I see these numbers and don't know how much it's going to take. But that's all I have on that. I mean, I don't know about that theory. But
it's entirely possible. I mean, it sounds like he was fairly miserable. His health was pretty bad.
He had no teeth.
Yeah.
He was gumming everything.
Yeah. Well,
in the worst sort of way.
Stubbing everything.
Yeah, stubbing everything.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's move on to
this story really does make me want to go see my dentist.
Me
should.
too.
Yeah.
Frequently and often.
We do have dental insurance through the podcast, right?
Not yet.
Well,
soon.
actually, same kind of guy that Edwin had, probably.
Okay.
That's what we can afford.
Fair enough.
That's what I got us the cheapest plan possible.
Okay.
So let's move to the next theory, which is that his wife Adelaide was the one who did it.
That's a popular theory.
Well, popular with a lot of people, including, as we said before, Edwin's father. Now, the reason why to do that, in a way, seems easy because she'd been married to him for 14 years and she was tired of him and she had this new boyfriend that she would rather be with. And supposedly, as we've kind of talked about before, there's the fact that apparently they didn't have a sexual relationship, whereas she did with Dyson.
Although other accounts have said that he actually did want to have sex with her, but she didn't want to because, for one reason, because of all the stuff that was going on in his mouth. Apparently his breath was really foul.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons. So we'll talk about this now, is the chloroform. Where'd the chloroform come from? Well, Adelaide had Dyson procure it for her. And what happened at the time is the requirements were that you had, if you were going to get any more than, I believe, 1 ounce at a time, because it's a toxic substance, you had to sign the book saying you got 2 or 5 ounces or whatever the heck amount it was. So he went through to 4 different locations over the course of 2 days and procured it in 1 ounce quantities and then poured it all into one bottle and gave her that big bottle. And then, according to some people, what she said was that she wasn't going to use it to help her husband sleep, but instead, when he came at her in a quote-unquote lustful way, she was going to put it on a handkerchief and wave it in his face until he passed out, and thereby sparing herself from having to endure his breath. Which I've known some people who had some pretty bad breath, so I kind of understand that.
I kind of do too, but maybe just turn your head or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But the problem with that all is that this whole they almost never had intercourse thing is that she appears to have occasionally slept with him because condoms were found in Edwin's belongings, which would indicate that he was having sex with someone.
Used condoms?
New condoms.
Yeah.
So presumably he had been using condoms, and therefore it had been together. And the whole thing about, you remember we talked about when she got pregnant? Mm-hmm. She had made a statement to somebody at one point that one time they didn't use protection, she got pregnant. Mm-hmm. So that indicates that they might have actually had a sexual relationship.
Sounds like, yeah. I think that would be a little more believable.
Well, I mean, or he was hopeful. He was thinking,
there is
okay,
the well of eternal hope for married
men. I mean, even in terms of like he had been having these like really bad health problems, and so probably while that was going on, they weren't each other.
But then when his health rallies,
yeah, he thought, oh yeah, this is going to be my chance, and maybe he went to go have some sort of breath freshening procedure done or something like that at the dentist, and he was like, this is how we're going to ring in the new year. It's going to be amazing. I'm in such good health, and we're just turning a new leaf. Everything's great, and that's why he had new condoms.
Maybe.
Yeah, all set, but
I don't know.
Didn't normally happen. Well,
my problem here though is why would she kill him? I mean, if you think about it, she's got a boyfriend on the side.
Mm-hmm.
It appears to have been given the blessing. She's with a man who can provide for her in a manner that she has been accustomed to.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't make sense to me. But then again, there's also like, okay, well, why did Dyson go around and get the chloroform in such a sneaky fashion if everything was going to be on board and it was none of it was pre-planned?
I don't know. Here's one thing I will say is in Portland, Oregon, proper, you have to buy spray paint.
You got to show your ID.
You got to show your ID, and they'll write your name in the log. Or you can drive like 15 minutes up into Vancouver, or even like just a little bit outside of Portland and not have to do that.
Great job telling all the taggers where to go.
Well, but honestly, I don't use spray paint to tag
Skippy
things.
Spray Paint Emporium.
Well, I don't. I mean, I don't. Right? I use it for totally legal, totally normal, creative reasons. But I would way rather drive the extra 10 minutes or whatever it is to not have to deal with the whole process of the ID and like blah blah blah.
It's not quite that inconvenient as long as there's somebody there to actually open the cabinet and get it to you. But
but he would have only had to have gone through it once. Instead, he went all over town. He went to 4 different vendors. That's
to not have
to
deal
part.
with it.
Yeah.
That's a lot of commuting back in the day.
No, I agree. I'm sorry. I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I think that was super weird and suspicious. Why did he do that?
I think he actually went to 3. I can't remember now.
No, he said he went to 4 different locations.
Yeah, I thought it was that you couldn't. It wasn't just that they got you to sign something. Without a prescription, you couldn't get more than an ounce or 2.
But here's the weird thing: is she had procured a prescription for her husband. So it again seems like they should have been able to get it.
Well, now actually, what he said in his testimony to the court is that when she asked him to do it, he said, "Well, why doesn't your doctor give it to you?" And she said, "Well, actually, it's Annie, our nurse, who is away on vacation now. She usually gets it." And so since she's gone, I need to get chloroform from somewhere else. So can you get some for me? And so that's what he did. And but that's what he said anyway. That's what he said in court. That he said to her, like, well, "Why not the doctor?"
I was gonna say, even if she did have a prescription, if she wasn't going herself, or the person who the prescription was written for, Edwin, wasn't going himself. I don't know if pharmacists will fill it for just anyone. You know what I mean? If
I
you
don't
have
know what the rules were in London.
I don't
think
either.
they would have been a little looser back in those days.
Yeah.
But back to your thing about why would she kill him, though, I can think of one good reason. He's been in bad health for a long time. She's been nursing him for a long time.
And she's tired of doing it?
She's tired of it. She wants a life. She's still fairly young.
Alternately. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, she's still fairly young. She's thinking, well, if he dies sooner rather than later, maybe I could still have some semblance of a life, for a little while.
I was just thinking, going back again to his health getting better. Maybe he said, oh yeah, my health is getting better now. I don't have all these limitations. We can resume our physical relationship. We can, become husband and wife again. You can stop your side thing, your side hustle with this other guy. That's fine. Here we go.
Hustle.
We're gonna do our thing, and we're gonna be a married couple. And she was like, oh no, that's not what I wanted at all.
Yeah, maybe she was actually liking the George Dyson better, and maybe also she's been poisoning him the entire time. Just
Possible.
at a low level, keeping him sick.
Possible.
Yeah.
And
that's entirely possible. Now, how did she go about doing it? So that's part of this theory is, okay, well, how did she do it? Because obviously when he was asleep, she didn't just, or if she had knocked him out with chloroform, she didn't then just pour it down his gullet, because that would have taken too long to go down his throat, and it would have caused the burns. there's the whole brandy thing. So there's that glass of brandy. So maybe she lied when she said she woke up and used the brandy to try to revive him. And instead, she, as the theory goes, put the chloroform in his brandy, said, hey, it's New Year's, sweetie, let's have a toast. And he tosses it back, unknowingly ingesting the poison that's going to kill him.
Could have been.
This is a really dumb question.
Okay.
But I keep wondering this about this case is it had to have been ingestion, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I wondered too if it was like some
A needle or something?
I just wondered that too. I would assume that because there was an autopsy, I would assume they would look for needle marks.
I would assume that too, but
I can think of two other ways you can get into the stomach though. One is through intubation, just run it down the nose. If you knocked him out, you could run a tube down his throat and pour it in that way. Although, then again, I'm not so sure that she was that well informed about the effects of chloroform.
Right. Yeah.
That she would have known.
That she would have known to hide it.
That it would have done. Another possibility is that he had eaten a meal not too long before his death. It's possible you could have put it in the food itself and not in some sort of sealed form, like a capsule or something, like cut inside a cut of steak, you know.
But that would be really hard for him to chew and swallow.
He's not chewing very well.
So
he can't really chew.
Yeah, he might, but I would think that he would observe that in his food unless he was on a truly liquid diet, like mashed potatoes and soup. The problem with chloroform, though, is that it evaporates so fast that if you pour it into his soup and he's eating
if it were like in a capsule
That's what
or
I'm talking. Yeah, I'm talking about encapsulated
Okay.
form, so he can't taste it, can't smell it.
And I don't remember anything about them finding anything like that in his stomach. At least not noted in the recordings. So.
Yeah, you would think they would have noted that, but there could have been some natural form of something. Maybe she broke open a walnut and filled it with chloroform and then super glued it back together. And then fed that to him.
And they were, and in the autopsy, they weren't like, oh, it's weird. There's an entire walnut shell in his stomach.
No, this is the 19th century. Oh, walnut, of course.
Okay.
I don't know, but obviously, I don't seriously, literally mean a walnut. But something natural.
But yeah, no, you're right. I mean, she could have just poisoned him in a bunch of different ways.
Yeah. So let's move to our third theory, our third culprit, which is the Reverend George Dyson. Now, the hardest part about this story is that, as we talked about earlier, Dyson says he went to all these places and got the chloroform. And then when everything was said and done and the cops were on to him, quote unquote, it seemed like the cops were onto him. He was walking on a path and he chucked the bottles on the side of a path. So he got rid of that evidence, which, I would imagine if he truly had gotten it from different places, they might be able to ID that. I don't know, mass spectrometer or whatever they would use. But of course, they don't have that available. She also, though, she threw away the bottle that she had her chloroform in, the 4 ounces that he had given her. I think she chucked it in a railway trash can, if I remember right. So they both seem guilty here, and they're both throwing evidence away.
Yeah, and especially she looked the guiltiest of the two, if you could believe his testimony anyway, because apparently she said one of the reasons he asked her, well, why does he need chloroform? And she was like, well, he's got this internal problem that it gives him paroxysm or something, and chloroform is for that. And then after, then you get to the chloroform, and then he dies, and then there's an autopsy. And he talked to the doctor after the autopsy about the autopsy results. And there was chloroform in his body, but also no internal problems noted at all.
Yeah.
So he confronts her and says, well, what's this all? You said he had all these big internal issues, but there's nothing shows up in the autopsy. What was that about? And then he says, by the way, the chloroform, I'm going to have to come clean. And she was like, no, you can't tell anybody about the chloroform. And
I think Edwin was a bit of a hypochondriac because
probably
he's got all these illnesses and all these issues, and yet when the doctors examine him, they can find no cause.
Yeah. It's one of those sayings. You shouldn't self-diagnose for that reason.
No.
So
No.
Like my psych teachers warned us. It's like when you start reading about all these various psychological issues, don't start because you're
self-examining.
Don't start self-diagnosing yourself as psychotic. You aren't. Okay.
No.
Well, maybe some of you.
But probably not.
Yeah.
Probably
not.
I
mean, I guess I can see kind of the argument of just being kind of an idiot and saying, okay, listen, the police are onto us. They know that Edwin died of chloroform poisoning, and I have chloroform. I know they're looking at me. I know I didn't do anything wrong, but it sure is going to look like I did something wrong if they find these bottles. So I'll just get rid of them, and then it won't look like I did anything wrong at all.
And from his point of view, he's been even if he was totally innocent, even the way the law looks at it, especially in the way society looks at it back in those days, women were delicate creatures.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't typically murderers. Almost always the guy.
Yeah.
So
it actually almost always is the guy.
But and so even though she might have totally snared him, he just decided, maybe I'd better shut up about this stuff and get rid of the evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I think that's probably what happened here.
Yeah. The other thing I keep thinking of is Edwin, with the whole chucking of the bottles, he's kind of lucky that he was in London of 1885 instead of London of 2017, where everything is on CCTV.
Yeah.
So they could have actually probably seen where he was in the alley.
You don't mean Edwin, though.
No, I'm sorry. I meant George Dyson.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I totally got the wrong person.
It's okay. I was like, Edwin.
But no, Dyson, because Dyson is the one who says he chucked him when he was walking on a path. Well, today there isn't a square inch of London that doesn't have a camera on.
Well, unless you're Andrew Gosden.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Okay, well, let's move on to the last theory here. And this is not an official theory. This is just a Steve theory.
This is my favorite theory, though.
And it's the dentist.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The dentist
You're
is a freaking quack.
Medical misadventure, perhaps?
Yes, because this guy is such a nut job. It's entirely possible that he's probably knocking Edwin out if he's doing any kind of procedure to him that involves sawing off of teeth with live roots.
Mm-hmm.
So you could see him either pouring it down through what Joe said, intubation, or maybe some chloroform tablets fall. He's a klutz, and whoa, they fall down his throat. He's like, well, he'll be okay. I won't tell him about the 72 pills that I accidentally poured down his throat.
I think they would have kicked in a little sooner than that.
I was going to say, I think chloroform only takes a few hours.
Well, I mean, it depends on if it was intubated, but if it was pills, like Joe said, it might give it a longer life. I really just want to disparage this dentist as much as I can.
Yeah. No, absolutely. It's hard to say back in those days, it's really hard to say how many people were actually killed by their doctors and their dentists.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, probably quite a few.
Well, and we're lucky today because we can look at these things and figure it out. But at that time, it's, this is my best guess.
Yeah.
This is all I really know. I got no good hard science to back it up.
I kind of like this theory because I kind of imagine this sort of primitive gas mask sort of thing, right? With the chloroform being aerated at that, just like the smell, but it's defective because this dentist is a quack.
And it's spraying droplets in his nostrils or his mouth.
Yeah, totally. Just like there's just like a constant drip of it down his throat, and for some reason I don't know why it doesn't burn his throat, but he's.
Problem is that at that time they didn't use the mask. It literally was they were just taking a rag. It was like people were actually dying at the dentist because there was no actual, time scientifically figured out how long it should be there. So they would give the same amount to you, Devin, at your size as they would to Joe, who is a much larger person compared to you.
I was going to say, and that would just kill Joe immediately.
It probably would.
I think it actually might be the other way around. But you could be right because my science is 1885-ish.
Yeah.
Doctors were killing people all the time.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. I mean, with anesthesia these days, they very, very carefully measure all that stuff
and
out.
They only do it if they absolutely think they have to. I mean, I've been to several medical procedures. They're like, we don't really want to put you under. Do you want to go? And I'm like, no, I'm fine.
Really, no.
Turn on the radio so I don't have to listen to anything. It's fine.
Yeah, I've only been under once, and it was one of the most disconcerting experiences of my entire life.
Yeah.
So
See?
I don't really want it again. Yeah.
I
don't want to do it.
Only once for me too. And then when I woke up, everybody was standing around smiling. So never again.
We need to talk to you about that tattoo.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I like the dentist theory. I agree. The timeline doesn't totally line up, but of the people, I think it's just as easy to prove that he did it as anyone else.
And not even necessarily deliberately. I mean, he might have given him some pills for this, that, or whatever, and
and he seems to be the one that's giving Edwin the pills with mercury in them. Although you will see accountings written that Edwin was suffering from an STD or an STI, which like syphilis, which mercury was used to treat that. But there's absolutely no proof of that, and in his examination they didn't find anything when they examined his body. So
because the mercury was working.
Yeah.
Yes.
But also according to Dyson, though, he did say most definitively that he had worms. And so I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Yeah.
He was taking mercury for that. Maybe he's taking his regular dosage of mercury for the worms or whatever, and then the dentist prescribed some new pills that very day, which happened to have mercury in them. And he OD'd on mercury, but then that still doesn't explain.
That doesn't explain the chloroform. Doesn't explain the chloroform, which is why this story is so fun.
It's
fun. We're just running in circles.
I think what happened is the wife did just say, one day they're just sitting around and she just probably said, you know what, darling, it's been so long since I've been in a chug-a-lug contest. Why don't we chug some brandy?
Yeah.
And so he just chugged it down so fast he couldn't taste the chloroform in there.
I don't think
and
that's
it. Oh, well, one of the things. I think I'm still thinking there is some possibility of some sort of clever introduction through the food into his stomach. That's a possibility too.
Okay. Well, you science that out and then come back to us, okay? That's your homework.
But
I'm not eating any meals here.
Most likely he just slugged down some brandy that had been spiked. Yeah.
Well, that's all we've got on this particular story. If you have thoughts or comments or questions about this one, you can always reach out to us by email, by sending an email to thinkingsidewayspodcast@gmail.com. You can go to our website where you can read some of the research about this story. You can also find links to our episode history. All of that's available on the website, thinkingsidewayspodcast.com. We're on social media, so we're on Twitter. We've got a Facebook page and a Facebook group. And, of course, we're on Reddit. So we're on all the social media sites. And wherever you're listening to us, obviously you like it. We're on all the sources, but you go ahead and continue to use this one. If it does allow you to rate and review the podcast, that would be fantastic, and we do appreciate that. That's all we've got to share this week. So I guess we're going to get out of here.
Ta-ta, everybody.
Bye, guys.
The story you just heard was inspired by The Alienist, TNT's new limited series starring Daniel Bruhl, Luke Evans, and Dakota Fanning. To learn more, visit thealienist.com. That's thealienist.com. ALIENIST.
This is a Rooster Teeth production.
In 1872, an American merchant ship was discovered adrift in the Atlantic Ocean. While the ship remained intact and the crew's belongings were untouched, the crew themselves had completely disappeared, never to be seen again. Today, we kick off our month of disappearance-themed episodes with the baffling story of the Mary Celeste. This is Red Web. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Disappearance Month, we're going to call it. We're going to do a lot of stories this month about wild disappearances from the past, starting off with Mary Celeste. I'm Trevor Collins. That's Alfredo Diaz. I bring him into the mystery. He reacts on the fly, asking questions, because this is the first time he's ever heard of these stories every week. Fredo, I'm excited about this one. A little ghost story action? Or a little ghost ship action?
Oh man, like a ghost ship? That's cool. Like this sounds like a fun one. Also, I would never be kidnapped on a ship because I have motion sickness and I would throw up all over my captive. So that thought crossed my mind for some reason. I don't know. But could you imagine, like, get him?
There he is in all of his glory, Captain Seasick.
Never mind, we'll leave that one here.
No one dare go against Captain Seasick for risk of getting their pearls all vomity.
That'd be the worst captain ever. I would just vomit all over the map. all over the food. Any type of plans that we have, I'm just vomiting constantly.
It's just constant vomit. I'm picturing a beautiful highlight reel, a little vignette, a little sepia tone as you're like the captain, and we're gonna have to recreate this now. You're walking around doing your captainly duties. Why are we always swabbing the poop deck, Captain? And it's because you vomit onto it, and that gives you the reason. And in the next clip, you're eating dinner, looking at a map, spewing all over it.
The good news is that someone's going to have a full-time job, because at this point on the ship, we would have to have someone that mops full-time.
Absolutely.
Also,
24/7 in shifts.
Did people captain from a distance? You know what I mean? Like, what if I'm like, all right, I'm gonna chill on this island. I need a break. Y'all go off and do pirate stuff for like a month. And
that's
come
called
on back.
a mutiny.
I mean, yeah, that's the easiest mutiny that's ever happened.
They're like, all right, you guys got this. Look, the thing looks spot. They're like 100 yards away already. You're looking good. Keep going. Keep going. I'm the captain of that ship. You turn around and point to it to some nice young lady. That's my ship.
That's my ship. Look, hey, I'm the captain. Wait, hold on, they're changing the flag. Why they change the flag? Okay, hold on, they're painting the ship. What?
Hold on, they changed the name. Yeah, this is maybe the first drone pirate ship. You maybe control it with a couple of coconuts and a sea turtle.
This is we've
anyway. We got to get back to the we got to get back to the Mary Celeste, a ship that wound up missing everybody, mostly untouched. We're gonna go through the history and the discovery of this ship because it has quite the extensive history. It's been through a lot of different owners, a lot of different purposes, and a couple different names. So why don't we dive into the history of this ship, huh?
Okay.
I'm seasick. The Mary Celeste was a wooden ship built in 1860 and launched in Spencer's Island, Nova Scotia on May 18th, 1861, initially known as the Amazon. On its maiden voyage in June, the Amazon carried timber to London, so it constantly went back and forth across the old Atlantic at this time. The ship's captain was also the co-owner, and that was Robert McClellan. Not long after the ship had left, the Amazon had returned to Spencer's Island because McClellan had come down with pneumonia, and he actually died later on in June, specifically on June 19th. At this point in time, John Nutting Parker took over as captain to complete the journey, but this time the ship crashed into another ship and sank it. So it crashed into a second boat. That second boat sank.
Oh. Damn.
So we got a beefy one here.
Boat one was a beefier boat, yeah.
Yeah, Amazon's out here making memories, killing captains in other boats. And after this, the Amazon sailed pretty much uneventfully for the next few years until it had another crash in October of 1867 at Cape Breton Island. The crash was so bad that the owners actually abandoned the wreck, leaving it there. But because of all of these events, some say that the Mary Celeste was doomed from the start. There was a lot going on, a pretty dark history when you really looked at it. I mean, not a lot of ships at this time weathered so many crashes and continued to live to tell the tale. So we're thinking, okay, well, why is anyone even talking about it? Isn't it abandoned? Well, shortly after being abandoned, it was sold twice before it was finally purchased by Richard W. Haynes, who got the ship out of there, restored it, and then renamed the ship. Maybe thinking he can flip it like a cheap home, he renamed it Mary Celeste.
It just seems, I mean, I guess to get rid of the ship's history.
Probably.
Maybe, you know, during these times, people knew like, oh, okay, I know that ship, or I know of that ship, and this ship is just getting smashed into everything.
Right. Someone needs like, what's the Carfax on this ship? Because you got a new name, but you got some old bones in there, you know? Mm-hmm. Been through a lot, but... So now we have a refurbished ship, new name, excellent. Richard W. Haynes, now the current owner. In 1869, the ship was then seized by creditors and then expanded and then sold to new owners in 1872. So this ship is going through a lot. It's seeing a lot of new hands, whatever.
Yeah, it's shifting around constantly.
Right. But now we have our titular name. We have where we're starting. One of the new owners and the new captain of the ship was Benjamin Spooner Briggs. Briggs was a very religious man from a sailing family. He had 18 years of experience and was said to have carefully selected his crew. So this is the man who is going to be at the helm when the mystery kicks off.
Okay.
All the crew members were people that had previously sailed with this guy, or they had strong letters of recommendation. So this he's got confidence He's got 18 years of experience, and all of these people should know what's up, and out he sails. So on November 5th of 1872, the Mary Celeste sets to bring 1,701 barrels of denatured alcohol to Genoa, Italy. A lot of alcohol.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what they're trying. Okay. I was thinking maybe tea. Tea back then, very big.
Big, yeah. It's true.
Tea's still huge now, just not as big in America.
Right, yeah. Some bad memories there.
Mm-hmm.
But this was Briggs' first time sailing the Mary Celeste, and the ship's first time sailing after being refitted. So, you can imagine now, with a little bit of hindsight, knowing where we're going with this mystery, that there might be a few issues underlying, right? Maybe some of these retrofits or refurbishings were kind of slop jobs, hiding some otherwise issues with the ship. It's hard to say, but we'll get into it with the discovery. Now, back to the ship and its maiden voyage, we have the crew on board, obviously, but that also included Briggs's wife, Sarah, and his 2-year-old daughter, Sophia, as well as the 7 selected sailors. Now, their son, Arthur, had stayed behind with his grandmother since he had just started school. And around the same time that this ship took off, there was another ship, the De Grazia, that was preparing to leave Hoboken, New Jersey for Genoa as well. Before the Mary Celeste left, Briggs wrote to his mother that the vessel was, quote, is in beautiful trim, and I hope we shall have a fine passage. And that was his last message to his family, to his mother, before heading out. So let's jump forward now. We know about the history of the ship. Maybe some of that will come up in the theories. But let's talk about how the ship was discovered and what happened. What people thought about when listen, we got a ghost ship on our hands.
Yeah,
how'd that come about?
How does this turn out bad? And I think one of the things that I'm excited to get to is how do we know? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's why are we classifying it as a ghost ship?
Right.
What information gets back to us? How does it get back to us?
Yeah. So just about a month after setting sail, we're at December 4th, 1872, or if you consider sea time, this is actually exactly a month later on December 5th, 1872. The De Grazia was halfway between the Azores and Portugal when Captain David Morehouse spotted the Mary Celeste heading directly towards their ship. It was 400 miles east of the Azores, the 9 islands west of Portugal, just to give you an idea of where this is. Mm-hmm. And the Mary Celeste was moving erratically. No one could be seen on deck. And so, of course, the De Grazia sent some signals, basically saying, hey, is everything okay? Some light signals, some whatever, to basically hail the ship and inquire as to what was going on.
It's probably just someone drunk off of the shipment just wailing on that on the wheel. Could you imagine?
I'm just picturing now Captain Seasick, who's got he's drank half the supply on the long trip to Portugal, and he's flinging the wheel left and right willy-nilly, carving S's in the ocean.
Yup. Oh, hey, you see that big rock? Check out this drift.
You want to see a boat drift? Man. I mean, honestly, though, and I think, as always, your gut check is right on point, because I think this is, in my humble, ignorant opinion, I think that might have something to do with it. But we'll dive in. We'll dive in a little more here, though. Yeah. So it's moving erratically. The De Grazia is like, all right, let's see if they're going to respond to some signals. Okay, there's no response from the Mary Celeste. So Captain Morehouse sends his ship over there and then sends a handful of his crew on a small boat to check the crew of the Mary Celeste. Well, when they reached the boat, Captain Briggs, his family, and the crew were all entirely missing, nowhere to be found. All of their belongings were actually still there, including the 1,700 barrels that were in transit. The only things that they could find that were missing, and this will also be important, I think, for the theories, were a lifeboat, the ship's papers, and a handful of the captain's instruments, such as the navigation book, the chronometer, and the sextant. Basically, something that you would use to navigate. So immediately we're already setting the tone of, did they all flee the ship for whatever reason on this lifeboat with whatever tools they could carry onto this boat in order to navigate? Perhaps. But why is a big question here.
Yeah, because the personal belongings gone, but the
no, they're
no.
left behind.
I mean, sorry, the personal belongings are still there. What's
Yeah.
gone is the tools to navigate.
Yes, and a lifeboat for sure, and some papers to probably write on. do some little calculations.
Oh man, what if they're hijacking there was made to look like that? I don't know.
Oh, listen, they're all on the table right now.
Yep.
A lot of possibilities. So when they got on the ship, they noticed that the interior was clean, but noticeably wet. And this will come up later, I think. The sails seemed to be set poorly. So maybe the sails had been set a while ago, or wind had taken over, and in some way basically indicating that this ship might have been empty for a while. And some of the rigging was actually damaged, but the Mary Celeste was still considered seaworthy, obviously because it was floating about, kind of under its own volition at this point. They found what they called was a sounding rod back in the day. This was a tool that they used to measure the amount of water at the bottom of a ship, making sure, the ship is in healthy standing. Just a way to check the ship. They found that there was a makeshift sounding rod on the deck. Not normally where you would store the sounding rod just strewn about on the ground. I don't even think that the iron rod that they used to be the weight, it's like a string with a weight. I don't even think that they were together with the string. I think it's almost as if they dropped it then and there and fled. Again, forecasting or foreshadowing a lot of the theories here. The binnacle, which is essentially an instrument that you'd see where the helmsman would stand. It contains the compass, etc. Protects a bunch of equipment inside of it for navigating. It was moved from its original position, and the glass cover that houses the compass was shattered. There was enough food and drinking water on the boat for 6 months of travel, and the ship was in mostly good condition, so it was believed that some extraordinary circumstance must have forced them from the ship or must have caused them to decide to leave the ship, whatever it might be. It did not appear that the ship had experienced a crash or any hazardous weather, and after its discovery, the ghost ship Mary Celeste was towed over to Gibraltar. The salvage court hearings were held in Gibraltar beginning on December 17th, and they lasted about 3 months as they tried to figure out what was going on here and how they should settle the insurance case on the ship, because it was obviously a very strange situation. You have the Dei Gratia who comes to its aid. There's no one there, but it's really hard to say. And again, I'm getting ahead of myself with the theories, but were they involved, or did they truly find an empty ship?
I didn't even think about that. Yeah. Did they hijack it and then pretend?
Right.
Yep.
Get some of that insurance money because, as it stands, they did actually eventually pay out after the hearings. These aren't in my notes, so I'm firing from the hip here, but I know they paid out for the Mary Celeste damage and whatnot to the Dei Gratia, which doesn't really make sense to me. But I guess they're like, hey, at least thanks for bringing the ship in, so, we have that. But they didn't pay the full insurance amount or the full contractual amount or what have you, just a small sliver of it. But that does give you some potential motive involved here. But let's look back on the ship's logs real quick, because this is another interesting insight that came up once the ship was towed over. We have the most recent log was from November 25th at 8 a.m., which was 9 days before the ghost ship was actually discovered. So now we have a 9-day window where possibly anything could have happened. But there was no mention in these logs of any danger or bad weather. Christian, actually, I don't know if we have the log itself. I think there might be an image of the log somewhere. But if we have it, I'd love to read what they had written. I know it was super simple. While he looks for that, though, what's interesting is that logs were usually written every single hour. And so this is our best insight as to what could have possibly happened. Obviously, every hour isn't the best slice of life to figure out what happened in the thick of things. If you're getting jumped, you're not really going to be like, we're getting jumped presently. Let me write this in my book. But yeah, I mean, the fact that they seem nonchalant, and we'll see what Christian is able to find about the logs here in a second, makes it all the more interesting, all the more mysterious, especially then knowing that the ship was out for 9 days, just kind of floating about, and it just happened to be seen by a fellow ship that was also heading to the same place from the States.
So how do we know that it's been floating for 9 days? Has it been because of, like, I don't know, maybe the barnacles that grew on the side of the ship, or? That's
a good question. I think it's purely because of the log. The log was most recently dated November 25th, 8 a.m.
That makes sense, yeah.
And then 9 days later is when the Dei Gratia says that they found the ship and towed him in.
Well, I don't think we have access to the logs themselves, Per the sources that we were looking at, it recorded the Mary Celeste's position then as 37 degrees 1 minute north, 25 degrees 1 minute west off Santa Maria Island in the Azores, which is nearly 400 nautical miles or 740 kilometers from the point where the De Gratia encountered her.
I'm typing it in now. It makes sense because I put in the coordinates, and when I look out here, they are absolutely, let's see, Sao Paulo or Sao Pedro? Maybe that's a city on this island, but yeah, they were very close to one of the 9 islands out west of Portugal. So now this makes me start thinking, just because of these logs and the timing and whatnot, the missing lifeboat. Did they think they anchored, or did they think the ship was fine, or did some people go aboard or to the island? That's like yet another possible theory here, just based on what we're seeing.
Yeah, I mean these islands. I don't know, like if they actually jumped off on the lifeboat and got to the other islands, are these islands like big enough and like secluded enough where people wouldn't really be able to find them, or they wouldn't have been able to be found if they wanted to?
I'm gonna send you the link here to the Google Maps coordinate location, because while if you scroll all the way out and you look at New York City, draw a linear line from that all the way to, let's just pick Spain or the Strait of Gibraltar. It's about 70% of the way to the Strait of Gibraltar, but still quite in the middle of the ocean, and the islands are very small. So it's remote, but not uninhabited in any way. I mean, there's an airport out there now. I don't know at this particular time.
But during that time frame,
still
might have been like, damn, that's really out there.
It's very out there.
Holy cow.
Could you imagine if they were like, hey, you know what? Let's pop off. Let's pop off a couple of these barrels, have a party, go over there, party on the island before we get to Portugal, Spain, and do the whole business thing. You know, there's 1,700 barrels here. They're not going to be able to count that high. So let's let's down some and get out there, baby.
Crew morale.
And then they got real drunk. They lifeboated over to the island, and then they went, hey, Smithers, did you strap down the boat? And then he goes, yo, John, you don't strap down a boat. You put down an anchor. And he goes, whatever, Smithers, you put down the anchor? And he said, no, John, that was your job. He goes, oh my God. And then they turn around and the boat's just veering wildly off into the horizon. Yeah. Captain Seasick at it again.
But in that wild story, like, they're still alive doing their thing. You think they'd show up eventually, turn up somewhere eventually.
Yeah. Maybe this was the odd case of the Hungry Games, and they ate each other bones and all.
Oh, God, but evidence would be somewhere, no?
And then whoever was last had to just eat himself? I don't know.
I think the really interesting thing is, right, if they just disappeared, like, oh, man, what kind of, like, supernatural thing are we going to be, like, discussing here? But the fact that, I guess, navigational equipment and the lifeboat is gone, like...
Right.
You know what I mean? Ghosts just don't go, all right, let's make it look like they just left.
Hundo P. I mean, by all accounts, everyone that's looking at this ship and saying, okay, you got the missing navigation materials, the missing lifeboat, boom, they chose to leave. Whatever reason, they chose to leave. And looking at the other remaining major clue being the log, I'm inclined to believe that they departed for that island.
Yeah, I mean, you think, like, that's what they did.
Mm-hmm.
Because... where else are they going to go? It's so far out in the middle of nowhere.
Right. Well, there's another piece of evidence that I want to discuss, and then we'll dive into the theories. But it seems that they found a sword on board that had some blood on it. And it may have been used to cut the sails as well, because whatever the substance was, blood or otherwise, was also found on the sails. So, you either have some sort of mutiny happening, perhaps, some sort of fights happening, someone sabotaging the ship, or someone trying to recreate Hook and Peter Pan and sliding down the sails heroic style, sticking the sword in the sails, it'll slow you down. And so because of this, getting back on track a little bit, the Attorney General of Gibraltar, Frederick Solly Flood, believed that a mutiny of some sort had occurred on board, and that alcohol and or the De Gratia had something to do with it. But ultimately, the last piece of information, which seemingly verifies that the ship had been sailing on its own for quite some time, which would then recuse the De Gratia of any sort of foul play, was that the Mary Celeste had been found pretty far off its planned course. So whatever was going on, there was either a mutiny that sent it that way, or everybody was off board and the ship kind of veered itself off course naturally over those days. But with all of that said, all of that foreshadowing, all of those ideas that I know we're all dripping with, let's dive into the theories and discuss perhaps what happened to the unfortunate crew and family members of the Mary Celeste.
Yeah, I mean, I guess like a mutiny doesn't necessarily mean you want the ship.
Sure. Could just be that there was an argument or something.
Yeah, they could have mutinied, had them walk the plank, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then just go, all right, I'm going to take this lifeboat. I want off of this thing.
I mean, remember, he picked what seems like a very qualified crew, and his parameters for that were, I've worked with you before and you were awesome, and or I have a strong letter of recommendation from someone I trust. Now, you can think of it in two ways. If you know the crew very well, there could be personal grudges involved there. There could be the fact that maybe 6 of the crew members all knew each other, and one was, I've got this letter of recommendation that I forged. I'm just making that up, but I'm basically trying to reverse engineer any sort of social strains that happened. Obviously, there was a child on board, there's one woman, and so there's a lot of possibility here when you really dive into it. So let's dive into the theories. The first one being kind of in the same vein as what you and I were just talking about, in that there is some sort of foul play going on with the crew and the family and the captain and maybe some other third parties. Now, as I mentioned during the investigation, it was suggested that there could have been a mutiny on board the Mary Celeste. And as I mentioned even prior to that they were carrying a lot of alcohol. Now, it's denatured alcohol, but that doesn't really stop anybody from drinking it. It is still possible to drink. And it turns out that 9 of the barrels that they were supposedly shipping, obviously not meant for consumption, but rather what they were transporting, were found empty. So it's possible that the crew drank it for some reason, whatever the reason would be. Denatured alcohol is ethanol or grain alcohol that contains additional chemicals called denaturants and make it unfit for human consumption. May either have a bad taste or may be toxic. One common toxic denaturant is methanol and methyl alcohol. So it's not impossible that they didn't drink it. Maybe they thought it was alcohol, and I don't know why 9 barrels of the stuff would be empty. I feel like one sip and I would have been like, pass. But the theory purports that the crew got a hold of these 9 barrels, consumed them, grew frustrated with Captain Briggs, and started some sort of argument. And from this, there could have been a scuffle that ended up with them killing Briggs and his family, only to then leave on one of the ship's lifeboats. Now, it was suggested during the investigation that since 2 of the sailors that were on board were brothers, and their belongings were not found on the ship, that they had something to do with it, that perhaps they were the ones that started the mutiny. However, again, as the investigation unfolded, it turns out that the reason their belongings were missing were not because they took them and left, but because they had lost them in a previous shipwreck. We've got these boys going from one shipwreck to another, it seems. But there's a lot of other wrinkles in this theory when you really look at it.
Oh, damn. Okay, I was about to say that's a pretty good theory.
It's a good theory, for sure. Especially with the limited information.
They drank. Why did they drink it? And if it's possibly like toxic,
yeah, maybe they just didn't know. Maybe they misunderstood the idea.
Yeah, I mean,
because I had to look up denatured alcohol.
So, yeah.
My barrier for understanding is I'm gonna Google it and see what I see, or I'm gonna ask somebody in the mid 1800s what it is. They might have just been like, listen, I'm itching for a drink. We got 1,701 barrels down there. They're never going to notice.
Right.
But
and no one knew the wiser, or no one was wiser.
And so, I mean, we can continue to extrapolate on this theory that maybe they face some sort of hallucinations or toxicity effects of some sort, and maybe whatever, whether even if it wasn't like they got drunk on it and started arguing, it could have been any number of physical effects that led them overboard. But ultimately, like when it comes to a mutiny, it seems unlikely because there weren't too many signs of violence, and Briggs was known to be a good captain, right? He had worked with these sailors before as well. So he wouldn't grab people that he didn't really have a strong relationship with. So
you have an existing relationship. Granted, you could have a situation where there was a grudge that was kept secret, and then they decided to finally take advantage of a situation.
Right.
But if this person was trusted, also, again, we were talking about it seconds ago. There's like no signs of this, right? If you're fighting, tearing stuff up, and getting into a scuffle, then there's going to be blood. There's going to be, I don't know.
Right.
There's going to be, I feel like there'd be a lot more evidence of that.
Oh, for sure. For sure. I mean, and that's pretty much why a lot of people say, no, I don't know if this was a mutiny because of that. And in the investigation, Attorney General over at Gibraltar, remember Frederick Solly Flood, he actually believed that the De Gratia crew was hiding something, whether it was information or that they knew something that they weren't saying, but ultimately no information and no evidence could be found with regards to his inclinations. This is just such a mysterious circumstance where it feels so clear-cut, so dry when you look at some of the evidence, but the number of stories you can extrapolate from the few remaining variables definitely leave a lot of room for error and a lot of room for what ifs. And, I don't know, and we will talk about the De Gratia crew in the next theory here in just a second. But one other wrinkle that I want to mention here in this theory is that when further investigated, the supposed bloodstains that were found on the sword and the sails were not in fact blood at all. It was actually rust, which, okay, that makes sense. But I guess they had a rusty sword for some reason that was out and about on the ship deck. Just another reason or another piece of evidence to claim that the ship had been untouched for at least a few days and floating about.
I mean, I thought you were going to say something like, I don't know, they use it to cut up fish or something.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense too. But the fact that it, I guess it's reddish, but they're like, is this blood? No, that's just rust. It's normal on a sword. But then why is it also on the sails? Like, who was cutting the sails? Or I don't know. It's weird why they would be cutting sails or cutting the ropes to the sails or something. I don't know.
There's just, I mean, again, we're talking possibly ghost ship, but ghosts don't pick up equipment and then leave.
Right.
But maybe some weird things were happening on the ship, and then the people who had the opportunity took it and they grabbed some stuff and left. Even then, I feel like they would pop up somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, then again, it could be a series of unfortunate events. Maybe we don't know if there was storms that were happening during this time and they just got washed away. They took their chances with the sea and it didn't work out.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know, man. Just kind of on the foul play front. Maybe it was pirates. Pirates came aboard, abducted
but then
the people.
Didn't take all the good stuff.
But yeah, most of the stuff wasn't touched. Most of the stuff was left behind. Expensive belongings, all of the cargo, whatever else. I mean, it does feel like they fled or that they left on their own volition just because lifeboat, navigation equipment, and some papers. Leave everything else behind. We gotta go. It almost seems like they planned on returning.
I mean, that's another thing too, right? Even if there was a mutiny or something like that, you'd think that they'd still take the valuables if they left. Why leave that there? You know what I mean? That's just easy money, and you're already committing crimes and whatnot already. Why stop there? Man,
right. I don't know.
Baffling.
It's very confusing.
It's
especially
that piece that gets me, right? Why is that boat missing and navigational tools?
Yeah. Well, we have a couple other theories I want to dive into, but I can't get my mind off the idea that they're on that island and they intended to come back. But let's dive into the De Gratia crew and see how the investigation unfolds with them, or as far as the theories are concerned. What's up, Worldwide Webbers? I just came up with that, so I hope you like it. This is Trevor Collins, as always, with a little bit of a housekeeping between the mystery and the theories. Hope you're doing well. RTX has officially wrapped the annual convention that we took part in, and it was awesome. It was so cool to be able to see you all at the Red Web panel, which we posted on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/redwebpod. But we also had some happy hours where we got to sit down with some of the task force, some of you all, and speak our minds on the series we've covered. It was great. It was so much fun. Next year, we're hoping that it could be in person so you can actually come on over and we get to meet you all in person and have a bigger annual meeting of the minds. with the task force. And one last thing, also just a quick reminder to all of those in the task force or those who are task force hopefuls who want to purchase some of our Red Web merch, you can always do that at store.roosterteeth.com. And if you want to hit us up on email, I've seen a couple of you ask, it is redweb@roosterteeth.com. All right. Now, with all that said, I have some fantastic sponsors to talk to you about. This episode of Red Web is sponsored by HelloFresh. Look, no one wants to spend time at a grocery store searching for that one recipe ingredient and dealing with all those folks that you have to navigate around, okay? That's why you need HelloFresh. HelloFresh sends fresh, pre-measured seasonal recipes directly to you, so you never have to wrestle with a grocery store ever again. Their recipes are super easy and fast to make. They even provide pictures with steps to guide you along the way, nice and easy. HelloFresh offers 50 weekly recipes in all kinds of flavors and cuisines, so you don't have to worry about getting bored with the same thing each week. There's something for everyone, plus 90% of their ingredients are sourced from farmers to ensure the freshest produce and proteins. I have had a slew of meals from HelloFresh. I could name 1,000 different meals, but the one I always go back to is the firecracker meatballs. They are fantastic. They make me feel like a chef. And I think, honestly, my favorite part about it is when I end the workday and I go to think about dinner, I don't have to think about what I'm going to eat or what I need to make, and nor do I have to think about going to the grocery store when I run out. They just send a new batch each week, and it's very convenient, and I greatly appreciate it. If you're interested, go to hellofresh.com/redweb14, that's 14, and use code redweb14, also 14, back and forth. And that gets you 14 free meals plus free shipping. And we all love that free shipping, am I right? So that's 14 free meals at hellofresh.com/redweb14, and it's the same as the code redweb14. Use that at checkout, 14 free meals. This episode of Red Web is also sponsored by BetterHelp Online Therapy. If you feel stuck in your life and just want some help achieving your goals, BetterHelp can help. Whether it's job stuff, interpersonal dynamics, or even juggling responsibilities, everyone can use a chance to unload. BetterHelp is customizable online therapy that offers video, phone, and even live chat sessions with your therapist. So you don't have to see anyone on camera if that's not your speed. It's much more affordable than in-person therapy, and you can start communicating with your therapist in under 48 hours. Unload the stressors and get some unbiased feedback. You'd be pretty surprised at what you might gain from it. See if it's for you. As I mentioned, this podcast is sponsored by BetterHelp, and you all, the task force, can get 10% off your first month at betterhelp.com/redweb. That's BetterHelp.com/redweb. And with those fine messages out of the way, let's dive right back into the mystery. So the next theory I want to talk about, as I mentioned, stems from the Attorney General of Gibraltar, who believes that the De Gratia crew was somehow involved. Whatever that was, whatever that looked like, they were involved with the disappearance of the Mary Celeste crew. Now, let's reflect on the laws of the time, because we have ships, we have cruises, totally different, though, than the 1800s. In maritime law, it says that sailors who assist a wrecked or abandoned ship are entitled to a reward, often in the amount that the ship is insured for. Damn. So it's possible, right, that if you want to go this direction, that Morehouse on the De Gratia and his crew threw the Mary Celeste crew overboard to make the ship appear like it was abandoned in order to get this reward. They said, hey, we're going to look like heroes. This is easy money. Let's throw these crew members over ship, drag it on into Gibraltar, get that fine money, and then head to Genoa.
See, the thing there is, though, this was a captain that seemed like was well respected, trusted, and known.
Yeah.
So why throw it away for that?
Right. Why throw it away? And on top of that, not only were they both respected and known, I think they both knew each other, that they were friends or on good terms, it seems. So it definitely feels unlikely. And then combining that with the fact that the ship, for all intents and purposes, from what little evidence we have, seems like it was on its own for several days by the time it was found. Unless, they met up with them, kicked them overboard, hijacked the ship then. I mean, there's a couple ways you can spin this, but the damage that the ship took, while not great, definitely seemed like it weathered some natural damage from kind of just being out there alone. So it's definitely compelling. There's definitely, with all the holes in the story, it's definitely a possibility. And that's why the Attorney General is so suspicious. But I guess my own personal inclination doesn't seem like this is like the strongest answer for sure.
I completely agree. Yeah. I mean, there's this theory and then a bunch of different kind of like paths that you can think of it taking.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's hard to follow when you have like a person that is like known, respected, and then from there is working with people as well. You know what I mean? It just feels like also there's like the person had a family and everything. I don't know. It just seems like you have a consistent job doing this thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Why mess with a good thing?
Right.
Well, maybe the money was just too good. I mean, so despite those wrinkles, people kind of pushed forward and said, well, what about this? What if instead the two captains, because they knew each other, actually planned this, that this was some sort of fraud, insurance fraud, that they both planned ahead of time together and that they staged this event because they were on very similar paths from New Jersey and New York City over to Genoa, Italy. But the fact that the Briggs family and the crew are completely disappeared kind of flies in the face of that. I mean, unless they got some of that money and lived a whole new life on that tiny island and somehow no one knew that they were there, I don't think that you plan to commit insurance fraud and then disappear like that. So, again, it's a good attempt. I'm not sure if I'm subscribing to it so much.
Yeah. There's just so many like reasons not to in my head.
But ultimately, and I think the salvage hearings kind of agreed in a way because they didn't really find any evidence that the De Grazia had any involvement with the crew's disappearance. And when it came to the insurance money, they did bring the ship in, and the ship was insured for $46,000.
Ooh, back then.
Yeah, good money. But the De Grazia crew only received 1/6 of that salvage reward, which is why, people think that there was some suspicion going on. I mean, obviously, they didn't pay out the full amount. They thought, regardless of the lack of evidence, and maybe it's just because they didn't want to pay out that amount of money, but clearly they only got 1/6 of the reward. So there's still a lot of suspicions flying around as to their involvement in potential foul play.
But then what was the point of the foul play? The product was still on the ship. The ship was still, they brought in the said ship.
Right. That's the law. Where's that money? Teach me to bring you a ship. I'll leave it out there next time.
Yeah. I mean, but like, what? Kick them off or possibly kill them and kick them off?
Right.
And then bring it in and then hope to get a lot of money as a reward?
Yeah. Is kind of the idea, yeah. Or the theory.
Huh. I mean, yeah, and then it kind of backfired because they didn't get that much.
Right. I don't know.
It's not too crazy.
It's not too crazy. But I think given some of I'm just going off the logs and the natural wear and tear on the ship, and clearly the fact that it was, and this is again, you do have to rely on the De Grazia crew's story a little bit on where they found the ship and when they found the ship. Because if they're relying on those fronts, then clearly it kind of muffles with all of the information that we know.
Yeah.
But I have a hard time believing that off the coast, 8 nautical miles off the coast of that island out there, that is when the De Grazia came after them, kicked the crew off, took the ship, waited a few days, pretended they found it. I don't know. Maybe, but I feel like there would be some witnesses from that island.
You think it'd be much further away on their journey.
Yeah.
Then again, maybe that's just when they found them or caught up to them. Oh, man. They didn't really make much out of it, though. They didn't, get a big reward for it.
Yeah. Crime doesn't pay.
True.
Turns out. Or I guess the other side of that coin is good Samaritan work doesn't pay, perhaps.
Yeah. Yeah, if they're innocent.
Yeah. Well, another popular theory, and as we always do, we steer into the supernatural. Another popular theory is that some sort of supernatural phenomenon went on that caused the Mary Celeste to totally disappear. The ship had many strange occurrences before and after the disappearance, and, like I mentioned earlier, a lot of people thought that this ship was cursed or doomed from the start. Some say that they saw Captain McClellan's death as an omen of future events to come. I mean, and he died way early on in the ship's life. Obviously, this ship went through a couple crashes, a couple hands there, and getting passed around. But some believe that ghosts could have haunted the ship, scaring the crew into abandoning it and leaving all of their goods. Others believe that a giant squid could have plucked the crew off the ship one by one. Of course, some believe that the Mary Celeste crew was abducted by aliens who probably wouldn't care about the goods of the ship that they carried, but rather the human specimens. I mean, the list goes on, but it isn't a Red Web episode if we don't dive into the supernatural at least a little bit.
And I mean, I get, I could see the aliens being like, okay, we take the humans and then we take their navigational tools, but then what about the boat?
And take one of those lifeboats too. Wait, you think aliens flew down and said, take one of the baby boats?
Yeah.
like that ship had a baby.
Weird. Yeah.
Why would you? Yeah, I don't know, man, on that one.
I mean, the supernatural thing kind of plays in terms of like the history.
It does. Definitely.
That ship had a really messy history.
100%. And I think it doesn't even have to be so on the nose. It doesn't even have to be, there were ghosts tap dancing on the sails. I think truly, superstition is pretty heavy with sailors of the olden day, and it could be that whether it was part of the drinking, right? We still have those 9 missing barrels.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it was just part of the ongoing circumstances that they got spooked by something. It could have just been that they had suspicions or superstitions about what was going on the ships, maybe some bad omens. It's hard to say, and they fled for those reasons. Now that, to me, isn't entirely...
Yeah, I could see that. I mean, I could see that they drank what was in the barrels and hallucinated and things went wrong, and then they were like, all right, we need to get the hell out of here. But it's kind of hard to believe that everyone drank that, especially like the family, the captain's family, like I guess wife and kid,
right?
Or kids, drank that as well. But I don't know, maybe they were hallucinating to the point where they were threatening the family to we gotta go, we gotta get on this boat.
I mean, she's
the whole boat thing throws me the hell off.
Right. I mean, I can't. I got my own personal biases, of course. I'm locked in that for whatever reason, and that's what to me the theories are trying to diagnose. Whatever the reason is, they absolutely all mutually hopped on that lifeboat and they said, "I'm taking the sextant and I'm taking these papers, and we are charting course to that island or somewhere." And then that is where something more nefarious happened. They capsized, something natural happened, they disappeared in that way, and maybe we're lost at sea.
Yeah, I see that. They got onto the boat, and then, it was rough waters.
Mm-hmm. But that leads us nicely to this next theory, which has a couple different theories within it, and that it was some sort of weather conditions, some natural phenomenon that led the crew to either abandon ship or be forced off the ship. But something extreme, something like a water spout or a sea quake. And I'll kind of dive into each of these individually. But let's talk about the water spout kind of sub-theory for a second. So when it comes to the idea of a water spout, we talked about this, I think only in one other episode. They can be invisible, essentially a tornado at sea or in a large body of water. But let's talk about why people think a water spout in the first place. So the Mary Celeste was found, and when they found it, they looked it over, and they found that there were 3 feet of water in the cargo hold. So, there's a decent amount of standing water in there. Mm-hmm. And also remember, everything looked in a pretty decent condition outside of being freshly wet. So whatever was going on, water has been in and around this ship quite thoroughly. It was also found that when looking at the ship's equipment, that much of it was malfunctioning. Perhaps they took the more hand-used tools to navigate beyond the ship to go somewhere else, because, as I mentioned, the binnacle with the compass in it, right, that was cracked open. It could have been that they were frustrated with it being broken. They wanted to diagnose what was going on, so they cracked in there to get their hands on it and see if they could fix it. But ultimately, it was malfunctioning. And a water spout could have caused a lot of this. It's theorized that the water spout could have affected the barometric pressure that would lead to inaccurate measurements. It could have caused water to get onto the ship and cause some of the damage to the rigging and the sails. It could have caused them to think that their ship was absolutely going down, especially since they found that makeshift sounding rod, which was used purely to see how much water was at the bottom of the ship. They might have tested it out, found 3 feet, maybe even more of water and said, okay, yeah, we're definitely going down. We got to go. And in the circumstances that they left the ship, it might have just been in a panic. Hey, we got to get off, leave your items, doesn't matter. Grab the tools that we can carry, the measuring instruments for navigation, and let's just get the F out. So in that moment, they might have felt like, yeah, we're definitely going down. But it turns out that the ship made it fine out the other side of that storm or what have you, only to be discovered.
Yeah, I could see that. And then another unfortunate event happened to them on the escape boat. Yeah, I can believe that.
And it kind of goes back to the sounding rod being found on the deck. If they said, okay, we made it out the other side of this storm, we're heavily damaged, but maybe we're okay. I need to rig up a sounding rod. Okay, made one, let's use it. Holy crap, this is imminent danger. We're going down quick. This is way more water than this ship should have. We need to get off now. So you wouldn't go put the sounding rod back where it belongs. You would ditch it. You would just drop it and run to the boat. And so that's really where this theory shines, I think.
Would you really ditch the boat and then just keep, you know what I mean? Like after some time, I don't know. I feel like you'd kind of sit around the boat.
That's a good call, man.
Going down and you just go, wait, hold on. Are we sure? You'd see the boat for a while too, probably.
Yeah, I would feel really bad if they jumped off, got in the lifeboat, and they said, "Let's stay close." But remember, they didn't put the sails back up. They were kind of messed up a little bit, but the sails are still down, and so that thing might have taken